Hello? Hello? Wait, can I find some... Wait. Hi? Wait. Is it working? Yo, it's Fuyo? Hi? Hello? Hello, Lucky Charms, hello! Does this work? Do we have cozy music? I think we do. I think everything is working fine. The stream isn't going down. Okay, hi! Wait, my chair... Not my chair. My foot is stuck in my bed. Hi! Sorry for the wait. OBS suddenly decided that it didn't want to do the whole streaming thing. So I just kind of gave it a little pat on the back and now it's working again. This is not pre-recorded, Fuyo. I'm live. I'm live right now. It's me, I'm here. I'm seeing your messages. It's not pre-recorded yet. So... Good night, Lucky Charms. Is the music a bit too loud? I feel like it might be a bit too loud. Clearly this is pre-recorded. Well, how can you explain me being able to read your words then? Huh? How can you explain that? Oh, snuggle. So, Lucky Charms, we're reaching the end of our first day. I wish I could have started earlier today so that we could have done a ton more time. And I also wish my voice wasn't, you know, dying a little bit. But it's okay. I'm gonna get plenty of rest tonight. And then tomorrow, we'll have tons of fun tomorrow, I promise. I got the video and stuff set up. In total, I have 10 hours of recording for tonight. And let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3 of those hours is a repeat of the P video. So, yeah. Anyways, I have a timer that I want to put on the stream. I'm getting quite sleepy, so I'm sorry if my brain is going blurred. But we'll have this on top of the recording. It says, this is pre-recorded content. Fuyo is currently asleep. Fuyo will wake up in roughly 7 hours. Timer. And I just need to put the timer there. Which means I should be able to just do text. And then... Timer. Wait. No, not this one. Wrong timer. Text and... Timer? Wrong timer. Do I have the movie night timer? Where the frick is that one? I thought you wanted 8 hours. Yeah, I might change it to 8 hours. But I might wake up before that, to be fair. Timer... Ah, did I lose the other timer? I guess it's this one. Tools... Oh! Oh frick, since I started in safe mode. Oh frick. I started the stream in safe mode. So that means that I don't think the timer is gonna work. Well, if it isn't my lack of foresight. Well. Is there an online timer? Online timer. Ah, perfect. Amazing. So let's see. Stopwatch, I guess, would be the... How can I tell if this is gonna work? Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna have video, but don't worry. Countdown time. Oh wait, no, there's like YouTube videos, right? Online timer with an alarm. Oh my god. This means if it has an audio alarm, it means that when it reaches the 8 hours, it's gonna go brrr, brrr, and then the brrr, brrr is gonna keep playing until until I wake up. So you guys are gonna be able to listen to the P video while it's going brrr, 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 something like that. That sounds like peak, not gonna lie. What even does it sound like? Let me put it for 5 seconds. Start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's oh. Okay, wait, there's no sound. Okay. Is there a way to make it have sound? Well, it's fine. I think this one's gonna do just fine. I'm gonna mark it for like 8 hours from now, right? I'm gonna mark it for 8 hours and maybe 15 minutes. And we're gonna have like 15 minutes to talk, and then I'll go to bed. And the timer will keep playing. Okay? Let me just... Let me put this on the screen. And I'm gonna call it timer. Perfect. Now I just have to do that. Color correction. Wait, no, not color correction. Color key. And do that for white. Ah, yes, perfect. Can you see it? Oh my god, this is so scuffed. It's gonna be barely visible through the whole thing. Roughly 8 hours. This will wake up in roughly 8 hours. Timer. It's too small. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put it, I'll put it over here. Is that big enough? Timer on the right. There. How does that look, Lucky Charms? Is it big enough for you? Is it? Yeah, I know it's very hard to see because it's black, but it'll be fine. Especially because the video I have playing, I think, has a bright on that side. Yeah, it should be fine. I think it'll be fine. Like, okay, if I do this. Wait. Can you see that? That's visible. That's visible just fine, right? It'll be fine. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Watch Lucky Charms as everything goes according to Keikaku. Okay, it's all good then. I'm gonna just start the timer. We're gonna hang out for like 15 minutes and then it's bedtime for me. Okay, start timer. There you go. Oh, I love it when things work. Oh, frick, if I tab out of it, Okay, note, I cannot tab out of it. Wait. Hold on, we have a problem here. Wait, pause. Pause. We have a problem here. It should be fine. If I do this and then I do that. Okay, that works. But then the video is gonna be extra small, right? It's okay, alright. I'm just gonna make it bigger. The video's gonna be extra crunchy. But it's okay. It'll be fine. Is this enough resolution for you guys? Wait. Look at her, she's so crunchy. I feel like she's getting crunchier and crunchier by the second. She's so crunchy. Oh, she's so crunchy. Look at this crunchy Fuyo. I bet you've never seen such a crunchy Fuyo. Okay, I'm gonna start the timer. So now the timer keeps playing, and if I do this, the timer will keep playing and I can play the video. Okay, it'll be fine. So, yeah, the video is gonna be at 4080p, but... 480p, but... Listen, we've all watched anime in those conditions at least once before. Where's my timer? Where the frick did the timer go? The timer might disappear in the middle of the night, not gonna lie. I'm just looking at the timer, seeing if it goes away or not. It seems to be holding up right now. It's okay. By the way, Fuyo, have you set your OBS network to dynamic bitrate? That might help you not need to use OBS in safe mode. I don't know. Is it like a setting? Advanced dynamic bitrate, is it? I don't... Dynamically change bitrate to manage congestion? I don't have it on right now. I might test it. I watch you in 144p sometimes. Such is the life of a Brazilian Lucky Charm. Look, the timer is still there. We'll be fine. If the timer disappears, just use the stream timer. Like how long the stream is a time thing. God, I'm really getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy. So, did you guys have fun for the first day? I hope you did. We did the outfit. Tomorrow morning we're gonna get dressed again. Wait, I should probably set up a timer on my... Oh yeah, my phone ran out of power. Mid ASMR. The sound that you guys heard, the vibration, was my phone running out of power. I need to charge it and set up a timer when I go to bed. So we did a bit of karaoke, and then we did the outfits. And we fooled around for a little bit, and we did a bit of ASMR. Yeah. Tomorrow is gonna be a great day too. I think tomorrow we're gonna wake up. First we're gonna have breakfast, of course. Just gonna say hi. And then what? What are we gonna start with? I think we should start with the outfit, right? And then maybe we should do carving of pumpkins first. First thing in the morning, carve pumpkins. What do you say about that? Or we could just jump straight into a game. Play games. We could browse itch.io too. Yeah. In the morning, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. In the morning we wake up, we eat something, and then we write down the plan for the day. We do a little bit of a schedule. And then we just do the things on the schedule. We'll do that in the morning. We already have the things that we want to do, so we just need to put the order. Using a knife first thing in the morning? Yes. What, you don't trust me with a knife? Do you have a drill and a saw already? Carving pumpkins isn't really done with knives anymore. No, I'm gonna use a knife. Don't worry about it. I have practice. Even though I've never carved pumpkins before. I'll be fine. I'm gonna use a kitchen knife. You know those butter ones? Yeah. I don't need adult supervision. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You guys worry too much. Say goodbye to a finger or two. A butter knife can take your fingers away. I'm actually glad my voice isn't hurting. I think it's good that I stopped doing the karaoke when I did. Because it's gonna allow me to be able to survive. Oh, oops. Oh, I want some tea. Or no. You know what I want? I'm gonna, when I go to bed, I'm gonna grab some milk with honey. I'm gonna drink it in bed. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna fall asleep. Oh no, the music is getting me sleepy. It's actually over. Are you guys getting sleepy? I'm gonna shut down the lights actually. Oh, it's dark. It's dark out there, Lucky Charms. You must take a Fuyo. I hope you have the best dreams and eat very comfy. I will. This time I'm eating with the Lucky Charm, so I will have a good night. Yeah, for me right now it's 3:30 a.m. I've been going to bed way later than today. So hopefully this will slowly put me back into schedule. I hope. I hope. It's nice to just wind down like this. I feel like it's been a run left and right lately. So it's nice to have a slower pace for a bit. I hope you guys enjoy the things that I have planned. I think the project that I'm gonna release on Halloween is even though I wish I could have had more time to work on it, I think I'm very proud of it, and I'm very proud of, you know, just the fact that we managed to make it. I mean, it's not complete, but for the most part it's complete. And I'm not working on it alone. There's people that are working really, really hard to make sure it comes out too, and I'm really proud and really happy and really glad. You know what it is? I don't know if you know what it is, and I'm not gonna say what it is. Even if you say what it is, I'm not gonna confirm nor deny the fact. Nuh-uh. It's a secret. Though I can sort of predict you guys' reaction to it. I think you guys are gonna be a bit confused first. At first, you guys are gonna be a bit confused. But I think once you get it, you get it. Tell me what it is, what it really, really is. No. No, it's a secret. Where's leaky Fuyo? I never leak anything. Tell me when was the last time I accidentally leaked something? Are you getting EP, Lucky Charm? Are you getting EP? Huh? What are you gonna dream of tonight? Tonight, I wanna dream... Tonight I want to dream about a waterfall. I want to dream... I'm in a tree house near a waterfall, playing my ukulele with the Lucky Charms. Is this waterfall golden cotton? No. Stop. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out. You leaked for 5 minutes a few days ago. Well, you're gonna experience that later during the nightly programming. Oh yeah, if I wake up a bit later and you guys are already here, to anybody who wakes up before me, feel free to like go back on the VOD and watch the playthrough while I'm still... You don't have to watch the P video over and over again. Please don't do that. Eventually when I wake up, I will wake up. Okay. We need... Nobody's gonna care about the 7-hour VOD of this game that broke me. People only care about the P video. That's all everybody cares about. God. I can't believe Juna's still promoting it every single Sunday. I don't even know what to comment on her posts anymore. I need to come up with more witty stuff because I'm just... Every time the post just pops up, I let out a long sigh. I was like, not again. It's not what I've been known for. I've been known for other things, like... Fuyo Man. Yeah. A lot of people know me from Fuyo Man, I think. I don't have anything else to say. I'm getting sleepy. I hope you guys have a good night. If you're going to sleep, I hope you sleep well. If you're not going to sleep, I hope you enjoyed the night programming. And yeah, that's all. You better close your eyes. Oh, I think this is the part. This is the you that doesn't blink. Whoops. It's okay. You don't need to sleep. I need to sleep. You can watch me while I sleep. Okay? Okay. I can blow raspberries on your leaf. Okay. 1 minute until I go. Yeah, I'm gonna make myself some warm milk. Any last words before I conk out? Anything that you want to say, Lucky Charms, to me before the eventual slip? Dot 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 dot. It's okay. You have a mouth, actually. It's just in the back of your head. Something like that. Otsupi. I can't believe that's the last thing you're gonna tell me before I go to bed. Before I sleep, I mean, I'm already in bed. Well, good. Is this what people call pillow talk? Pillow talk. Maybe tomorrow, maybe if my throat is feeling better, I can do some soft ASMR at some point. ASMR, no, karaoke. Because I've been feeling in a very singing mood. I actually a couple of weeks ago, or a month ago or so, I'm working on some musical stuff. And I'm really proud of how everything is turning out, and I can't wait to share it with you guys. But that's only gonna come out after. I've been happy with being able to do so much singing stuff for the past year. Right, 2, 1. Okay, right. I'm gonna go eat now, okay, Lucky Charms? And you better close your eyes too. Okay? Okay. Sleep well. Sleep well. I'm gonna stop the music. I'm gonna stop the music now. And I'm gonna be playing the night stuff. I hope you enjoy it. If there's any scuff, I'm so sorry, I apologize. But it should be all good in the morning. And tomorrow's gonna be a good day, okay? Okay. Good night, Lucky Charms. Sleep well. Sleep well. Wah, 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 wah. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Yo, yo, yo! It's pre-recorded Fuyo, and welcome to our first video of the first night of the Spooky Games Marathon. Yippee! So, to anybody who doesn't know how this works, I'm gonna have a bunch of different videos and stuff playing all throughout the night, and I hope you guys will enjoy it. To those who, you know, pop in while I'm asleep. And that's the basic gist of it. I've recorded a bunch of stuff for you. I hope you will enjoy it. But I also hope that you've been enjoying the whole live shenanigans and that we've been just having tons of fun and spending a lot of time together. Let's see. I wanted our first recording of the first night to be something a bit, you know, cozy. And I wanted to just talk to you guys for a little bit. And in a bit, we're actually gonna be playing a game. Yeah. Ooh. What? Playing a game? Yeah. We have other different activities later on, but we're gonna start it off with just, you know, a chill game. Because I'm pretty sure it's very likely we had a very eventful day. And we did a lot of stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I still need to actually plan out what I'm gonna be doing in the first day of the marathon. Don't judge me. It's currently 11 p.m. and I'm just excited thinking about spending so much time with you guys. I feel like this month has been absolutely chaotic, and again, I'm so sorry about the delay for the marathon. I had a bunch of work to do, still do have a ton of work, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to finish on time, but I'm gonna do my best. And honestly, I feel like recording for this is both work but also winding down, which is gonna be pretty nice. So okay, the whole layout that I have here is a bit bare bones. As I told you, I haven't had a lot of time. I really do wish I had you know, a bit more time and a bit more free time to just plan things out a little bit better. but I hope it'll still be enjoyable. I'm very, very nervous about it because I want it to be so fun for both you guys and for me as well. So yeah, I'm a little. I don't want to say I'm being a perfectionist, but I just worry. I think this next couple of streams, they're gonna be very, very important for me, and you know, I'm graduating soon. Big G word. And obviously it stresses me out because I really, really care, and I really, really want to make them memorable to the best of my abilities. But most of all, I just want to spend time with you guys. So, today I spent a lot of time editing some stuff for the marathon, and also for, you know, another wink wink secret project thing that you're gonna see at the end of the month. Yeah. Right after my marathon, I'm not gonna go rest probably. Well, right now I better be resting, but when we are done with the 3 days, I think I might rest a little bit, but I'm gonna go right back to work and probably finish some last minute stuff for the actual Halloween thing that I'm planning. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. There's a lot of stuff to do still. Help! She's asleep right now. You think she is resting, but these are the thoughts that go on in her head. Am I gonna be able to finish things in time? But at the same time, I also know that you guys will support me no matter what. You guys are cool like that. Alright? Right? You are? I know you are. And I really appreciate you guys' support and nice words. There have been moments where I've been just freaking out, and then I decide, okay, I'm gonna check my Maros, and then I see all these nice messages, and I see all of you guys' support, and I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna be fine. Maybe it's gonna be fine. I'm still stressed out, but you know, they're not really putting pressure on me. The only person putting pressure on me is myself. But I guess it's because I care about them, and yeah, if I'm not gonna be pushed by management, then I might as well push myself. Either way, I think I should go ahead and say what game we are playing right now, right? I want to play a game to start off tonight. And I decided that I wanted to play something cozy, but I wanted to play something spooky as well. And I thought about it really, really hard, and I have decided to play... You can probably guess it if you know it from this song. I have the game open right now. This song is so cozy. We're gonna be playing... I'm gonna move over here, and I'm gonna do that. Will that work? Let the coins fall, baby. Actually, no, don't let the coins fall, baby. Can we just do a normal fade? Alright. Yeah. We're playing Sayano Uta. What? Fuyo playing a visual novel? I don't know if this counts as a... I mean, I guess it does. The reason why I'm saying I don't know if it counts as a visual novel is because it's way more text than images. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So a bit about why I chose to play this game tonight. How am I gonna put this? I haven't exactly played Sayano Uta myself. I've heard a lot about the game, and I might or might not have been spoiled for basically everything, which kind of stopped me from playing it myself. And besides, I don't usually play a lot of visual novels or text-heavy games on stream, really, because I just feel like, you know, I'm a bad voice actress, and you know, it can be a bit boring, and I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out a way to I mean, it's not like I bore myself, but there's this little brain worm in me that just goes, oh, the Lucky Charms are not gonna enjoy it. It's gonna be boring. But I honestly know that's not true, and some Lucky Charms probably are going, ooh, we're playing the visual novel. Let's freaking go. I love Sayonara. Whoa. But yeah, I'm honestly a bit ashamed that I haven't played Sayonara up until now because of these reasons. So since I don't want to make a full stream out of it, and it's not that long of a game, well, depending on how fast you read, you know, I think it'll be nice to just play through it together for the night time. It might be a bit cozy, it might be a little spooky, it's something for Halloween, and I gain some more culture, and I get to tell myself apart from the thousands and thousands of e-girls who say they like Saya, but they've never played the game, and then when they find out what kind of character she is, they're like, oh my god, no way, such a problematic game. Yeah. we're just gonna go straight into it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm a huge fan of niche games, but I'm always late to it. I'm always late to the party. By the time I want to play it on stream, it's no longer niche. It's become some sort of weird icon. And I don't know how to feel about that. But I don't think it matters right now. I just really want to play Sayonara, and I hope you guys will enjoy it. If you are staying up, if it's not bedtime for you yet, I hope we will enjoy our time together. Pre-recorded Fuyo and live Lucky Charms. Can we do a little bit of a prediction of what you're typing in chat right now? Right now, I think right now you guys are saying stuff along the lines of Actually, no, I have no idea what you could be saying right now. I'm not exactly giving you a window to say anything. And to be honest, a lot of you guys are probably already asleep. I don't know, who wouldn't be asleep right now? American Charms? Maybe. So, okay, enough stalling. Without further ado, I want to play Sayonara. And so I'm gonna play Sayonara, and nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop me. Nobody. Not even... No, I'm just gonna go. Also, by the way, I'm a bit sleepy. So I've noticed my brain short-circuiting at times. It's because of that. Ah, frick, I forgot to get water. I mean, I think I have water here, but it's like a couple days old. Is it good? It doesn't smell good. Why does water start smelling bad? I don't get it. Okay, give me just a second. I'm just gonna do a quick cut here and refill my water bottle. Blink, blink. Was that a cool transition? I don't know if that was a cool transition. Anyways, I'm back and I've got water. I've got edible paper money. And I've got glasses because we're gonna be reading and it makes me feel smart when I read. Actually, I'm gonna clean them up a bit. Ooh, they're all dirty and stuff. They get dirty so easily. Okay. There we go. So, everybody, I hope you enjoy Sayonara, and I hope I enjoy it as well. I'll be honest, as I said before, visual novels are not really something I play often. And yeah, I'm just gonna dive headfirst into it. Who knows if I find a new addiction to visual novels. Okay, so we're gonna just start. I hope the volume is okay. Maybe I should increase it a bit. Okay, so even though I've been spoiled on the game, by the way, I'm not gonna spoil it. So if this is your first look into Sayonara, you're gonna have a good time, hopefully. And also, even though I've been spoiled for it, I haven't played it myself, and I'm sure there's details that I don't know about, and there's a lot of stuff I don't know. I'm just really excited to play it, so let's go. Start. The story is a work of fiction. The procedures and conditions described herein are imaginary and do not reflect the oh no, that was really fast. Oh, okay. Grotesque images that may disturb some viewers. Please select how you would like such images to be displayed. Alright, okay. Do not modify grotesque images. Obscure focus over lower brightness over obscure focus and lower brightness. I mean, I don't mind it. Does YouTube mind it? Does YouTube mind it? Actually, I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna search this up. Okay, I have decided that the way I'm gonna do this is, I'm just gonna go with not modifying anything, just going by default. And, if YouTube gives me a problem, I'll just blur it out after. Yeah. Okay. Also, this is the Steam version, so it should be already censored, I think, with some things. Oh god, I can't hear anything. Frick, that's loud. Wait, that's very loud. Wait. Lower that. Oh, my ears. Hey, the wriggling mass of flesh burbles. Three such creatures sit around the table in front of me, slurping filthy sludge from their cups as they trade whines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe. By listening carefully, I am able to grasp the gist of their conversation and respond when it's required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. We're just starting strong. Let me just move things around. However, these creatures look. They are my friends, apparently. I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. I now know that I have to blend in, that I have to act like one of them. Such has been my life, these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him, squealing more than the others, is probably Omi. Which means that the one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features. I try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh. Ew. Everything has changed. Or almost everything. By some cruel trick of fate, my relationship to the world alone remains the same, as if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together. We even went skiing together every winter break. Now these are but painful memories of days that will never return. Only no one recognizes me. I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting in comparison to believe that I had been abducted by aliens, or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. But no, this is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was part of for 20 years, save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. The world as I knew it is gone. I have no place to call home. There yapping? Oh, okay, wait. Pressing space gets rid of the thing. I was using my mouse up until now. What if I press Z? No? Oh wait, that's the menu. Oh cool. How do I like enter? Okay, enter. Alright, I'm figuring out the controls of this very gameplay heavy game. Let me just drink some water. Anyway, I can tell that whatever they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decide to keep quiet while pretending to listen. But just then... Hey, Fuminori. One of the flesh beasts says as it swivels in bloodshot eyes toward me. What do you think? About what? I try desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. We're talking about this year's ski trip. You're coming too, right? A slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Koji's face, or what I would have seen as such 3 months ago. Unable to stomach the sight of it, I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer. I don't know. You have other plans? Not really. These are my closest companions. One of them had even wished to be more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting my friends who no longer exist? In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there is only loathing left in me. Surrounded by hideous creatures that I can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo, I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I fail at this, I shall be sent back to the hospital. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right? I'm not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. That's it. I can't look at them or bear their screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. Hey, Fuminori! A spray of stringy slime from the cilia around its voice box flies at me. I try to cover myself, but too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. I barely suppress the impulse. I mustn't let on that something is wrong. However, they look to me. This is their world. I'm the outsider here. Like I said, today's my checkup. I've gotta go. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach to my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table, without even looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here, now. Later, I mutter hastily and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy. Hey, sister. Should I turn off? Should I turn off the subtitle, like the dub? I think I might. But I like to listen to it. I like to. Hey, says Takahata Omi. Why don't we go somewhere we can skate for this year's ski trip? Tsukuba frowns at the suggestion. Why go to a ski resort to skate? Should I just let them talk and I'll read the narrator? You know what? I feel like it fits better for me to just read the narrator. Tono Koji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, and it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous. I've always been very scared of skating things too. They're sharp.
靴の前のヘリでコントロールする感覚とか。
工事にそう言われたもんだからさ、騙されたと思ってやってみたわけよ。そうしたらもう楽しくって。
So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoyed their time together, as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should just make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad.
私も見てみたいな。オミちゃんがスケートやるところ。
Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the men she admires, if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His is true misfortune. Her bad luck doesn't begin to compare.
だからさ、ね、今度のスキー旅行、ついでにスケート旅行にしちゃえば2倍美味しく楽しいってわけよ。でもさ、スケートはスケートリンクに行けばできるじゃない。わざわざスキー場に行ってまでやる？だから屋内じゃなくてさ、屋外スケート、凍った湖とかで滑れるところ。
Skating
そんな
sounds
都
nice.
合のいいとこあるかな。なんだかすっごく混んでそう。
While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young men sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there's still some doubt over whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue.
なあ、ふみのり。お前はどう思う？
Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain in his usual quiet and considerate way.
どうって。
But what? The cause of Yo's distress, Sakisaka Fuminori responds to Koji's sudden query with a vague mumbled question of his own.
いや、だからさ、今年の冬のスキーだよ。お前も行くよな。
Koji speaks gingerly, as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship. But now?
わからない。
Fuminori responds bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence.
何か他の予定でもあるのか？
This is the same conversation from earlier.
いや、別に。
Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through his shell? The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep all these months later. Each one of the 4 bears... bears... Each one of the 4 bears them, not only Fuminori.
なあ、別に運動するのが傷に触るとか、そういうわけでもないんだろ？
どうだろうな。今日の診療で先生に聞いてみる。
As though that answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his chair.
おい、ふみのり。
Even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth, but that happens sometimes. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale.
だから今日も診療なんだ。もう時間だから。
Fuminori snaps, making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy.
それじゃあ。
Later. Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria, almost as if he's running away. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining 3 lower their gaze to the table, where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee untouched.
やってられないわね。
Omi says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head reproachfully.
ふみのりには。
だってもう3ヶ月よ。なんなのよあれ。付き合ってるこっちが変になりそうよ。
俺だってわからない。わかるはずもないと思う。お前だって想像つくか？あんなひどい形で家族全員を奪われて平気でいられるわけないよ。
Oh, sorry, edible paper money. A tractor trailer flipped over on the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family car into a twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of the Fuminori parents apart. For a while, it had looked as if there was no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life.
見舞いに行った時なんてもっとひどかったじゃないか。誰が誰かも分からずに怯えて暴れてベッドに縛り付けられて。今はよくあそこまで立ち直ってくれたと思う。
それにしたって変よ、咲坂くん。私たちのこと見る目つき、あれ何なの？まるでこっちが人間じゃないみたい。
よせ、近江。
Koji says forcefully, probably less of out of empathy for his friend than out of consideration for Yo. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is the victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are her problem, and no one else's. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her an answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for taking the time to consider than she would have had he treated their relationship casually. Apparently, the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in Koji and Omi's eyes. They've had plenty of fun at Yo and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, is that he still hasn't given her an answer. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. And when he was finally released, after 50 days that seemed an eternity, he was somehow different. She's starting to doubt that he even remembers what she confessed to him before the accident. Now, winter's coming, and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Poor girl. So yeah, by the way, it's apparently an actual thing. I forgot what the name is, but maybe they might explain it. I don't know. Dr. Tanbo Ryoko has never had a more troublesome patient. And it changes since your last visit. Okay, I keep forgetting that I'm not supposed to read those. His voice is hard and flat, his words tossed carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world. Lucky Charms, I think I'm gonna turn off the dubs. I highly suggest you play the game yourself with the dub if you want, but for the sake of like stream... Wait, can I even do that? Oh wait, no, I don't want to quit. Wait. Return. No, wait. I can't turn it off? Hold on. Never mind, I couldn't find it. We're rolling with it. God damn it. I keep getting confused. This is why I don't usually play VNs. Anyways, moving on. Not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world. While Sakisaka apparently appears to be looking at Ryoko, his gaze is actually aimed a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation, when in truth it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside. Treatment of subdural hematoma through the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, had been the only way to save Sakisaka Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but it is gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning.
普通こんなことを言って脅かすのは医者として問題なんですが、施術後に重大な脳障害をきたしたケースも報告されているんです。予後の経過には十分に注意しなければなりません。
Hence these weekly checkups. If only he would take them a little more seriously.
先週の MRI はどうでした？
Sakisaka asks abruptly, as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile.
そういえばあなたも医者の卵だったわね。
先生が心配しているような脳機能不全は画像診断だけでも十分にわかるはずですよね。
いいえ。
There was nothing, not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low rate of success, the results have been nothing short of miraculous. However, something still bothers Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior, some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. But if it's an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do, as long as he refuses to explain it.
大丈夫ですよ先生。現に僕は今こうして病院の外でも何不自由なく生活しています。問題なんてないでしょ。
ねえ咲坂さん、こういった難しい手術は予後不断が原則なんです。もう少し私たちを信用してもらえませんと。
そうですよね。僕だって先生方を信用したい。どんな相談にも乗ってもらえるんですか？
ええ、もちろん。
Ryoko answers, smiling to cover up her irritation. Sakisaka asked exactly the same question during last week's visit.
じゃあ先週の話の続きなんですが、先生、あれから大貝教授については何か分かりましたか？
Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone whom he has no business knowing.
大貝教授のことは、あなたの治療とは何の関係もないでしょ？
信頼しろと言った矢先にいきなり隠し事ですか？
Ryoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the anxiety that other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect.
何分だいぶ前にここを辞められた方ですからね。私個人としても交流があったわけではないし。
辞めた理由はご存知ない？
ええ、おそらく個人的な事情でしょうね。
Ryoko answers smoothly, her earlier hesitation gone. Having decided at the outset to lie, she has no trouble doing so with a straight face.
それにしても咲坂さん、なぜあなたはそんなに大貝教授にこだわるんです？
教授は今失踪中なんです。知ってましたか？
いいえ。
Ryoko realizes that her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised.
近頃教授の身内の人間と懇意にしていましてね。その人から調査を頼まれているんです。
A relative? Ryoko considers this with a frown.
大貝教授に縁者の方はおられないはずですが。
おお、誰から聞きました？
それは噂話に。
Ryoko replies, remembering that she just claimed to have had no contact with the man.
なるほど。そんなことが噂になる程度には、大貝教授は有名人だったわけですね。
まあ、一風変わった人だったみたいですね。
なのに、誰も彼が大学を辞めた理由を知らないと。
Ryoko falls silent, knowing that this isn't a topic she can brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood. However, as his strangely stiff stone softens a little. I feel like I'm having a stroke. Grasped her mood, however, as his strangely stiff stone softens a little.
先生、僕はどうしても大貝教授に会わなきゃならないんです。彼がいなくなったせいで、行く当てがなくなり困っている子がいるんです。
それはむしろ警察の領分なんじゃないかしら。
Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, the suggestion is actually a gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. And of course, that includes Ryoko herself. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then, how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai?
咲坂さん、私の知っている範囲のことは喜んでお教えします。ですが、大貝教授は今年の4月に辞表を出して、以後は何の音信もないんです。どこか長期の旅行にでも行かれたか。
そうですか。
Expecting resistance, Ryoko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes, "Progress good" on Sakisaka's chart for today.
咲坂さん、それでは来週の診察ですが、今日と同じ4時でも。
Before she can finish, Sakisaka is gone. And we're back in his POV. It looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course. And to the creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks just as white as it should. I know intellectually that the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T University's, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have a basic idea of what has happened to me, though it's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's probably some form of agnosia, unlike anything that has ever been studied before. Yeah, it's an actual thing, although in the game it's very, very exaggerated. The flesh beast called Tumbo Ryoko said that the other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and that I had no other hope of survival. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. Oh, I love that. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Oh. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to a hearing aid or a wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. By the way, Lucky Charms, I just want to say, I really, really like this. And I feel like nowadays, if you search up stuff like this, it's always gonna come up with AI. I don't know if this is like 3D mixed with painting, but the style is so cool. Let's continue. Of course it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, there is a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurry home. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood, in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I was, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least that left me with the house and enough money to leave on for a while. Of course I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl. As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell. Human. Its sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory.
ただいまさや。
I'm home, Saya. Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house. With Saya, I'm so privileged. Am I so privileged?
遅かったね。ちょっと心配しちゃったぞ。
ごめんよ。今日は病院に寄っていく日だったから。
Is this a moment I mentioned how depressed I was that I missed the funeral?
そうだっけ。
In her smile, in the inquisitive tilt of her head, is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world, who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair is probably different in reality. But even so, her form is undeniably human. And it's not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her chest. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts a sweet, feminine fragrance. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my 5 senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she is my salvation, and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, if I had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would no doubt have succumbed to madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Saya alone is keeping me alive.
今日は一日どうしてた？
今の模様替え。もう半分ぐらい塗り終わったよ。で、今はね、ふみのりの晩ご飯作ってるの。昼間テレビで作り方やってたから。
Just increasing the volume a little bit, because I think I get a feeling it might be too low. Oh, whoops.
そうか。楽しみだな。
もうちょっと時間かかりそうなの。待っててくれる？
いいよ。じゃあ、僕は今の続きをやってる。
After I see the humming Saya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. I realized one day that if the natural colors of the world were sickening, all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find. Then Saya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. Look at that. It's green. It's green! After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. When we first started on the living room, Saya, unsure what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the windows, without a moment's hesitation. Without a moment's hesitation, I tore the curtains down, and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I'd want to see, and as long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it.
ご飯できたよ。
Dinner's ready!
こっちで食べよう。持ってきてくれるか？
As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air.
ペンキの匂い。平気？
Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in the closed room. It doesn't really bother me though. There are far worse smells outside.
さやは嫌いかい？
平気。ふみのりが大丈夫ならいい。
Saya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell is at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any different.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu. As has become routine, I still myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly like the cooking show said. It's just that my taste buds can't accept it.
美味しくない？
She asks hesitantly.
まあね。
Lying won't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition.
気にしないで。明日はまた別のものを作ってあげるから。
ごめんな、いつも。せっかく作ってくれたのに。
いいのよ。 こうやっていろいろ試していけば、いつかふみのりでも美味しく食べられるメニューが見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
In my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I?
さやは食べないの？
私はもう済ましたから。
In all the time we've been together, Saya has never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not about to push the issue. Not when she's putting up with all the problems I have.
そういえば、今日もう一度病院で君のお父さんのこと聞いてみた。
パパの？
Dr. Ogai Masahiko is Saya's father, and her only living relative. Saya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance.
やっぱり何も教えてくれない。何か隠している雰囲気なんだが。
そう。
I expected Saya to be a little bit more disappointed.
心配じゃないのかい？お父さんのこと。
そういうわけじゃないの。
Saya responds with an unreadable expression. She gives a little shake of her head, then smiles at me once again.
ありがとう、ふみのり。私のためにいろいろと。
君はそれ以上のことを僕のためにしてくれるんだ。
I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate. As wretched as the taste was, thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me the strength to finish every bite.
じゃあ、お風呂にする？
Eat bad.
まあ、また背中流してくれるか？
Yippee! Ever since Saya moved in, it's been like having my own wife. Daughter wife, let's go! We have unlocked the daughter wife route. We're so back. Saya. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that space hides the thing and enter actually continues it. Why are you so good to me? Is this truly what you want? What am I that you can give yourself to me, body and soul? Is this merely sympathy? Do you pity me? The exile from society. Is that enough for you to surrender yourself to such mad desire? Are you so wanton? Saya is here. She is with me now. I feel like I missed something. Is this like censored? Yeah, it is the censored version from Steam, correct? Did it just straight up skip scenes? Because I feel like we're supposed to have an actual bath. Only in this moment is her existence certain. Only when I am joined with her can I believe. No matter what cruel fate might await me, Saya, there is nothing I fear more than losing you.
ふみのり、泣いてるの？
I realize that my cheeks are wet with tears.
どうしてなんださよ。なぜ僕にここまでしてくれる？
ふみのり。
わからないんだ。わからないのに僕だけがどんどん君に惹かれていく。君らしちゃ耐えられなくなっていく。
I wrap my arms tighter around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never again be apart.
教えてくれ。どうすれば君を失わずにいられる？僕は何をすればいい？どうやって君に報いればいい？
こうやって
Saya whispers into my chest. God, that's
ふ
cute.
みのりに抱いてもらうの大好き。だから私はふみのりから離れたりしない。
This is pulling at my heartstrings. It's actually over.
なぜ僕なんだ？
それは
I
ね、
need to play the uncensored version. It's actually over for me. Oh no.
一人ぼっちだから。
She says, softly gazing up into my eyes.
それはさやも一人ぼっちだったから。
The sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There is a deep loneliness in her eyes, a loneliness from which now springs boundless affection.
だからさやにもふみのりしかいないの。この世でただ一人だけ私を抱きしめてくれる大好きな
Now I know. No matter what horrors this world unleashes upon me, all I'll ever need is Saya. Daughter wife, daughter wife, daughter wife. Yo is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show courage once again. I knew that this was a censored version, but I didn't think it was gonna be skipping scenes altogether. I thought it was just gonna... Is it actually skipping a scene, or am I like... Actually, let me research this. Give me a second. Okay, I've looked it up. So, yeah, I'm right. There's a scene missing there. I thought that the censored version would, like, just censor images, but no, it just censors... I mean, I guess it's an eroge, but... I don't know, part of me expected at least to see a bit more of it, I suppose. Either way, I'll replay the uncensored version on my own spare time. This might be better for YouTube. Okay, but just imagine they made love. Yippee! Anyways, continuing. Yo's fourth period on Thursdays is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori. As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it is rarely difficult for Yo to find the seat she wants. Yo prefers to sit near the center, where it is easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although given the ambiguous state of their relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing anyone. But when the professor arrives at the usual time to start class, there is still no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in a far back corner. Did he miss Yo when he came in? No, he couldn't have. And besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far away from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her bag over to herself. Fuminori is out the door the moment the class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway. Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him.
何か
He turns to her and asks reluctantly. Now that they are face to face, Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones, frick, my edible paperman just fell, are a far cry from the features familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress or perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should. Afraid even, though of what she can't imagine. His eyes move restlessly from point to point, and he refuses to look Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of courage in her eye. Heart.
お話があるんです。ちょっといいですか?
The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air.
話って何?
Don't you remember? Yurt almost blurts the question, but manages to keep her composure.
咲坂さん、最近ちょっと様子が変です。
そうかもね。まあ、あんな目にあった後だから。
He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely one pace farther away from her than he used to.
本当にそれだけなんですか?
君にはそれだけじゃないように見えるのかい?
Yo manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone.
何か我慢してるみたいに見え。
Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yo lets the words come as they may.
どうしようもないものを無理して壊れそうになるほど頑張って 慢してるみたいに、今の咲坂さんはそう見えます。
そうかい。
Fuminori mutters through the clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny it or change the topic. This isn't even a clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today at least, she won't back down.
友達って
She
こんな時の
implores,
ためにいると思うんです。
trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him.
ご家族のことは本当に残念だったと思います。でも咲坂さんは一人ぼっちじゃありません。友くんや大見ちゃんや、それに私がいます。
Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash her feelings now, they will be lost forever.
一人で背負い込んだりしなくても、私たちで何とかできることだってあると思うんです。
Actually, let me take a look at that. What even is that supposed to be? It looks like balls. I don't know.
たとえ何もできないにしても、話してさえくれれば、あなたが少しでも楽になるかもしれない。私、咲坂さんの力になりたいんです。他のみんなも同じ気持ちだと。
やめてくれ。
Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's entreaty. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. The look in his eyes is not anger or any other warm-blooded emotion. It's hate. Murderously cold hate.
そういえば君には一つ返事しなきゃいけない要件があったね。
He remembers. He remembers, and still he has treated her so coldly. That is all the answer she needs. If his words stab any deeper, she might very well die.
僕は君のことをとりわけ特別に意識したことなんてなかった。君に好意を持たれてもどう接すればいいのか迷ってた。
Oof.
僕が君のことどう思ってるのか、正直な気持ちが自分でもわからなかったから。
咲坂さん。
でもね、今ではもうはっきりと答えが出てる。あれから考える時間だけはたっぷりとあったからね。筑波さん、僕はあんたのことが大嫌いだ。
Jesus!
顔も見たくない。
That's cruel, dude! Didn't need to go that hard! Don't cry, Yo tells herself, but too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
もう二度と会いたくないっていうのは無理だね。同じ学校に通ってるんだし。だからせめて今後は僕に声をかけないでくれないか。
Oh my god.
目障りなんだよ、つくづく。
Jesus. Yo whispers in shock and despair, which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile.
君さ、少しは頭を冷やした方が良かったんだよ。どうせ大宮浩二にけしかけられてその気になっただけなんだろ。
You absolute dick!
自分一人でのぼせてる分には勝手だけどさ、他人を巻き込むなって言うんだ。
Wow, he's an ass. That's all Yo can take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. No need to be so mean to her. Like, I get you see everything horribly, but... God. Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows.
あいつ。
Through the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might very well have done it. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away.
どうしちまったんだかな、あいつは。
Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There's no question now that the accident changed him.
ねえコージ、このまま放っておくつもり？
放っておきたくないにしたって俺たちに何ができる？
覗き見よりマシなことよ。
Omi shouts, her face red with fury.
私、咲坂くんに一言言ってやらなきゃ気が済まないわ。
それで筑波の気が晴れるってもんでもないだろうに。
だったら私のキーだけでも晴らすわよ。
Yo and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural.
私、咲坂くんと二人だけで話してみたいわ。コージはついてこなくてもいいから。
本気かよ。
その代わり、ヨウのことを見ていてあげて。あの子、多分心底傷ついてるから。泣き終わった後で、誰かの優しさが必要になると思う。
Yeah, no wonder!
なあ、それって俺とお前の役回りが逆じゃないのか？
私みたいな性格だとね、慰め役は無理。励ますつもりで余計に傷跡広げちゃうのがオチなのよ。
Okay, fair.
なるほど。納得いった。
あ、やない。
じゃあまあ、そっちはほどほどにしとけよな。
Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo. Yo? I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I've finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down like this sooner or later, having become unable to feel anything but disgust for other people. There was no way I could hope to maintain the relationships I'd had before the accident. It's interesting that we get to see like his side of the story, so even though he's an asshole, you can kind of get a grasp for why he's an asshole, I guess. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced I've had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them sticking their noses into my life. It's like they don't care that they make my gut turn just by being near me. They don't know! I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear in one of them. In that sense, it's something of a relief, but I'm not entirely without remorse for what happened. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. He casted vicious mockery. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I didn't want to hurt her. In retrospect, perhaps I should have just ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her. To be honest though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were using us as entertainment, and Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dancing to their tune. Her cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would have kept our circle of friends together, I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there is no room in my heart for such forbearance. Merely talking to someone is an ordeal, then how can I be expected to show them kindness? Because kindness is cool! These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Saya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets between here and home saps my spirit. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves through enough to rest. When I regained consciousness in the University Hospital ward, the world was as dark as it is now. I had not... I need water. Hold on. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my senses of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. The real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident in my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital and the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awaking in what can only be described as hell, I would no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorder spread to the senses of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four. The taste of my food, the feel of my bed sheets, the fragrance of my get-well flowers all became as unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when even the doctors' voices became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second that I could live in this new world. At least, not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Drifting between the nightmares in my dreams and the nightmare of reality, I didn't notice her enter my room. The next thing I knew, there was a face staring down at me from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus or slime or earthworm like feelers. It had smooth white cheeks, round eyes, and a lovely little nose. All things I had never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She had not expected such a reaction, apparently.
怖くないの？私のこと。
She asked, looking at the clock. She asked. Looking at the clock, I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost? But I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend.
君は誰だい？なぜここに？
私はサヤ。パパのこと探しに来たの。
I assumed that she was the daughter of a late-shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital.
あなた、怖がらないんじゃつまらない。
あ、ちょっと。
I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next.
何？
Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. Though the white haze clouding my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence.
女の子にお願いしていいことじゃないんだが、今は君にしか頼めない。
No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they willed.
手を握らせてもらえないだろうか。
Saya looked confused at first, but then she smiled, like she just found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun.
変な人。
She
そんな
said,
こと言い出したの、あなたが初めて。
holding out her slender white hand. Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, I placed my palm against hers. I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back on the joyful tears I shed then, I know that this is the moment I was saved from my fate.
この半月の間に初めて人に触れた。人だと感じられる体に。
は？
他の人じゃダメなんだ。僕事故に遭って、その後遺症らしいんだけど、人が人の姿に見えないんだよ。
本当に。あなたって面白い。明日の夜もまた来ていい？
She said, winding her fingers gently around mine.
あ、そりゃもういいのかい？君はそんなことをして。
丈夫よ。夜は私のものだから。
And so, a rendezvous began. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital.
これだけ広いと隠れる場所には事欠かないから。
Oh, wait, hold on, paper money. It's stuck in my cheek. She said, answering my surprise with a nonchalant smile. She'd been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day he'd suddenly stopped coming home. After she had tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he'd worked, and there she'd lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts all the while.
学校には行かなくていいのかい？
いいの。勉強は全部パパに教えてもらったから。さやはとっても頭がいいんだよ。
She was a strange girl. On one hand, she looked and acted like a child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant, and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many may have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only human in the world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society.
危なくないのか？見つかりそうになったことは。
全然平気。ここにいれば食べるものにも不自由しないし、パパのうちに一人ぼっちでいるよりもずっと楽しいよ。入院してる患者さんたちのうち、ちょっと精神的に参ってそうな人を事前にチェックしといてね。
Saya continued, grinning mischievously.
時々部屋に真夜中に忍び込んで脅かしたりするの。その人が大騒ぎしても、そういう患者さんの言うことはみんな真に受けたりしないから。
Brat?
結局は悪い夢ってことで片付けられちゃうし。
Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined that there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these hallways?
じゃあ僕も最初はそのつもりで。
うん。ごめんね。怒った？
While her pranks were hardly praiseworthy, I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together.
もうやらない方がいい。その代わり夜は僕の話し相手になってくれないか？
He lets the brat all to
さやもその
himself.
方が楽しい。
Aww. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such unusual side effects. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. And so, I hid my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any sign of stress were merely a result of the hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward to her nightly visits gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctor stunned. On the last night before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her,
君はこれからもずっとこの病院に居続けるのかい？
うん。結局パパの手がかりはなかったけど、もう他にいるところもないし、バレそうになるまではいいかなって。
In other words, there was nothing keeping her there.
よかったら僕の家に来ないか？
I asked timidly. The question took all the courage I had.
え？
家族はもういないから部屋はいくらでも余ってる。人目を忍ぶような必要もないし、住み心地もそんなに悪くないんじゃないかと。
ずっと文則と一緒に暮らすの？
I was too afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered a deal.
君の父さんのことは代わりに僕が探してあげる。約束するよ。必ず居場所。
難しいと思うよ、それ。
Saya said, looking a little embarrassed.
多分パパ、何か悪いことをしてこの病院を辞めたんだと思う。 だから警察とかは困るの。なるべくこっそりと探さなきゃいけないし。
頑張るよ。どんなことだってやる。僕は。
Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth.
さやと離れたくないんだ。
At first, she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence, she said,
少しだけ考えさせて。
That night, she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling celebratory bouquet. The flesh beasts calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yol came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times during my stay, it never got easier to see my friends changed so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya amidst the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Saya never appeared. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I had lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place that I could call a home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up the path to the front door and took in the yard that I had spent my childhood, I could feel those memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I had once called a home was now a whole other world. I whispered with a smile of self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails, the bed a tangled mess of warm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled upon the bed like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up at me and in a tiny, weak voice said,
本当にここにいてもいいの?
I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she would not escape. Saya did not resist. Oh, my heart. That is very gut-wrenching. Ooh. When she arrived at the Sakisaka house, When she arrives at the Sakisaka house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over the patch of yard that she can see from the outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about other people's housekeeping, but this is going too far. The grass is growing wild and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't just look untended, it looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. Omi guesses that they've been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's leaving alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And is it just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? It couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, and a third, and a fourth, and finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power had been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori is a good reason for shutting out the world, but Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled, she pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock, so Omi decides to just open the door and go in shouting, and if the door is locked, she'll just have to... Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door open wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench.
何?
As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly. A moment later... Welcome home. Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not have been human, yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine.
誰かいるの?
She calls out to the end of the hallway from within the voice came. There is no response. Instead, she hears the sounds of something soft and wet plopping its way deeper into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there, not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere, wearing them. The house should be empty. But then, what was that voice just now? Her anger has vanished as if it were never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on the edge. Omi isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotting fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? I just want to say, before I go any further, since I've never played the game before, this is my first time, I wasn't expecting the writing to be this good. I thought I wasn't gonna get attached to the characters, and I thought that, you know, if the fact that I've been spoiled for it would take me out of it. But man, if I'm not enjoying this, like, I kind of am. Okay. She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly on the creaking floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds rooms on both sides of her, one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. It's the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she'd heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the chopping board next to it lie a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. A perfectly normal household scene, with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of the composing fruit. Something is wrong. Who was cooking here and where did they go?
誰かいないんですか?
Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly, she feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. Pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to touch her feet. Her fingertips come away covered with a viscous olive green slime, like the filthy water from a tank long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. It must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes that she had worn her shoes inside. Manners be damned. When she looks back ruefully the way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where that strange voice came from. The next room is probably the den, as she expects from the closed storm shutters. It's pitch black inside. Omi wants nothing more than to flee this house, but that would mean turning her back to darkness, and that she simply cannot bring herself to do. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It is too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. She slides her hand, along the wall, feeling for the light switch. Finding it much sooner than she expected, she flips it on like it's her last hope. Oh, paint. The colors. Oh, that's so cool. Actually, I would paint my house like that. The colors. So many colors. The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors, and more that cannot be described, cover every inch of the room in a maddening array. The colors say all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity. Oh. Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up her legs, crotch, and her neck. Her hand flies to her neck, where it is greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life, Omi looks up. The predator, clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees it in every detail. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters to feast on her innards. But by the time she feels any of this, Omi has already gone mad. Daughter wife. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, but the rush hour crowds were so bad that I had to get off halfway and walk. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. When I enter the yard, I realize that the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is sipping out into the hallway, and I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Is it Saya? I consider calling out to her, but decide to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. At first, I'm surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered with what looks to be some kind of grass, probably the source of the herb-like smell, and there are fruit or vegetable-like balls of varying size scattered everywhere.
Saya?
Saya? Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly, like a child caught at some prank.
何を食べてるんだい?
これは
She stammers, so flustered that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remembering that she has never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she must be quite embarrassed.
一ついいかな?
I scoop up the closest fruit thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. It has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, a succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with a sharp, strong fragrance. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted.
何か味付けとか調理してあるのかこれ?
調理ってほどのことは、さばいてからちょっと溶かして食べやすくしただけで、ほとんど生なんだけど。
I picked up a different lump, this one consisting of fruity flesh around the hard core. Tearing a chunk off in my mouth, I find that it has a similar taste to the last one.
ねえ、大丈夫？それって
僕でも食べられる味だ。っていうよりうまいよ、これ。
そうなの？
At first, Saya looks dumbstruck, but then she bursts out laughing.
そうなんだ。ふみのりもこういうのが好きだったんだ。なんだ、あれこれ工夫して頑張ってた私がバカみたい。
さやっていつもこういうものを食べてたのか。
こんな大物は久しぶりだけどね。近所の公園とかで取ってくれるやつ。
She eats children? There's an impressive nature preserve not too far away from here. I've never heard about fruits like these growing there, but well, of course. They only look like fruits to me. They're really something else.
ごめんね。一番美味しいところはさっきさやが全部食べちゃった。
いいよ、また今度で。でもこれで明日から一緒に食事ができるね。
Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone, and it makes the food taste better too.
まだまだいっぱいあるし、食べきれない分は冷やせば 2,3 日は大丈夫だよ。ちょっと味は落ちるんだけどね。
じゃあ早めに片付けておこうか。
Sealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls, Sai and I stored the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that, little by little, I'm starting to regain the joy of living. Sai will guide me. With her, I can live on. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That escaped. It's not me who was eating it. I'm the one who let out a small burp. Oh no. True Scary Stories. Hospital Edition. Chapter 4. The Monster in the Hospital. A medical student relates his shocking experiences. Will you believe him or not? Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night, screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. The weird thing was that they'd all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the real strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around campus, looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cat suddenly disappeared. Okay, no, she hasn't been eating children, she's been eating cats. And it wasn't that they'd stopped coming, it was more like they'd vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it. And it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the students. But we heard it was a lot worse than that. People started saying that there was something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange messes that could only have been made in the middle of the night. Traces of something that had crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same nights the patients woke screaming. There's one last story, one you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department went crazy. They said that the newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news. But they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. The strange incident suddenly stopped towards the end of summer. Now, there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Water.
おかけになった電話は電波の届かない場所にあるか電源が入っていないため
ダメだ。
Nothing. This is the 3rd day in a row that they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report.
まあ、あいつのことだからな。何事もなかったみたいに、ひょっこり顔出しそうな気もするんだが。
He's coping, he's coping, he's coping.
だといいけど。
Yor replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminari 3 days ago must still be waiting on her as well. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. What did I eat? Is it because I'm talking a lot? Ugh. I apologize. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, but now there are only 2.
ねえ、殿くん、もう一度考えてみようよ。どこかおみちゃんの行きそうな場所に心当たり。
They call each other different names in the English subtitles.
いや、一通りは確かめたしな。
Koji answers evasively. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening. But He doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period.
じゃあ俺行くわ。
Unless Koji is mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria, reluctantly. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the same place.
海のりは一体。
When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with an unequivocal denial, and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she'd left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way. Koji concluded, or more accurately convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility, that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi, and was involved with her disappearance. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination, only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said to himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Wait, hold on, my brain just shut down trying to read that. Koji told the truth about Omi's destination only up to the train. Oh, okay. So he didn't tell the police where she actually was going. Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Okay. Not wanting to get the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. But the conflict has built up inside of him without his notice, leaving an unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that is what allows him to catch a sight of his friend back through the crowd of smiling students. Hello?
Fuminori?
At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he is instead going home. Strange. Medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded the train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. At first, Koji felt ashamed for telling his friend like that, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him amidst the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood has carved out of the Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escaped assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads. Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slots. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel on the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be sort of a house that has a rear exit. The sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout. Should have brought some more smokes. 1 hour passes and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji's 1 pack of cigarettes run out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short text messages, but his efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back towards the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now, investigating the house is more important than telling Fuminori. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. The moment he enters the house, stale air thick with mold and dust fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There is also a faint hint of something else in the air, something reminiscent of damp sewer and fitted cisterns. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses a cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes, Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. The light's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tablewares and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of life that was once lived there, the house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In a graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the 2nd floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air. It is the smell of old books, instantly recognizable to anyone who has worked in an antique bookshop or library. The first room, on the 2nd floor, turns out to be a study. Its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that his study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond a simple student's understanding. The owner's interests lie more with medical research than with clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked on the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old, leather-bound Western tomes like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. The titles are meaningless to him. Train de chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. And then there's the Voynich manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds the text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Whatever they are, they clearly have nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices a glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight. Quite out of place amongst these dusty books. Fuminari must have brought it in. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house. Koji notices something strange. Something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stair banisters, like someone grasped them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees places where the slime was splashed low on the walls, almost as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases, not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first, but if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain his fingertips all over the house. The flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides to not get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches the door to the bathroom. A common scene from TV dramas flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposes of his victim in a bathtub filled with I don't know what that word is. Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost. Bones. A mountain of bones. Black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong. He realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small, and there are too many of them. They aren't human. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? The bones have all been separated from one another, so it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? They could have just been thrown out with the garbage, or was there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminari doing here?
どうした、コージ。
Koji whirls around, his light revealing Fuminori's expressionless face.
不法侵入だぞ、コウジ。
お前だって同じだろうが。
Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones.
僕はこの家の人と知り合いなんだ。頼まれて探し物をしに来ただけさ。
知り合いって、いつから？一体何者なんだ？
Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this house.
いずれお前にも紹介するよ。僕の恩人とも言える人だから。
He says, turning to leave without even a glance at Koji.
おい、Fuminori!
Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again.
お前まさか近頃様子がおかしいのはその知り合いっていうやつのせいなんじゃ。
Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause.
僕の後をつけてきたんだね、コウジ。
Koji swallows. What can he say?
そういうのは迷惑だ。二度とやらないでもらいたい。
ああ。
Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, that concern is swiftly giving way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Sus? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Saya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it will probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? A hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through the gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotting flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Of course, this is my next-door neighbor, Suzumi, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now?
Hi. おかげさまで。
What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture?
Ma, そうですね。でもまだ学生の身ですし、高いのは限りがあるんで。
The flesh beast undulates foully, as though it still has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge. Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damned snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. I want everyone to stay out of my life. I just want to live together with Saya alone where no one will ever bother us. Suzumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth. A little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If he continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. Or is it too late already? Yosuke wonders as he gazes wearily at Sakisaka Yard. Even during dinner, Yosuke can shake the neighboring house from his mind.
どうしたのあなた。難しそうな顔して。
今日ね、隣の家の息子に会ったよ。
お隣のって。
ああ、庭のこと一言言っておいた。
そうよね。せめてあの匂いだけはどうにかしてもらいたいわよね。
Stinky. The stink coming from Sakisaka's house grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end.
あの草むらの中に死んだ猫でもいるんじゃないかしら。でも住んでいて気づかないのかしらね、あの匂いに。
まさかとは思うが、生ゴミをそのまま庭に捨てているんじゃあるまいな。
そんな、いくらなんでもそこまで。
いや、今の様子だとやりかねん。一日中ずっと雨戸を閉め切って何をやってるのかもわからない。どういう暮らしをしてるのやら。
お兄ちゃん、頭おかしくなっちゃったのかな。これヒロミ、そういう言い方はダメよ。
いや、あれは本当にちょっとどうすぎてる。ひょっとしたら変質狂か何かかもしれんな。
大丈夫なのそれ。
早く自覚して医者にでも行ってもらわんことにはなんともな。
Family gossip. The usual. The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock, compounding my agony. When I returned from the Yogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clues as to her whereabouts. It isn't rare for her to go on walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around and never lasts for more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon, the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she'd still be gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowbell chimes, and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all of the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet. Saya sighs as she climbs the stairs.
Saya, 一体どこに?
My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arms.
それは
文則のカルテとか手術の記録。今日は古巣の病院に行ってきたの。
Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending paper flying everywhere. Then she pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously.
こんな夜中に T 台から歩いて戻ってきたのか。
ごめんね。本当はもっと早く帰れると思ってたんだけど、調べ出したらキリがなくて。
She says, skillfully gathering the scattered papers together.
結局全部持ち出してきちゃった。ああ、重かった。
Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Saya's saying.
だからそんなもの持ってきてどうするつもりなんだ。
どうするって、もちろん調べるのよ。うちで時間かけてじっくり。
She replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light. At first, I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of
これは要チェックかな。
and the like, as she separates photos into a growing pile besides her, makes me think that this might not be a joke after all.
君わかるのかこういうの。
パパにいろいろと教わったから。
She flashes me a grin and returns to the
なるほ
papers.
どね。これじゃあいつまで経っても直せないよね。
直せないのか。
人間のお医者さんじゃね。
I can tell if she is being serious.
私でもまだちょっと難しいかな。いろいろと試してからでないと。
She says offhandedly, even as her hands continue to shuffle papers. Watching more closely, I realized that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts?
なあさや、
She answers coolly, looking up from the charts.
今日はもう疲れたし寝ないか。
文則がそうしたいならそうする。
Saya replies with a grin. Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps onto me and begins to tear off my clothes.
おい
Whoa!
ねえ、寝る前に一回だけ。
まさや、こう毎日続けてちゃ
Whoa.
体に
They've
毒じ
been
ゃない
busy.
か。
文則、どこか具合が悪いの？
いや僕は別にちゃんと大人の体になってるし平気なんだけど。
平気だよ。
Sob emoji, whoa. Reference. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Sorry, I'm being silly. She laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed, the familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless.
平気なわけないだろう。今まで否認もしてないってのに。
文則はさ、
She
さやに
whispers.
子供産ませるの嫌？
She whispers, staring straight into my eyes. Daughter wife. How can I respond to that?
いやも何もさやみたいに小さい体じゃ無理だって。母体
God damn it, I keep thinking that they're done talking, but they're not. Sorry.
割と的外れなんだけど。
Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it. You don't get it!
でもそれって文則がさやのことを大事に思ってくれてるからなんだよね。それはそれで嬉しい。
She says, suddenly her smile growing with innocence. By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and is removing my pants.
なあおいだからさや。
大丈夫。じゃあ今夜は文則が心配しないような方法でしてあげる。
She says teasingly. As she finishes, she looks up at— okay, I definitely have to play the uncensored version. It's actually over for me. Smiling like she just pulled the greatest prank of her life.
これだったら文則だって心配ないでしょ。
いやまあ
What am I supposed to say to that? Freak, I thought it was over. It's not.
ダメだった？こういうのだと気持ちよくない？
Hearing the sudden nervousness in Saya's voice, I hastily stammer.
そんなことない。十分によかった。でもさや、何もあんなもの飲み込まなくたって。
そんな。あれはさやにちょうだいよ。
Daughter wife, mother, daughter, mother, wife. Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who's just had her candy stolen.
文則のは一滴だって残さずに欲しい。
So straightforward.
中にって。
So Saya really does want to bear my child. I'm not averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it.
文則は嫌？
She gazes up at me, pleadingly. how can I resist?
嫌なんかじゃないさ。さやさえそれでいいのなら、僕だって。
Saya smiles with relief and burrows contently into my chest.
ふみのり大好き。
She purrs softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as a husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course, I need to find Dr. Oga as soon as possible. By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. Two o'clock for Suzumi Yosuke. This is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. I'm struggling to read, help. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they are able to pay their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it a symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition. The status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio, smelling the turpentine, and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. I need some drink. Hold on. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs for the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him in halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze? Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. Yosuke shut them himself during this morning's cleaning. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. It's the same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from Sakisaka House. The window facing the yard next to the door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in a gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he hears Yosuke coming and hid somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table, made of thick, solid glass. It is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means that the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There is a closet, but no one could fit inside, in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked up from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it can even be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can possibly be human. Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Calm down, don't be scared. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream, his terror is so great. You won't hurt, don't be scared. You won't hurt. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. Bro just got brain ASMR. Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be leading a neurosurgeon at such a young age.
いいのよ。あなたたちみたいな人が来てくれたのは私としてもありがたいところだし。
Her friend's smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty.
はじめまして。崎坂文則くんの主治医の丹保です。
文則の友人で殿浩二と言います。彼女は筑波陽。
Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at the university medical center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which their request was granted.
崎坂くんの件について話が聞きたいっていうことだけど、それは私の方でも同じでね。
はあ。
彼、一昨日の診察に来てくれなかったのよ。留守電に入れた伝言にも返事がないし。
2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house. Koji frowns, wondering what was so important enough for him to blow off his appointment.
彼、学校ではどんな様子？
どうもこうも。もうめちゃくちゃです。
Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out the corner of his eye, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully.
事故の前とまるで人が違ったみたいに見えます。僕たちもいろいろとどうしていいかわからなくて。それで今日は先生の話を伺えたらと。
あなたたちも医大生？
She asks out of nowhere.
はい。
彼のカルテ見てみたいと思う。
見せてくれるんですか、そんなもの。
Koji replies, incredulous. Dr. Tunbo regards him silently for a moment and sighs and says,
それも病院には無断でね。一昨日の晩、この病院に誰かが押し入ってね。保管庫から崎坂くんのカルテを盗んでいったの。
本当ですか？
Shaya. She stares hard at the astonished students, then shakes her head with a tired smile.
まあ、あなたたちは無関係そうね。ちょっと安心したわ。
当たり前です。
でも、犯人は崎坂くんの容体に興味があるか、それとも彼の治療記録を消したかったのか。いずれにせよ、彼に関わりのある人間としか思えないわ。
はあ。
An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tembo and finds her staring back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion.
あなたには他に心当たりはない？咲坂君の知り合いでそういうことをやりかねないような人。
Perhaps Dr. Tenbo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him.
知り合いだか何なのか自分にもよくわからないんですが、多分医者か医学関係の人で。
Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tenbo's expression.
ご存知なんですか？
咲坂君がその男といつどうやって知り合ったのかわかる？
いえ、こっちが知りたいぐらいです。先生、一体何者なんですか？あのオーガイっていう人は。
After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Danbo loses a heavy sigh.
いいわ。その気になれば簡単に調べがつくことだし。大貝正彦はうちの大学にいた教授よ。いろいろと不祥事があって半年以上前に免職になったけど。
不祥事って一体何を？
そこから先は部外者に話せることじゃないわ。どのみち咲坂君には何の関係もないことよ。
Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tenbo's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that the Sogai person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori.
先生、もしかしたら咲坂文則は刑事事件に関わっているかもしれないんです。
He says, making up his mind. Well, he's decided that Fuminori is not to be trusted. At the sudden declaration, both Yo and Tambo raise their eyebrows.
どういうこと？
彼を訪ねていったっきり行方不明になってしまった人間がいます。もちろん文則は否定していますが。
それって大見ちゃんのこと？
Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice.
すまん、つくば。君には言えなかった。
Dr. Tenbo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before.
そのオーガイという人物が今文則の関心の焦点になっているらしいんです。彼が何者で文則が彼の何について探っているのか。お願いです、先生。教えてください。この病院で。
I'm so eager to read the rest that I don't even want to wait for the voice acting. Dr. Tenbo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head.
ごめんなさい。こればかりは私の一存で話せる事柄じゃないの。
先生。
でも少しだけ待って。私は私なりにいろいろと調べてみる。
お願いします。
Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust his young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far.
お互い携帯の番号を交換しておきましょう。何か分かったら連絡するわ。
ええ、わかりました。
わかりました。わかりました。
Are you guys enjoying the game?
I am. What the?
Hello, game. Do you need my input to continue? What happened to me? Yosuke's awareness returns slowly, as though rising from a bog. He's cold. No, hot. Something itches, like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room, it's everywhere. Terror shatters Yosuke's sanity. He throws off the thing lying atop him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing onto the floor. But is it really the floor? The long wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his finger. The floor is made of worms. He tears his limbs free of the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and tumbles on the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Where did that thing take me? Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor towards the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There is no place to run. Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home. In the small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like some cruel joke, everything is exactly where it should be in Yosuke's studio. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bone shatters, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is someone else here? Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster has returned. Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken weasel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Oh, that's horrible. The monster's growls are getting closer, holding his breath. Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep himself from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Honey? Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. The monster screams as the stake pierces his chest and punches through the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe. Yosuke grabs the bone and twists it with all its might. The monster convulses and gurgles, its trembling tentacles reaching up as though begging for help. Oh, that actually hurt. Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crashing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, his groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops switching, Yosuke, panting hard, tears the stake from its corpse and rises it to its feet. Something squeals. Yosuke turns around to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate, rage-filled attack both exhilarating him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. Grinning maniacally, Yosuke raises his stake and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees, screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monsters might end this nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. Oh. When the monster trips and falls in the dining room, Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down, his bloodlust unsated. He pulls it free, then drives it into the monster's flesh once, twice, 3 times and more, until there is nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There's no escape, no end to the nightmares. The last remnants of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind.
Konnichiwa, Oji-san.
Yosuke turns to the sound of a girl's voice. She is standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of his filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty.
おじさんには私がどう見える？
ああ、とっても可愛いよ。
Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him.
本当じゃあ実験は成功かも。
Oh. Yosuke walks up to the strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair.
こんな可愛らしい女の子はこの世界には君
He's
一
gone
人
crazy.
しかいないんだろうね。
おじ
He's
さん
gone full Oji-san. Oh no. She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his angry stare.
お嬢ちゃん、おじさんと遊んでくれるかい？
Oh no.
いいけど何するの？
The grin parts Yosuke's lips, and he replies,
そりゃあもうおじさんが楽しめそうなこと全部さ。
No, Oji-san, please don't. With that, he grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide. Oh! Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, stimulating Yosuke's sadism. Even after killing those two monsters, the embers of violence still smolder in his heart. And now, they have new fuel to burn.
いい顔だよお嬢ちゃん。おじさんにもっと可愛らしい顔をして見せてくれないか？
Oh no, it's actually over. The terrified girl flees into the Sakisaka house. Yosuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt.
いや来ないで。
Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his longer stride. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she can resist. Oh.
話して。そんなどうして？
Isn't she like...
どうしてなの？
Okay, I have a problem with this. If she's like a big scary can she like... Maybe she will, I don't know.
だから言っただろう。お嬢ちゃんが可愛らしすぎるからだって。
Enjoying the sensation of her thin arms struggling futilely against his grip, Yosuke uses his weight to hold her down while ripping off the remaining scraps of clothing.
やだこんなの嫌やめて。
Yosuke stares at the smooth, perfect body of the girl flopping beneath him. The thoughts of violating such an immaculate creature amidst the horrors of this twisted world is irresistibly erotic. Dude, was he already messed up before this? Yosuke runs his tongue over her stomach and chest, as though preparing to eat her whole. She stiffens and whimpers at the sensation.
こんなはずじゃないのに。
Dude, don't you have like super strength or something? Her tear-choked voice satisfies Yosuke's lust for conquest. This nightmare has violated him, but now he is able to visit the same torment on this innocent girl. Where he was once the victim, he is now the victimizer. The release it feels is intoxicating. No, stop! I'm scared, Fuminori! I haven't even done anything yet. Putting his mouth close to the sobbing girl's ear, Yosuke whispers, If you're this scared already, how will you scream when I put it in you? YouTube, they're talking about like food for sure. He's gonna feed her. He's gonna go to the kitchen, cook him nice pancakes, and put some nice cream on top, and then they're gonna have a nice lunch of pancakes. Help me, Fuminori. How can she? I don't get it. Wouldn't she be able to? Is that an inconsistency or what? She's managed to kill like one person. Okay, right, one person. As always, the sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. It's jarring though to see a character go from very proper, fine and proper, to this. It's sorta like, okay, it makes me think a bit of Metamorphosis. You guys know that Dojin, and the father scene in specific. But it feels like from the beginning it was already messed up, but this character just felt like so out of nowhere. It's bizarre to see a character that had a normal life and family just suddenly go like this. I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm rambling. My bad. The sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I have grown more accustomed to my condition, but that is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search for the Hogai house has finally borne fruit. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of the writing tray. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they show 3 buildings. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address: Nagano Prefecture, M Village, Tochigi Prefecture, S Town, Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. Okay, many names. None of the names is familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why. Wait, I need to... Sorry, I needed to burp. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Saya, I want so bad to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. When I step through the gate, I see the front door is wide open. Again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. And it's not just her. I also hear a low, wet grunting. There's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. A monster is in my house and is attacking Saya. The filth oozing from his... Okay, tentacle. It looks like tentacle. Hentai. Oh god. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin and moves with animal ferocity. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. Rage erupts inside me like a black lava. The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it, because it flails its tentacles wildly as it cries to drive me away. My bloodlust still unsated, I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. The blade enters its body with a fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffer for what it has done to Saya. I give myself through the fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beating stops moving... Flesh beating? Flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that it can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver onto the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally begin to regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but the pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile, and in the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from a corner in the kitchen.
Saya.
I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes that it's me, she clings onto my body and cries. Just that weird creature and like... How? Like, I'm... Okay. I'm not gonna question it. Maybe I'll look it up online. I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. By the way, maybe ask me tomorrow. If Lucky Charms, if you're watching this right now, tomorrow... when I wake up, instantly bring it up and go like, "Oh, Fuyo, by the way, the reason why Saya didn't actually manage to kill the dude was because... Blah, blah, blah." Okay, go full nerd emoji on me, please. Everything in this twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. God, the art is so pretty though. She says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest. I tried to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial. I don't understand. What is she saying?
私この人の頭の中をふみのりと同じ状態にして、ふみのりが感じるのと同じように世界が見えるようにしたの。
She answers, glancing at the dismembered monster with her swollen eyes. It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words.
それは一体どうやって。
Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice.
私にはそういうことができるの。他の私に生まれつき備わってる能力なの。どこをどういじればいいのかはその生き物によってまちまちだから、ちゃんと勉強してからでないとダメだけど、ふみのりの脳に何があったのか私は下調べして分かってたから。だから同じことができるかどうか。
なんでそんなことを。
そうすればみんなふみのりみたいに私に優しくしてくれるようになるかと。
Oh, dude. Ugh. My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish.
それなのにこの人は全然優しくなんかなかった。さやのことをいじめたいって、壊したいって言って、あんな。
She starts crying onto my chest again, unable to say anymore. I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What the frick? Why do I feel like... I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. But the writing is really good. Frick. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. So she, instead of like doing it and then reversing it, she just made the dude... Okay, alright. However, there is one thing that I can answer here and now. Saya is mistaken.
僕がさやに優しいのは僕が事故に遭ったからだって、そう君は思ったんだね。
I mean, is she wrong? She nods sadly. I smile and shake my head.
違うよ。それはただの始まりでしかない。
Okay, so he's not straight up denying it.
そんな簡単なことじゃないんだよ。僕とさやが出会って、それから二人で過ごした時間のその一日一日の積み重ねが今の僕らの関係を作ってるんだ。
ふみのり。
あの日から今日までさやと一緒にいた僕だから、さやに優しくして大切にしてあげたいって、そう思う僕になった。そう思われるさやになったんだ。これって大変なことだろう。
Saya's still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest.
分かってる。さっきやっと分かった。
Her smile shines through her tears.
さやにはふみのりしかいないんだって。ふみのりみたいな人はもう他に誰もいないんだって。
At this point, man... Now more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us, and I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why, I've never said it before. Perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put into words at least once this oath of mine.
さや、僕は君のことが。
待って。
She stops me with a finger against my lips.
その前に、みのり、一つだけ確かめさせて。
僕の望み。
Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity.
さっきも言ったけど、私には私にしかできない方法で生き物の体に干渉できる。
Yeah, she could... Theoretically, she could fix him.
人間の脳をいじる方法もこれでちゃんと確認が取れたわ。だから
Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before continuing.
今ならあなたの頭を元の状態に戻すこともできるの。
なんだって。
Until now, that hasn't even been in the realm of possibility.
その人にやったのと逆のことを海のりにしてあげればいいだけ。とっても。
I replay Saya's words in my head to be sure of their meaning.
だから海のり、教えて。あなたが昔の暮らしに戻りたいかどうか。あの事故で失ったものを取り戻したいのかどうか。
Oh no. I have to choose? Oh. Oh, frick. Oh no. Oh. Oh god. Oh, I'm gonna have to replay this game. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna guess the Lucky Charms are saying go the daughter-wife route. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm gonna choose to. I'm gonna say I don't need it anymore, and I'm gonna maybe play a different route on my own spare time. Yeah. On a terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back on this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. Here at this moment, there is no doubt in my mind.
あの人は誰だったんだい?
Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster.
隣の家に住んでたおじさん。名前は知らないけど。
鈴見さんか。
He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go so far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. And now I've killed him with my own two hands. I feel little. Wait, you feel little? Little what? Mr. Suzumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat around me belonged to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone forever, like the life of the man called Suzumi.
なあさや、僕の異常を治すことは医者には絶対できないことだったんだ。
海のり？
人間にできないことを簡単にできるっていう君は人間じゃないんだね。
Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered corpse.
昔読んだ漫画でさ、事故から生き返ったせいで世界が当たり前に見えなくなる男の話があった。今の僕みたいにね。
I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite well.
その男の目には人間が石くれに、機械のロボットが美女に見えるんだ。だから男は人とは似ても似つかないロボットに恋をしてしまうんだ。
I retrieved the cleaver, picked up a piece of Suzumi's body, and start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating.
なあ、これうまそうだし食べちゃおうか。
海のり。
あ、ごめん。今はそんな気分になれないよね。でも死んじゃえば肉は肉だし、捨てるのももったいないと思わないか。また冷蔵庫にしまっておこうよ。
あなたはいいの？
いいよ。
I answer easily. There is no longer any room for doubt in my mind.
あと、隣の家に奥さんと娘さんがいるはずなんだ。旦那がいなくなったら騒ぐかもしれないし、通報される前に飼っとこうと思うんだが。
Oh my god.
そんな風であなたはいいの？
Sai asks again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. I guess I still haven't convinced her of my sincerity.
さっきの漫画の話だとね、人でないものを愛した男は最後に自分が人間であることをやめて恋を成就させるんだ。
She wanted to fix him, but accidentally just broke him further. Oh my god. Dude.
ハッピーエンドだよ。だろ？
ふみのり。
さやと一緒にいられるのなら僕はもう何もいらない。何もかもこのままでいい。
Tossing the knife of meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more.
もう言ってもいいよね。さや、君のこと。
As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her face.
あなたのこと後悔させたくないのに。なのに。
I've sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. We have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again.
でも嬉しい。私って身勝手だよね。
身勝手でいいよ。さやのわがままなら聞くよ、僕は。
Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar before.
あとの2人だけど、多分おじさんが殺してる。
If she heard them, then probably other people did too. No?
そうか。そりゃ好都合だ。
After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from Suzumi's house. That should be enough to hold us for a while, and we can use the refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together. Sai and I will be just fine, except for the police. What the frick do you mean you'll be just fine? Oh my god.
知ってる。
This is a slow descent into madness. Everybody else is thinking of the consequences anymore. I don't think they thought of the consequences anyways. By they, I mean our main character. Oh my god. I think I recognize this picture. After we finish our labors and get into bed, I show Saya what I found in Ogai's house.
この一枚見覚えがあるよ。うん。確かにさやの知ってる場所。
The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with the Tochigi prefecture address on the back.
これは家だよね。それと木と山。
そう。ふみのりすごいね。写真も見られるようになった？
まあね。
A little. At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The houses in front of me, the mountains far behind them, the clouds high above. Only distant in scale told me what they were. Oh, okay. The photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each one of the 3 pictures shows a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick forest.
パパはね、別荘だって言ってた。ここにいれば誰にも見つからないって。
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they were probably excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? The dates are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for the perfect location for his hideaway? Sai recognizes only one of those houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location on the road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car.
お父さんがここにいる可能性は？
電話してみたけど出なかったよ。多分いないと思う。
でも最近に立ち寄ったことはあるかもしれないよね。
The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero.
明日にでも行ってみようかな、ここ。
Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to object.
でもここ遠いんでしょ？
行って調べて帰ってきても、まあ半日もあれば十分さ。
その間、さやはお留守番なの？
So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's head.
少しは我慢してくれよ。 な、そやだってお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろ。
うん。
After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says,
ねえ、ふみのり。パパのことはもういいよ。
え、
Oh. That's the last thing I expected her to say.
いいって、でも君のお父さんだろ。心配じゃないのか。
いいの。
Saya says, coming closer to feel my warmth.
もうふみのりがいるし。パパって言っても本当の意味でのお父さんっていうわけじゃないの。
You're the new papa. You're the new dad. It's okay.
さやのことを教育してくれたし、ある意味では愛してくれてたのかもしれないけど、でもふみのりの方が優しくてあったかい。
Saya's words make me happy, but I also hear the loneliness in them.
本当に僕だけでもいいのか。
うん。ふみのりは嫌？
いや、でも、そうだな。やっぱり大貝教授には会ってみたい。
Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue.
さやのことをもっとよく知りたいから、僕以外にさやのことを知ってる人がいるならぜひ会ってみたい。
そうなんだ。
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically, as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それに、やっぱり明日この場所に行ってみよう。
Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for his mountain retreat.
さや、寂しいかもしれないけど、ちょっと我慢して待っててくれ。
うん。
She nods and looks questioningly into my eyes.
やっぱりふみのりにはさ、家族とか友達とかもっともっと大勢いた方がいいのかな。
そりゃその方が楽しいだろうね。
Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly add.
でも勘違いしないでくれよ。たとえそういう人たちに囲まれて暮らしてたとしても、さやだけは僕にとって特別な一人なんだからね。
Oh. He's so broken,
あり
dude.
がとう。
Giggling, Saya rubs her cheek against mine.
さやもふみのりが喜びそうなこと、ふみのりのためだけに頑張るからね。
Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. On his way to meet Tio for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches to his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes the ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to this old phone from people who don't know the new number. When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Yogai house.
はい。
いや、コジ。今日はもう講義はないよな。
ああ。
Of course, Fuminori would know that Koji is free on Thursday afternoons.
相談がある。駐車場に来てくれないか。
Time to fight in the parking lot.
今すぐにか。
あ、待ってる。
Fuminori hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. The sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can shake the feeling that something is very wrong.
待たせたか。
いいや。
In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that's why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something's changed.
前にも話したと思うが、僕は今、オーガイっていう人についていろいろと調べなきゃならない。
そうらしいな。
それがな、ここに来ていろいろと難しくなってきたんだ。やっぱり僕一人じゃ無理かもなって。
Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something. But now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepishly green.
で、お前にも手伝ってほしいんだ。コージ。
Grin. Help. Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ？
Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
だって、お前も関心あるんだろ、コージ。
Fuminori responds coldly, his smile unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true motives.
お前も僕の後から、大貝教授の家をいろいろと探し回ってたじゃないか。僕とお前とでバラバラに探すなんて二度手間だよ。どうせなら、協力してもっと効率的にやろう。
Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and viscous, lurking behind Fuminori's smile?
ともかく、今日は足が必要なんだ。車を出してくれないか。
まあ、構わんが。
Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat. Then he gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
で、どこに行くんだ？
栃木の北の方。那須高原の近所だな。
栃木？
Koji can't believe his ears.
住所はこれだ。この建物を探してほしい。
Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address in the back. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back. Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed.
今から出発すれば、夕方頃には着くだろう。
まあ、そうかもしれんが。
Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end.
別荘か何かか、これは。
多分、そこに大貝教授もいるらしい。
Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. It looks like he just has to grin and bear it.
東京に戻るのは夜中かもな。
悪いな。
いいさ。
Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he'd thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding its true face. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face, as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company, and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing. Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Now that she is all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for her loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take her from everything she cherishes. What is going on here? Where has Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tanbo suspect? I'm so engorged in this, dude. Yo recalls the events of last Thursday. Alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her, Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if? A new possibility occurs to her, a reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori. What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known that transpired between her and Fuminori and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. Bingo. As the idea forms in her head, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold. Not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She's never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea on how to respond to the situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It is a text message. There's no title, and the sender is...
Omi-chan!
Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. If you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to this house alone. Tell no one. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that you, Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contained the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times, when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title, and the sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone, tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind is made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. She even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. Come alone. Tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates the most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy it would be to just give it to her cowardice, to convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach. That is what she truly wants. Even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty, she wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink is in the air, the stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the house around her is dead. Houses around her. Also, Lucky Charms, quick cut. Bathroom break for me.
Whoop. Blip. Okay, I'm back. Hi.
Let's continue without further ado. Okay. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses the buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front gate. Okay. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibilities, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo is experiencing right now. She, however, is not forced to wait, as Omi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message from Omi's phone. Come in. The door is open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movement out of the corner in her eye. On the second floor of the Sakisaka house, a tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the messages is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time, she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee. But the terror she feels towards her invisible watcher is stronger, and will not permit her to turn her back upon the open window. She has nowhere to run. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps through the gate. When she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her. Her nostrils. The house is dark, even though it's in the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before, but that doesn't mean Omi is here. She tells herself. They might belong to someone else. Someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here, is there? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clenched fists. The phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then... a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtain. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments, and then stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intention. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide.
誰ですか?
She gathers her courage and calls out into the house, but there is no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi, maybe it's Fuminori? Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope. Otherwise, she could not take another step.
おみちゃんだよね。咲坂くんだよね。
As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It would be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for the release from this nightmare. After climbing for what seemed like an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second floor hallway. No sound greets her. There is only the gloom, brimming with silence, malice.
おみちゃん。おみちゃん。
She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice.
出てきてよ。お願いだよ。こんなの。
The door in front of her is half
や
open.
だよ。
It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from the corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move of its own volition, slowly opens the door. Oh, colorful. Nice. The room is empty. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. She is at her limit. Unable to take a single step more, her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for. Oh frick, I'm gonna have to censor that. What the frick? Suddenly boobs! Thanks, game. Something grabs Ya's arm from behind, something flexible and strong like slime-covered rubber. Yep, that's tentacles. As the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way inside. Man, and here I was thinking, okay, I'm not gonna have to do any post-editing to this VOD. So that was a lie. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primal energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. With escape impossible, y'all can only scream louder. Shut up! Shut up! As something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps itself around her breasts. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding over her skin. As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles to desperately against her attack. Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Yo falls on the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive leg. The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in a dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. From close by comes the beep of buttons being pressed. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She is powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good for attracting males. Now she has her answer. The message from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breasts. Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it is laughing at her. That must be how you tempted Fuminoe. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you? Thief. Something cold seizes Yo's ankle, then travels slowly up her leg until it has covered her entire body. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen. Oh. She'll be R-worded, powerless to resist a fate worse than death. Stop. She pleads feebly, even though there is no hope that the inhuman creature will be merciful. She hears it bubbling in laughter again. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. Yo no longer has the strength to resist the monster on top of her. She is only able to shiver in revulsion as the cold slimy thing covers her body. Her sight grows dim as her mind sinks deeper and deeper into a black swamp-like abyss. A weight pushes itself between her legs, but it seems so far away. Oh. I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whispering to her the side of her head. It is a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Instead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she's ever felt before. It should be unbearable, but there is no longer enough left in Yolif's mind to recognize it as pain. Oh. While she stares blankly at the thing slithering deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats through her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? Oh, Yo. Yo didn't deserve that, man. She's just been buy this game. I feel so bad for her. What the frick? I mean, Tentacle's nice, but you no. It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway.
下が雪道になってなきゃいいがな。
Koji says. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the men. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even looking at him in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem even more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers, not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel that beneath his blended exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch.
近江だけどな。
Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction.
いなくなって今日で1週間になる。まだ何の連絡もない。
そう
Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the distance.
心配だね。どうしたんだろ
Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountains roads near their destination.
もう一度聞くが、お前何か思い当たる節はないか？
う。いや、全然。
Fuminori answers, in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's disappearance.
まるで気にかけてないみたいだな。
そんなことないさ。
Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji could think such a thing.
彼女、僕の家に来る途中でいなくなったんだろう。もちろん僕だって心配だよ。
Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger, but from Fuminori, who was his best friend, it's... Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori were still just hiding inside the shell he directed around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With a sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. All that's left then is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
近江はな、筑波のことでお前に話があったんだ。
ふん。
Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, it seemed like pity. The sword one directs at an ant, or a worm.
筑波さんか。参ったね。まあ、あんなことがあった後だからさ。
Unbelievable. If Fuminori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him, but he didn't. Or at least the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man who looks like his friend is really a different person who only possesses the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. The snow has stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must already be getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph.
本当にこんな場所に別荘なんてあるのか？
人目につかないところだからこそ。
The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots the narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail, overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow.
これ、本当に道か？
Koji stops the car and sticks his head out the window to stare into the dark forest, but he can see where the path leads through the tightly packed trees.
写真だとどう見える？
Fuminori hands Koji the photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees.
なるほどな。
行ってみよう。
Fuminori's tone is as flat as always, but there is a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that his car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. The sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps up the mountain path, Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush between its tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he is traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. Drinking water. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amidst the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in the sand. A perfect match! Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out the car.
Oi!
Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs the flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old, run-down cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say now would matter. All of the windows are shut, with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it is obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time, just like the house in Tokyo. There's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that the search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Of what few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The conditions of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji, it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down to a pitch-black basement. Koji would prefer to leave such forbidding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler. Exactly what one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. The few packages of preserved food sitting in the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates, and the boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned for longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin. And there he finds it, the backyard. Oh my god, it's the ring. It's in much... Okay. One word at a time, Fuyo. Come on, you got this. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of a woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. Ah well. No. Ah well. No, it's a well. I need water. The well has no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers carefully into it, he sees that the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji's search of the cabin has revealed nothing of interest inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai bought this remote home deep in the woods and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here.
人目につかないところだからこそ
Fuminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge? A place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met yesterday at the university. Maybe she'd know something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but it manages to get through. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tenbo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see its doctor. Koji decides that he'd better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone.
どうも、殿浩二です。昨日はお世話になりました。
Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining that he went with Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai.
東京に戻ったらまたこちらから連絡します。では。
After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit to the hospital. Is Dr. Tembo actually investigating like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about this trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking to check upon her, Koji dials Yo's number and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise. Like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
つくばなのか?
There's a response, but it is really... There's a response, but is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji and he realizes that something is terribly wrong.
浩二だ。殿浩二だよ。つくばなのか? 今どこなんだ?
After a short period of nothing but pained moans, words start coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an act of will. Uh-oh.
何があった? おい、つくば、大丈夫か?
Yo must be delirious because Koji can understand the things she is saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she is in unimaginable pain. Well, that's no good. Not tears. She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair seize his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing you can do for her. Ooh.
つくば、警察を呼べ。助けを呼ぶんだ。
Ooh. Yo suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough, as though trying to expel something filling her throat.
Tsukuba!
Koji screams into the phone, his reason overwhelmed by the unimaginable horror. Which is why he is unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand, and also why he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking upon him until it was too late.
No.
Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the wall. There's nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him back over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what has happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills up his mouth and freezes him to the core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well is he able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. Fuminori. He tries to shout, but he comes out as a hoarse groan, distorted by the echo of the cramped space. Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is as clear as a bell. He says scornfully. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, but finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could easily have broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around the inside of the well, searching for something to hold on to, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help. Koji starts to say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, that smile always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji, but at the thought of his friend's death. He can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why could Fuminori try to kill him? True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is that really a motive for murder? Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing. Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world.
Fuminori! Oi! Fuminori!
Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him call for help from the bottom of this mountain well.
Tsukuba ga taihen nanda! Oi, Fuminori! Kiite kure! Koko kara dashite kure!
In this desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and he has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silence brings will kill him. Oh. Yeah, this is definitely 3D, right? Yeah, no, this is definitely 100% 3D. I feel great. The same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I have killed a man, and no one will ever know. It's a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw into the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. The plan formed in my mind the moment that I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned, in which case it would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. Hold on. I need more water. I've had the water. We continue. Wouldn't be a waste of time. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket. A dry well. It's like the fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and this phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. But he doesn't know that he still left a voicemail for the doctor. Now, one of two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me, and Saya, has vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. Tsukuba Yo. I mustn't underestimate her, just because she's less aggressive than Koji. Even she should be able to see a connection between the disappearances of her two friends. I suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he'd reported our location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flats station just as the train starts running. Oh, it's a meat train. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not long enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking up a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be dangerous, and I'm not sure how I'd get her out of there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I thought that she'll be quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it will be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show her that I'm a man who can take care of business. Don't worry, she already took care of it. They're so synchronized and perfect for each other. Oh. God damn. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose that I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. The search of Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust, with no trace of his having been there. But I see no reason to be frustrated. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity.
Tadaima.
It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home, and the sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. It makes me feel warm inside.
Okaeri, Fuminori.
She throws her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than usual.
遅くなってごめんな。いろいろ予定が変わったもんで。
私の方ももうちょっとで準備が終わるとこ。
準備？
Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile.
ふみのりをね、びっくりさせる準備。
どういうこと？
まだ内緒。それよりふみのり疲れてるでしょ？お腹空いてる？それともお風呂？
I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in the dirt and sweat of the road.
軽く何か口に入れて、それから風呂に入りたいな。
そう言うと思って沸かしてあるよ、お風呂。一晩中外にいたんだもんね。寒かったでしょ。
ああ、そりゃもう。
I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. Bath.
大変だったんだ。
While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventure. He talks about that like he went to gather mushrooms or something. Dude just killed his friend.
殺すのは思った以上に楽だったんだよ。ただ帰り道がね。
The heat of the bath is soothing, as is the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as she massages the fatigue out of my stiff muscles. Ah, I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We've left the entrance and the hallway untouched, just in case someone should see inside. So these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home.
この季節でも山の寒さは尋常じゃないね。薄着で行ったのはつくづく失敗だった。夜中あたりは投資するんじゃないかってヒヤヒヤしたよ。
そのコウジって人の服も取り上げて重ね着してくればよかったのに。
おいおい、コウジは井戸に落としたんだってば。
ああ、そっか。
They're talking so innocently about this, oh my god. Saya laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully.
で、あと心配なのがつくばよって女の人。
コウジが消えたのと僕のことを結びつけて考えそうなのはそいつ一人だけだからね。
Saya glances at me over her shoulder like she knows something that I don't.
その人の殺し方、もう文則は考えてあるの？
それがまだなんだ。いろいろと考えたんだけどね。だからサヤの知恵も借りようかと思ってさ。
任せといて。
She says, grinning with unusual confidence.
サヤはね、文則が想像もつかないような方法を知ってるよ。
そうか。
さてと、もういい加減仕上がってる頃だし。
Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rinses from the bath.
でよ、文則。見てほしいものがあるんだ。目をつぶって。私がいいって言うまで開いちゃダメ。
I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen. I actually thought that was my house.
サヤ、上に何かいるんじゃ。
目を開けちゃダメ。
She admonishes me, then strokes my arm soothingly.
危ないものじゃないから安心して。
Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choked sob. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in our house after what happened 2 days ago. But then, I realize that something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such a clear emotion to me? Although my eyes are still closed when Saya leads me to my bedroom, my ears tell me that there is someone only a few feet away. And yet, I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach.
さあ、ご対面。文則、目を開けて。
I open my eyes, and I'm struck dumb by what I see. Tsukuba-yo is curled up on the floor, with not a scrap of clothing to cover her shivering body. When I first lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I'm entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions. Far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom, naked? Moreover, why is she...
どう、文則。この子の体、どんな風に見える？
綺麗だ。でも、なんで僕にもちゃんと。
It doesn't make sense. This is the Tsukuba-yo I remember, not the putrid creature whose tensions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is.
この子ね、文則のことが好きだったんだって。
I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she find out?
だから私、この子の体を作り変えてあげたの。ちゃんと文則にも可愛がってもらえるような
Saya pauses
姿
to
に
gauge my reaction, then continues with a satisfied nod.
私の同類にしてあげたの。
どうして？どうやって？
I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but this last statement is even more baffling. She changed Yo?
ねえ文則、一昨日も言ったでしょ？ 私には他の生き物の体に細工ができるんだって。
Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. But now...
隣のおじさんにしたような小細工じゃなくて、今回のは大掛かりな変換だったけど、でもこれが私の能力の本当の使い方なんだよ。実際にやってみたのはこれが初めてなんだけど。
これが
Is this
本当によ。
really Yo? I don't know why I read that. Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature unrecognizable as a human, Yo is now the very image of a human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is.
人か人目の生態構造についてはね、サヤはもうこの星で一番のエキスパートなの。
Saya declares,
いっぱい勉強し
her
たからね。
voice full of pride in her first creation.
勉強って何を誰から学んだんだ。いつどうやって。
She couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
だって毎日海のりの注ぎ込んでもらったじゃない、私の中に。
Oh.
あれ、要は人間っていう生き物の設計図みたいなものだから、私にはそれを読み解くことができるの。
What is she really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. Sai is something that far transcends my species.
でもね、やっぱり最初だったもんだから手際よくできなくって。
When Saya approaches, Yo trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly. It's like she doesn't know how to move her own body. And the only sounds coming out of her mouth are frightened moans.
喋れないのか。
うん、あいにく心の方は壊れちゃったみたい。
Damn.
なんだかんだで変身が終わるまでに20時間もかかっちゃったから、
20
ちょっ
hours.
とかわいそうなことしちゃったかな。
Oh god. Yo looks up at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She's no longer able to ask me for help though, or even to call my name.
で、どう？気に入ってくれた？
Saya asks, her eyes shining with anticipation. I'm at a loss for how to respond.
どうって。
だってふみのり、友達や家族が欲しいって言ってたでしょ。だからこれはさやからのプレゼント。
Her innocent explanation only confuses me further.
プレゼントって。おいおい。子犬か何かじゃあるまいし。
似たようなもんだよ。どうせ頭の中なんて真っ白なんだから。
You can just say the dogs have their heads empty. That's just rude. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common
いや、
sense.
人間一人を監禁し続けるっていうのは多分かなり厄介なもんだと思うよ。
大丈夫だよ。ほら、こうやって鎖でつないであるし。
The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I have no idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo trembles on the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligible unintelligible animal, Saya said.
それにこの子、どっちみち逃げ出して何かしようとかね。これでもうふみのりが心配することなんてないでしょ。
Saya has a point. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old Yo, and if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. Though there's still the problem of what she means by giving Yo to me.
嬉しくない？
Saya asked dejectedly. Her confidence slowly gone.
私また何か勘違いしてた？文則のこと困らせちゃった？
いや、
でも
この子の世話はちゃんと私が一人でやるよ。文則にめんどくさい思いなんてさせないよ。それでもダメ？
Saya just adopted a pet. That's not it. The last thing I want is to reject the symbol of Saya's affection. But how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor?
そういうことじゃない。違うんだ。
Yo is the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in the 3 months since the accident, and she's a woman. A woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the voices of reason that's telling me not to be.
嬉しいよ。嬉しいんだけど、素直に喜んでいいのかどうか。
Saya looks puzzled, as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at.
いや、だってほら、この子だって女の子だからさ。僕がサヤの他に別の女の子と一緒に暮らすっていう
Yeah, right?
嫌じゃないのか。
After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say.
そんな文則って考えすぎだよ。
Maybe I am worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his feelings.
おかしい。本当に優しいんだね。
そうか。
この子はね、文則のこと喜ばすためだけにさやが用意したの。文則がこの子のこと好きになって、この子と過ごすのを楽しいって思うようになってくれたら、それだけさやも嬉しいんだよ。それ遠慮するようなことじゃないよ。
こいつじゃなんだが。
I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings.
男ってものすごく下劣な生き物だから。
Damn, okay, I would have preferred if you went, I appreciate your gift, but I only want you in my life because love or something like that, except it's kind of twisted because of their situation, but whatever.
ほら、ヨウの体ってサヤの裸とはまた全然違う特徴があるだろう。これってサヤの
To be honest, Saya could probably like morph her own body.
そのかなり気をそそられるってのが。
Okay, okay, so he's admitting, okay, alright, fine, whatever. Why am I trying to... With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider until finally she starts shaking with laughter.
わかるわかる。文則は男の子だからそれでいいの。正常な本能だよ。
Saya exclaims jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from her eye with the other.
いいのか。
I ask again, as though trying to force her to say no. Saya answers me with a smile whose like I've never seen before. It is calm, so terribly calm, and there's something bewitching about the soft set of lips that sets it apart from her usual bright, childish expression.
文則とさやは恋人同士。で、筑波陽はそんな二人のペット。
Okay. Alright.
この子は私と文則に可愛がられるたびにそのことを思い出すの。これから毎日。
Oh, okay, okay.
とね。
Alright. Okay. I finally know why Saya has chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. And that is the very reason Saya visited it upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifyingly cruelty of what she has done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me. For the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. Oh dude, what the frick? I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's present.
さやは気に入ってるのかい？
とっても綺麗で触り心地もいいんだよ。
そうか。じゃあ二人でこいつと遊ぶ時もさやはさやで楽しめるんだね。
もちろん。
Grinning happily, Saya grabs the chain and pulls Yo to her feet.
ねえ海のり、触ってごらんよ。柔らかくて気持ちいいよ。
As Yo looks up to me with teary, pleading eyes, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body and right breasts. I run my fingers through her hair, finding it as smooth as Saya's. Enjoying the feel, I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind, and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. Oh god, I'm gonna have to censor that as well! I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her boobies. She flinches in pain at the sudden rough treatment, but I ignore her and continue to knead her breasts as lust demands. They're incredibly soft when I squeeze them. It's like my fingers are being sucked inside. The tears in Yo's eyes cause a new sadistic desire to well up within me. She must not have been sufficiently prepared, as her choked scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminds me of how Suzumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. He did this noise when you did that?
辛そうだね。
Saya says, peering curiously at Yo's tear-streaked face.
気持ちいい？この子。
まあ。
The hypnotic quivering of her thighs as she trembles beneath me, her breasts heaving like storm-tossed ships. These sights and sensations are enough to stimulate my basest lusts, and the night has only just begun. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I consider what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms. After everything that I've experienced in this game, I know I started by going, oh gosh darn it, I wish they had not censored. There's a part of me that's been beaten to the pulp, my emotional heart, that I'm just glad it skipped that. Which is kind of funny because I actually probably is something that I would read in hentai pretty often, like eroge, sadism, blah blah whatever. But after the whole emotional roller coaster that we've been through, I wait, what the frick? I'm glad that got skipped. That is painful. Let's continue. Oh, okay. How are you feeling, Lucky Charms? You holding up? You feeling like me or not really? Okay. Later, as I lie in my bed drained of energy, I consider what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting in my arms. Yo is curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not have imagined that the three of us would be a family. A new home, new food, new family, all granted to me by Saya. She has selflessly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amidst despair. And I, too, have changed. I have killed 2 people with my own hands, and made a third my mindless slave. Yet despite all that I have done, I am still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori that I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world into which we are heading, and so, while playing with Saya's hair, I ask,
君は一体何者なんだい?
I don't expect an answer. If Saya is asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her eyes.
うまく言葉では説明しにくいんだけどね。
She thinks for a while, searching for the right words, then says simply,
タンポポって花があるよね。種を風に乗せて飛ばすやつ。
うん。
綿毛の種は風に運ばれて、ふるさとから遠く遠く離れて、もしかしたら草木なんか一本も生えてない砂漠に落ちちゃうかもしれない。そんな時、たった一粒のその種が何を思うか、それを想像してくれれば分かってもらえるかもしれない。
As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her story.
種はもちろん草の種だからね。その気になって頑張れば砂漠を砂漠じゃなくしてしまえる。ただ一粒だけの種でも、もしかしたら頑張ろうって思うようになるかもしれない。頑張って育って増えて、いつかこの土地が一面のタンポポ畑になるまで頑張ろうって、そんな風にタンポポの種が心を決めるとしたら、どんな時だと思う？
それは
I whisper entranced. Saya smiles softly and caresses my cheek.
それはね、その砂漠にたった一人だけでも花を愛してくれる人がいるって知った時、タンポポの花は綺麗だねって種に
Pretty sure
話
that's
し
not
かけ
how
てくれた時、
plants work, but okay, I kinda get it. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and joy.
あなたのこと大好き。
I pull her into my chest, nodding silently.
ずっとそばにいて、いつまでも私の隣に。
ああ、もちろん。
Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. He has been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Hold on, Lucky Charms, I actually made them. I need a second. I need a second, hold on. Okay, I'm back with comfort edible paper money high. And also I had to go take a pee. Alright, back. Continuing. He's been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Whoops. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost the strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes. Random unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all of them are happy times. There are sad, painful memories as well, but even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she'd had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then he dreams that he is diving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he loops up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumblings of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells me that this dream is wrong. Have I ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, then abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of the sea, and that circle of light isn't the moon. It is the mouth of the well, The sun has already risen. Risen. And somebody is right outside with a car. The last piece falls into place, and he becomes Tono Koji once more. Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. He keeps screaming with all of his might. Soon the echoes in the cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if he's just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of the well. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like eternity on the edge of despair. Soon, the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouettes of a person staring down into the well. A woman's voice! Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. The silhouette vanishes, restoring to light to a perfect circle. Fear of being left alone again threatens to send Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. She said she is going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ache, and his fingers and toes are numb, but though exhausted, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. At the top of the well. Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. Oh. Are you sure that's smart? After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is the savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down, the beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon she is standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with... Sensei? Doctor? That was a bit obvious, right? Koji indeed had not imagined that the savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. You literally called her, what do you mean? Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she is wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light is a blocky all-purpose type featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners. In addition to the main floodlight, survival gear, and professional grade by the look of it. Dr. Danbo says Riley as she gives Koji a once-over. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to him. She walks around with a flask. Maybe Koji's is just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman, and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig, and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquid sears his tongue. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor. The dark smile on her face doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tanbo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, it is possible, however, unlikely that the change in her features is due to the ominous shadows cast by the lamp. Her lamp. It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor. Ryoko replies brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed professor.
は
Koji still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly, but it's a different part of what she just said that seizes his attention.
あ。じゃあ筑波は筑波陽にも連絡を。
したよ。君と一緒でつながらない。正直なところ、私はてっきり君も死体になってるもんだと思ってたんだがね。
That's right. He almost died. And at the ends of the men he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration welled up inside of him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he has no idea if Tsukuba's safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same to her?
まあ落ち着け。ここで君がいくら殺気だって見たところで始まらん。
Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well.
何かあったと思ったのなら警察には届けてくれたんですか。
警察だと？
Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea.
そうか。君はまだそういう形でケリがつけられるものだと思っているわけか。
どういう意味です？
Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji is about to demand answers when she cuts him off with a gesture and shines her light at the corner of the well.
トノー君、こいつには気づかなかったのか？
は？
In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are a different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for.
気づきませんでした。
ふん。
Ryoko's gaze moves slowly among the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach into open-handed.
君、いいところに落ちてくれたよ。
Ryoko
ひょうたん
says
か
with a
ら
grin
困って
smile.
やつか。
She wastes no time thrusting her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall.
先生。
Ryoko pulls her hands out and gives a different colored stone a gentle push. With the rumble of weights shifting, the stone slides smoothly back into the wall.
こういう仕掛けか。
So that's how
やら
you...
れたよ。
Oh wait.
前に来た時は気づきもしなかった。
前にも来た。
Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers into the opening in the beam of her floodlight. Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain.
私は先に進むが、トノー君、君はここに残ることを勧める。
Her warning is utterly devoid of warmth. Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now, thanks to the 190 proof vodka he just drank, but although feeling has returned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well again makes him shiver.
一緒に行きます。連れてってください。
まあ好きにしろ。
Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow.
前にお会いした時と随分雰囲気が違いますね。
Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading away.
ここは病院じゃない。君は患者じゃない。営業スマイルが必要か？
じゃあこっちが先生の字ですか。
さあ、どうだかな。どうだっていいことだろ。
Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over her shoulder, he sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the path.
何です？
あの井戸から降りてきたやつの小細工さ。
Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji.
長さは私が使ったロープのほぼ2倍。途中に結び目があって、端は両方とも切断されてる。この両端がつながって輪になってたのさ。
Wait, what?
え？
外のどこかにこの輪を引っ掛けて、井戸の底まで伝って降りる。その後、ナイフで輪を切って井戸の中に引っ張り込めば、井戸の底に降りた痕跡は残らない。
Oh. Not sure I understand how it works, but sure. Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it ends in a closed wooden door about 10 meters ahead.
こうやってここに逃げ込んだやつは追っ手の目をくらませたのさ。
先生、さっき前にも来たっていうのは。
ああ、君や咲坂君だけじゃない。私も以前鴎外を追ってこの別荘に来た。
Oh, frick! As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had hanging underneath.
他に出口がないとしたら、奴はまだあの扉の向こう側にいるわけだ。
At first, Koji thinks that she is holding a steel pipe. Amazed that she would be carrying a weapon, Koji looks closer and is appalled when he sees what it really is. A gun. And not one of those sleek handguns that he'd seen in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing its aura of brutal efficiency.
何ですかそれ。
ショットガン、12番口径。
Ryoko replies blandly, as though naming a brand of cigarettes.
私にはこいつを持ち歩く資格なんてないし、こんな風に改造するのも銃刀法違反だ。他に質問は？
そんなもの持ち出して一体どうするつもりです？
Ryoko looks over her shoulder and gives Koji her most chilling smile yet.
王外の正体を初めて知った時、私はただの善良な一般市民だった。交通違反すら無縁のね。
The woman whom Koji believed was just a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as she continues, her tone sharp and bitter.
あの時にこいつがあったなら、私は多分王外をきっちり殺せていただろう。そうなってれば、もしかしたら君たちがこんな災難に巻き込まれることもなかったかもしれない。
ああ。
Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch, as understanding moves farther and farther out of his grasp.
だから、これから私がやることは一切合切。君とその友達が足を突っ込んでる泥沼なありさまを終わらせてやるための手続きだ。その辺をよく理解して余計な口は突っ込まないこと。いいね。
Koji can only nod weakly in this response. With the light of her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up to the door and takes a deep breath. Then she kicks the door open, putting all her full weight behind the blow. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 25 meters square. The tilted floor is set with drainage grates, and there's no mistaking the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of NML and drugs line on the side of space, and against the opposite wall stand a writing desk and bookshelves. Those things Koji recognizes. The mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues and masks that must have been left by a race of savages, tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of color, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Any would fetch a hefty price at an antique store, if not for the one thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. It's as though each was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. House decorations of Saya, or something like that, maybe. Rare-looking books of the sort that he found in Ogai's home are piled here and there, and on one shelf are stacked some scrolls that look to be made of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Sorry. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Finally, there are indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the walls. Even the two sliding backboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy.
見るんじゃない。
Ryoko snaps at him.
いいか、ここから動くな。絶対に何かに触ったりするな。目を引くようなものがあっても、見つめたりしちゃいけない。まずいと思ったらすぐに目をそらして自分の靴を見ろ。わかった。
はあ。
Ryoko switches her light fluorescent runners on and sets it on a nearby table, where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun, only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools, a digital camera and a can of spray paint. She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand on, and steps into the blackboard while looking at the camera's side-mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint, then moves on to the next.
先生。
レッスン1。妙な図形やラテン語の文章とかは絶対に読むな。見つめるな。機械の目で記録しておいて、後で注意深く調べればいい。現物はその場で塗りつぶすか何かして破壊しろ。
Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that she is only looking at the screen of her camera. Even then, only in short glimpses. and never directly at any of the drawings. He understands what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any sense.
一体どういう。
ここまで深入りしたんなら工学のために黙って聞いておけ。あと水晶球とか鏡の類も危ない。下手に壊すとヤブヘビになったりするから、とりあえず布でもかぶせるか電気を浴びせて封印しろ。
Koji begins to fear that this doctor might be even crazier than Fuminori. Despite the bursts of energy he received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from this night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon the walls are covered in black paint, and the stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine.
とりあえずこんなところか。
Ryoko says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera.
オーガイって人はどうなったんです？
Koji asks, supporting himself against the nearby table.
ああ、そこにいたよ。
Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there. Her cynical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Behind the screen is a large easy chair. Although he's never met the men before, Koji is fairly certain that the person sitting in it is Ogai Masahiko. Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in the sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from the bones offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. His empty eye sockets and wide open jaw are filled with darkness, the same darkness that surrounded Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny hole in Ogai's right temple is almost demure. Demure. The revolver that he presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko must have noticed Ogai's corpse while she was spray painting the walls, and still she kept working without batting an eyelash. Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone sane. But if not for her, Koji remembers himself with a bitter smirk. He would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would have ever found him. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He's pushed himself so hard, and spiritus vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses on the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness, and the last thing he sees are Ogai Masahiko's gaping eye sockets staring at him. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. A bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even one that smells of mold and dust, and especially after sleeping in the cold mud all night. There are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft warm light of a lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor. Koji realizes that he's in Ogai's cabin, in the bedroom that he searched before the Fuminori pushed him into the well.
お目覚めかい。
Ryoko is sitting in the chair against the wall, her expression blank as she studies the pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. She turns a page, then takes a bite from a sandwich in her free hand.
食べる元気があるようならそこに。
Without looking up from the files, she gestures towards the convenience store bag sitting in the nightstand.
俺をどうやってここに。
Koji can't imagine that a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could have climbed out of the well with him on her back.
あの地下室、本棚の裏に開かない扉があってね。
Ryoko mutters, taking care not to let explanations interfere with her reading or eating.
苦労して破ってみたら別荘のボイラー室に出た。反対側は薄くモルタルを塗って隠してあったんだな。隠し部屋に機材を運び込んでからドアを塞いで、その後は井戸から出入りしていたんだろう。周到なもんだ。
そこまでして隠さなきゃならないものがあの部屋にあったんですか？
昔はね。それにさっきまでも。
Having finished her sandwich, Ryoko picks up some unsorted papers with her free hand and waves them in the air.
世界中の研究者が誰もかも学会で演壇に登ってリサイタルをやりたがるわけじゃないのさ。自分一人が秘密に通じて、最後には自分のしたいもろとも秘密の墓穴にしまい込んで満足するような、そういう変態野郎もいるんだよ。
Koji still hasn't the slightest idea what Ogai's secret might have been, From what Ryoko said in that tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminori is somehow involved.
文則はどうなっちまったんですか？
Koji asks desperately, no longer caring who he gets answers from.
地下の死体と文則と一体どういう関係があるんです？
今それを調べてるところだよ。
Ryoko replies coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers.
私が咲坂君から聞いたところによると、彼は王外の親族から
ええ、それは俺も聞いてます。
そうか、一貫してるんだな。
Ryoko pulls several sheets of loose leaf paper from a different file.
だが王外に血縁者はいない。私は咲坂君が嘘をついているものとばかり思っていた。だがもう一つの可能性を考えるべきだった。彼は王外の親族を名乗る何者かにそそのかされていたのかもしれない。
Ryoko pauses, then looks sidelong at Koji.
サヤという名前に心当たりは？
She knows.
さや？いいえ、誰なんですか？
さて誰なのか何なのか、読めば読むほどわからなくなっていく。
She sighs bitterly, then returns her attention to the papers in her hand.
間違いなく言えるのは、そいつが王外の研究の核にあるものらしいということだけだ。もし咲坂君がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら、彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込んでいるということになる。
The icy certainty in Ryoko's voice sends a chill down Koji's spine.
だとしたらどうするつもりなんです、文則を。
He has to ask, even though he already knows the answer.
さっきも言ったよね。1年前の私も手元に銃を持ってればってどれだけ後悔したか知れないんだ。
Ryoko replies, smirking at the tension in Koji's voice.
もう二度と後悔するつもりはない。
俺が警察に行けば済むことです。
Ryoko doesn't respond, as though she didn't even hear what Koji just said.
文則がやったことは殺人未遂です。俺が訴えればあいつは犯罪者として。
目撃者は？物証は？咲坂君が君を殺す動機は？なあ殿君、君は警察の仕事についてひどく勘違いしている。彼らの職分は正義を貫くことでも、
そんな
不条理な物事についてきちんと条理に沿った体裁を整える。彼らの思考はいつだってより理解しやすい方、より説明しやすい方に傾いていく。それこそ水が低い方へ低い方へと流れていくように、事実がどうあろうと彼らには興味ない。彼らが感知するところではないんだよ。
そこまで決めつけることないでしょう。話してみなければ分かりませんよ。
そう、わからない。そこが問題だ。
Ryoko states as she pulls another sandwich out of the bag. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance since looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention is always focused on the papers in front of her.
君が錯乱した親友の手で井戸に落とされたと主張する。すると、警察はあと2つばかり真実の候補を用意するだろう。君が、あるいはもっとシンプルに、事故で井戸に落ちた君が錯乱して親友を疑ってるとか。この3案のどれかが捜査っていうレースで勝ちを競うわけだ。勝ち馬は誰にもわからない。こんな博打に君は寝台潰すまでかける気かい？
Koji has no response. Can he really explain with cold, clear logic what drove Fuminori to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else when he doesn't even understand it himself?
そして一番の問題は、
Ryoko says calmly, cutting into Koji's thoughts.
君がそういうランチキ騒ぎに手こずっている隙に咲坂文則を追い詰めるチャンスを逃すことだよ。身辺で火の手が上がれば彼は手遅れになる前にさっさと姿をくらますだろう。
She pauses
そ
to
うや
take
って
a bite
ま
of
た
her
万事
sandwich
の
before
掘り出しに
finishing.
戻る。私が王外を取り逃がしたようにね。
A heavy silence falls upon them, with only the soft rustle of the pages turning in Ryoko's hands to mark the passage of time.
教えてくださいよ先生。
Koji says, his lustrous voice breaking through the quiet.
あなたが警察を差し置いてまで処刑しようなんて思うほど、そこまで許しがたいことって何なんです？王外って人はあの地下室で何をやってたんですか？
Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as she pours through the documents before her. After some time, Ryoko rearranges the papers in her hands and sets them aside, as though having come to some conclusion. She then turns her chair to face Koji for the first time since she woke.
なあ、殿くん。
Her hard stare bellies the calmness of her voice.
君はここいら辺で降りた方がいい。ナスカ日光の温泉でゆっくり羽を伸ばして、何もかも忘れる気になってから東京に戻ってきなさい。
忘れろと。
Koji feels anger rise within him.
近江は俺の恋人でした。文則は俺の親友でした。それを忘れろと。
そうだ、忘れろ。これは提案じゃない。警告だ。
Ryoko replies, coolly rebuffing Koji's anger.
今まではどうであれ。これからの君の人生に、その二人は一切関わりを持たないだろう。断言してもいい。
じゃあ筑波は。
Koji shouts, unable to control himself.
彼女はどうなる？あの子は電話口で俺に助けを求めてた。どこ？
そりゃ何十時間前の話かね。私が君を助けてから何時間経ったと思う？そうでなければ、井戸の中の君があと何時間持ったと思う？遅すぎるよ。彼女はとっくに死んでるだろう。誰もが君ほど幸運だなんて思わない方がいい。
あんたは。
Koji growls, unable to suppress his anger.
あの井戸で俺の死体を見つけても、あんた何とも思わなかったんだろうな。
そりゃ覚悟してたからね。まさか生きてるとは思わなかったよ。
It is futile to argue with this woman, Koji realizes. Her values are all fundamentally different from his own. Nothing he can say to her, nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji gets out of bed and stands on shaky legs.
どのくらい俺は寝てたんです。
ざっと半日ばかり。消耗した後速やかに休息が取れるってのは羨ましいね。若いうちだけだよ。そういう無茶が効くのは。
Koji looks at his watch and sees that it's 4 in the morning, which means that it was already early evening when Ryoko rescued him. Fun fact, it's 4 in the morning right now. He can't believe that he survived in that well for almost 2 days. Now that the gaps in his memory have been filled and his sense of time has returned, he realizes that it's already Sunday morning. Ryoko's right. A lot of time has passed since he spoke to Yo on the phone. Koji grabs a sports drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food that Ryoko brought, then heads to the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate for that with sheer willpower.
念のため聞かせてもらうが、どこに行くつもりだい？
東京へ。
Koji replies brusquely with his tone as hard as hers.
筑波陽はまだ間に合うかもしれない。彼女を助けに行きます。
人の話を聞かないやつだね。
聞く耳持たないのはお互い様でしょう。
Koji is expecting Ryoko to watch him go with that cold marking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw in her hands.
もう少し待つ気はないか。こいつのどこかに。
She thrusts her chin at the mountains of papers in front of her.
王外がサヤと名付けたものが何だったのか、答えが隠されてるはずだ。
筑波が死んでると決めてかかってるあんたなら、当然そう思うでしょうね。
In truth, Koji is extremely uneasy about going alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. She's made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her will only make it more difficult to salvage something, anything, out of this nightmare.
殿くん、
Ryoko calls just before Koji steps out the door.
仮にも一度は殺されかかってるんだ。もう二度と殺されるな。
She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. When Koji catches it, he feels the solid weight fill his hand.
これは。
Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. It's a revolver, the same one that was clenched in Ogai's skeletal fist.
あと4発入ってる。安全装置はない。どこでどう使うかは君の判断に任せるよ。
If Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject their dangerous offering. The only time you truly need a gun is when all hope is lost. He'd prefer not to fight a losing war. And yet, without even knowing it, Koji was already set foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing instinct over reason, he accepts the small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his pocket. There's no question that Koji intends to save Yo and bring Fuminari to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of ruin approaching. When he steps out of the cabin front door, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he hadn't been exposed to this chill all night long, he would have surely frozen to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to his must be Ryoko. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from feeling that he has taken the first step, however small, back into his world. He sips the sports drink, wetting his parched throat, and then washes down some jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat and takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the back of his seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would be such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminari's number and prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel towards his friend. However, there is no time to dwell in the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. He stills himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to his ear as it rings. The shrill sound seems to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through. In the silence on the other end of the phone, Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab.
Yo, そんなに意外か、死人からの電話は。
驚いたね。どうやって。
As Koji is about to answer, an idea suddenly comes to him.
井戸の底に仕掛けがあったのさ。地下の隠し部屋に行くためのな。
Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. He pauses to let that sink in. Then, with satisfaction filling his voice, he says,
会えたぜ。大貝正彦と。
Fuminori's gasp tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he decides to further exaggerate the truth.
何もかも分かった。サヤってやつのことも全部。お前何もかもバラしてやる。ところ構わずにぶちまけてやる。証拠はちゃんと揃ってるからな。
貴様は。
It's obvious from Fuminori's tone that rage has overwhelmed his reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however, as Fuminori responds to the name Saya, brings a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that still wants to believe his friend can be saved.
咲坂君がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら
Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even colder than before.
彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込んでいる
He mustn't allow emotion to sway him.
海のり、近江と筑波はどこだ？
Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to this.
俺にだって情けはある。お前の出方次第では考えんでもない。
Oh, you're not gonna like what the answer is.
お前がこれ以上誰も傷つけないというのなら、俺にしたことは忘れてやる。俺だってこれ以上、お前とサヤに関わり合いを持つのは願い下げなんだ。
近江とようね。
Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted, and whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand.
近江のことは本当に知らない。彼女は僕の家まで来ていない。でもよは。
Fuminori pauses, then gives a knowing chuckle that sends chills up Koji's spine.
よはどうだかな。彼女自身が
前のところにいるんだな。
Koji is relieved to learn that Yo's location and that she is, at least, still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What has happened to her? How is she being treated?
彼女はね、念願かなってようやく僕の持ち物になったんだよ。お前と近江のお膳立てもようやく実を結んだわけだな。
Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm. Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once shared?
つくばを解放しろ。彼女の安全を確認したら、お前らについての証拠を破棄してやる。
信用できるか。そっちが先に。
お前に選択の余地を与えるつもりはないよ、Fuminori。
Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further.
後でまた連絡する。それまでによく考えておけ。
He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know that Koji is still at the cabin in Tochigi. Right now he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion. 3 hours. That's how long it will take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji is afraid that his body won't carry him through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighted down with lead. Although he knows that he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago, when life or death struggles were the furthest thing from his mind. Back then, he could never have imagined himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels himself becoming less like the person he was. When all of this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. And when his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts up the car and drives away. I don't know if you can tell, but my voice is getting tired. I stare at the silent phone in my hand. There's anger, of course, but something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I am. Yo looks up at me apprehensively, her head between my thighs. She was attending to me through the call. The remaining fragments of her memory seem to have joined together, as she has regained some degree of speech. Upon realizing this last night, Saya began to teach her language once more. I assume she finds our pet's efforts amusing. Okay. The pleasure from her ministrations threatens to impede my thoughts, and besides, my arousal has already vanished. At first, I consider making her stop. When I gaze into her puppy dog eyes, however, I begin to think differently. Thanks to Saya, I have a family once again. For the first time, I'm becoming aware of the responsibility that places on me. I am now the head of a new Sakisaka household, as well as its only male member. It is my duty to protect, comfort, and ensure the happiness of the women living under my roof. Oh my god. With that in mind, I know that I mustn't show fear or confusion. That would only cause them distress.
続けろよ。
Okay. I trust myself to Ya's eager touch, basking in the pleasure with one part of my mind, while contemplating our current predicament with the other. It is clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now, I need to set my frustration and anger aside and deal with this problem logically. It's time to leave. I have no way of knowing when Koji escaped from the well, or how much he has learned, or how many people he has had contact with since then. Now that it's impossible to know how far the problem has spread, merely disposing of Koji won't guarantee our safety. When the enemy has poisoned our water supply, you can't take the risk that even 1 drop might remain. Your only choice is to stop drinking the water.
ねえ、Fuminori、誰と話してたの？
Saya returns from the kitchen where she'd gone in search of a midnight snack. She's munching on her favorite, spare ribs. Purging myself of unease and impatience, I respond with a casual shrug.
ちょっと厄介なことになりそうだ。工事のやつが生きててさ。
あらま。
By breaking the news suddenly and without any trace of anxiety, I am able to avoid frightening Saya. Instead, she is merely surprised. I knew that remaining calm would work. Moreover, I'm currently being pleasured by Yo. It would be hard for anyone to get too serious under these circumstances.
なあ、さや。僕たち、この家を引き払った方がいいかもな。
そうか。
Saya lowers her eyes and strokes her chin thoughtfully.
まあ、どっちみち鈴見さんの一家が消えたのがバレれば、この近辺も騒がしくなってただろうし、遅かれ早かれ、こういう日は来てたと思うよ。
Saya nods. I can tell that she is reluctant to leave, but at least there is no sadness in her expression. Everything will be fine. I will protect my life with Saya just as I have up until now. I have that power. Knowing that we've overcome one problem fills me with new confidence.
大丈夫。安心していいよ。
We can travel light and take the Suzumi family car. I'd better withdraw everything that's left in my bank account and carry it as cash. I'll also need a weapon, something more reliable than a butcher's knife. Koji will most likely follow. He thinks that Yo can be saved. However, I'm not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defensive. Leaving gives me the chance to regain the initiative and deal with him at the place of my choosing. The next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own two hands. I'll make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. A shiver runs through me as I anticipate the battle ahead, and my bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. Goddamn. When Ryoko looks up, the morning sun is already streaming in through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams are always filled with horror, yet the night she just spent was more nightmarish than them all. And it's not over yet. She has only just set foot in the threshold. As expected, the files left by Ogai Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Fortunately, Ogai had been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media. If he'd encrypted his files on the computer, she'd have had to find a hacker to decipher them. In fact, he had not employed any kind of code in his writing. That would have been too time-consuming by hand. The method of obfuscation he did use was quite simple. Of the files Ryoko pulled from his underground lab, the majority turned out to be notes, and these from Ogai's notes and theses from Ogai's days as a student. The important papers were the diaries and research notes that had been scattered throughout the piles of worthless scrap. At first, she was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with text on one side and blank on the other. Each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. The trick revealing itself, however, while she was sorting the pages that made no sense. She found that each line continued on the same line of a different page. In Ogai's diary, for example, the first day began on the first line, then continued not with the next line, but with the first line on the next page. Similarly, the second day was the second line on the third day, was the third line, and so on and so forth. After filling all the lines on one set of the pages, Ogai had torn them out and scattered them among his files. There was no regularity on how the pages were numbered, of course. Unable to locate any sort of key or legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the pages' order manually. Despite knowing that the task would be exhausting, Ryoko set to it valiantly. After separating all of the loose leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began the painstaking process of linking pages together according to the contents of their first line. She found that Ogai had dismantled and scattered his diary each time he completed a number of days equal to the lines on the page, and had done the same thing with his research notes every 30 pages or so. The diary was much easier to restore because the entries varied in length. Later pages had a larger number of blank lines. The page with only one line, therefore, was the last page of the diary, and those with the most blank spaces could be considered closer to the end. Ryoko's perseverance had paid off, so she had already succeeded in restoring several volumes of Ogai's diary. As she reads them, she feels despair draining her spirit, as it has so many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness that comes with knowing hidden truths. Those who have tasted it once shall be beaten down by it again and again, until the day they die. All secrets are connected, after all. Once you have glimpsed over even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the veil rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait for the day when insanity will crush your reason under its ever-mounting weight. I have succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and his intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes for confirmed vocal patterns and body language. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable, and its learning speed is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciations, it immediately picked up the concept of puns. Ever since, it has been employing its entire vocabulary in an attempt to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time, it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken language is now sufficient to facilitate higher-level discourse, but although it has regaled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. Its replies suggest that it's gained awareness only after materializing in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. While I am disappointed, the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think tells me that there is no end to what I can learn from it. Hypothesis. It is not a naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego yet possesses such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world. Ryoko smiles humorlessly for the umpteenth time since she started reading. How wonderful it would be if she could laugh the diary off, as the delusions of a madman are the work of a science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much. When she thinks back to the many horrors the guy brought into her life, the words before her take a chilling credibility. I have confirmed that the organism's brain power far surpasses any humans. This morning I thought it about prime numbers. After I explained the Lucas-Lemmer test for Mersenne primes, it immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only able to confirm by memory up to 10, M89, but it continued to list further examples without any trouble. I left it to its calculations, and when I returned a few hours later, I discovered that it had written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate Mersenne primes, but the last one I remember being found was the 39th, back in 2001. When I entered several of the results into my laptop and ran into the Lucas-Lemmer test on them, I found that everyone was correct. The same is no doubt true of the rest. After all, the organism has never shown the pathological need for respect that would lead it to lie about its accomplishments. I see no reason to doubt its veracity. If I could reveal the world an expedient method for discovering Mersenne primes, the prize money would make me a billionaire. Of course, my current research is worth far more than any sum of money. I must keep its secrets. The organism's computational speed exceeds that of even the most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything humanity can imagine. At the organism's request, we have begun a new field of study. Despite its immeasurable aptitude for mathematics, it now desires to concentrate on sociology and the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. It has shown especially keen interest in the means by which organisms reproduce and multiply, as it possesses nothing that could be called emotion. I hesitate to use this description, but when it learned about DNA, it seemed somehow excited. In fact, the organism itself seemed surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of the impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. If this description is indeed accurate, then it's extremely significant development. It would mean that there is a deeper level to its psyche than just the knowledge it has acquired since coming to this world. If I can use this discovery to trace its roots, I might be able to learn what it truly is. Note: candidates for the plane and worlds of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings on the silver key filled separately. I spent the whole day carrying books into its room. Apparently, the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I'm able to impart. It should come as no surprise considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding. The diary continues for some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Ogai and the organism. In the back of her mind, Ryoko imagines the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in that bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbingly similar to the nightmares that have shattered the silence of many nights with their screams. What follows, however, makes even the worst nightmares pale in comparison. The organism has made a very strange request. This is the first time it has asked for anything other than food and reading materials. I can hardly believe it, but it wants to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it's describing its impulse as instinctive. Now that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I suppose I shall have to start calling the organism a she. Is the personality that she has begun to exhibit really just an imitation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she's been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female, and already possesses an enormous store of cultural knowledge. Is she trying to create a human identity for herself based on these? I've seen her laugh, grow angry, and today, she cried. Is she just copying our emotional displays? If not, then she is already... Is the soul something that any intelligent life form can acquire? I feel that I am witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Today is her birthday, although it is a year late. I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat. In childhood, she was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that if I were ever blessed with children, I would give this name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Let this be the name of your soul. You've earned it. The ability that Saya has discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she is kind of an artist. What exactly is it that she has created in her body from the rat's human I've given her? At this point, I can only surmise that it is a type of retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. The rats that have been transformed by her art are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes secreted by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in detail in my biological observations, filled separately. Here, I will say this. By witnessing Saya perform her operations on several rats, I have gained much confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms. Ryoko looks grimly at the still unsorted mountain of research notes. When she finally manages to separate those papers, she will probably find many other files mentioned in the diary. Ogai's biological observations, at the very least, she wants to look through those before facing the thing called Saya. Under no circumstances does she want to go into battle unprepared. She looks at her watch and sees that it's already 7 in the morning. Assuming Tonokoji made no stops, he should be arriving in Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes she'd stopped that stubborn fool from leaving, even if she hadn't had to shoot him in the leg to do it. Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from the Sakisaka house and stares at the silent building. In the bright light of the morning, the house seems shrouded in a dark miasma, like a black hole towering out of a landscape. Is it just a figment of Koji's imagination? Every window is closed, offering no glimpse of the inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is home. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield after he passes by. Koji isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed clothes since spending the night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant even inside his car. When he looks into the rearview mirror, he sees the haggard visage of a man with 1 foot in the grave, staring back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If he stays here for long, someone might report him to the police. He'd better pull himself together and get moving. He drives slowly up to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks on to make sure no one is around, and gets out of the car. Anyone who might be in the house probably heard the sound of the engine, but there's no point in worrying about that now. Koji walks swiftly through the gate and yard to the front door. He puts his hand on the doorknob, foregoing the bell, and the time for such pleasantries had passed. The door is unlocked, and the knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for any sign of life. He's acting like a thief, he realizes with some shame, but that is the least of his worries now. No sound from within. After checking the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. An indescribable stink immediately assaults his nostrils. He's already prepared for anything, however, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to a razor's edge. He has crossed this threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. So why? Why does he feel the same ominous, blood-chilling aura that permeated Ogai's home and cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart, as though a dear friend's grave has been defiled. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and it's not to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch-black darkness through the open doors in the hallway. He should have brought his flashlight from the car, he thinks ruefully, then remembers that he dropped the light when Fuminori attacked him. It's still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. The house might be empty. Then again, it might not. Each particle of the air seems charged with silent menace. Is his enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting for a chance to take him by surprise and finish what the well failed to. Koji walks down the first floor hallway, then climbs the stairs, and checks the second floor too. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but feels nothing watching him from the shadows. After completing his round safely, he's convinced that the house is empty. He suddenly realizes that his right hand is touching the cold steel of the gun in his pocket. Did he intend to draw the weapon upon encountering Fuminori? Now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seem mysterious to him. What is he planning to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him the curses and epithets? Will he force himself to turn himself in? Or will he... Koji shakes his head. This isn't the time for such hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking, he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. He has no choice. He has to close the distance to his prey. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form their reunion takes will probably be decided in the moment of their meeting. All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does the whole house smell like stagnant water? It's been 3 months since Fuminori distanced himself from his friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading all this time? Koji enters the living room and feels along a wall for the light switch. The moment he flips it on, the answer to his question is revealed. Paint! Why are they so surprised by paint? Koji realizes that this is the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visible form. From the dust piled in the corners of the room, it is clear that the paint was not applied recently. How many nights has Fuminori spent surrounded by this maddening array of color? Why, if such obvious signs were available, why didn't Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Was he deaf to the dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? As he stands petrified in the unfamiliar living room, Koji directs his anger entirely at himself. If he could, he would like nothing more than to apologize to Fuminori for failing to help him through his suffering. Koji feels that he might not have been able to save his friend. Perhaps he is arrogant to think so, but if so, it is arrogance born out of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens the sliding door that leads to the kitchen. And when he enters, he finds that the most disturbing of the house's many stenches is the strongest here. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood, grown stale over time. He peers into the well-used sink. Around the rim, he sees a faint brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious are the stains on the dish rack. Such stains are proof that the rag has been used and reused countless times. But what could it have been used on to make it that sickening burgundy color? Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter as though it were a monster waiting to swallow him whole. He stands motionless until he is able to work up the courage to simply touch it. Then he steels himself, grabs the thick handle, and opens the door. First he'll check the freezer, then the refrigerator. The freezer is packing with frozen meat of varying shapes and sizes. As each piece is wrapping tightly in frosted over plastic, you can tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. For a while, he can only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning to him from the back of the compartment. They are the long, slender fingers of a woman, their bluish tinge giving them the appearance of waxworks. Koji is unable to remember what Tomi's hands look like, even though he has kissed her fingers countless times. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again. And in fact, he does not. He regrets his decision, however, indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for this moment, for now he knows that truly nothing is sacred. At last, his doubts about Fuminori have been utterly obliterated. Koji pulls Ogai's revolver out of his pocket and wraps his ends around the grip like he would a charm. Its definite presence, its prominence of merciful annihilation, is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisake Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make this world once more a packed place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. He breathes deep, exhales, then lifts his hand before his face stares at his spread fingers. Alright, he's not shaking. He is prepared to face this new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He calls Fuminori or he calls Ryoko? I feel like it makes more sense for him to call Ryoko. Right? Honestly, I don't know. Ryoko. The ringing of her cell phone interrupts Ryoko's labors. When she sees that the caller is still no Koji, she unwittingly breathes a sigh of relief. Even over the phone, Ryoko can hear the change in Koji's tone. His is the dull, flat voice of someone who has had all the energy beaten out of him. His first steps into Ryoko's world have already brought him face to face with something particularly gruesome. In consideration of his probable state of mind, she decides to say nothing. Ryoko says, praising Koji in her own way. Whether he is comforted or not, is up to him. With her understanding of Saya deepening by the hour, Ryoko is able to make this declaration with new confidence. Koji's actions were rash, but there's no point regretting them now. The more proactive approach would be to use the pressure that he's placed on Fuminori. Ryoko's involvement is still a secret. That makes her a wild card. Depending on how she plays it, this advantage could be decisive. Ryoko answers, glancing sidelong on the loose-leaf pages still scattered across the table. The lack of emotion in Koji's voice is actually reassuring to Ryoko. He's a machine now, able to do whatever it takes to accomplish a single goal. the extermination of Saki Sakafuminori. He's even willing to accept help from Ryoko, whose principles hardly mesh with his. A praiseworthy change indeed. After Ryoko hangs up, she gloomily counts the stacks of loose leaf that still need to be restored. There's no time left. She'll only be able to get the general picture. If she has to go into battle with only fragmentary knowledge, then there's only one thing she's absolutely must decipher: Ogai's biological reports, which should contain information on the strengths and weaknesses of the organism called Saya. Just be an OG-san, man! All she can do now is pray for luck as she dives back into the mountains of paper. Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider, given my inability to recognize roads and cars. Things have changed, however. In the 3 months I've had to adapt my condition. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now, and even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and turn signals. I still can't read the street signs, of course, but nevertheless I managed to make it safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the backseat. It was Saya who came up with the idea for our new hideout, an abandoned building she discovered while living with Dr. Ogai. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not hard to find thick patches of underdeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Saya's old playground is located in one such secluded area, unaffected by the flow of everyday life. It used to be a privately operated sanatorium hidden among the silent trees. After the owners went bankrupt, it remained unsold and was eventually forgotten. After I left Saya and Yo at the hideout, I returned to the town to make some preparations. Now I'm finally back at our new refuge. Refuge? I liked this ruin from the moment I saw it. Mountains of construction materials and garbage litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. This place looks even less likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. Since my brain sees humans as revolting monsters, places they've been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long empty life are the places I find the most restful.
Tadaima.
I call out to let them know I'm not a stranger. Then I go down the basement where they're hiding.
おかえりなさい。車平気だった？
もう全然問題ない。一方通行の標識もどういうのか分かったし、スピードさえ出さなければどこを走っても大丈夫だよ。で、
一通り調べたけど、やっぱりあれからずっと人が来た様子はないみたい。ここは安全だよ。
そうか。ならいいんだけど。
I'm a little worried that this abandoned building could become a hangout for biker gangs or homeless people.
多分表に積み上げてあるゴミのせい。あれ普通の人間にはちょっと耐えられないんじゃないかな。
It doesn't bother me at all. I rather like it, in fact. But of course normal people would feel differently.
で、ふみのりの買い物はいいの見つかった？
ああ、もちろん。
Ooh, that's a cool looking axe. I proudly unwrapped the weapon I just brought from a camping goods store. A 1 meter long wood axe. The biggest and sturdiest I could find.
刃渡り15センチ以上のナイフは銃刀法違反だなって張り紙してあるのに、その隣でこんなもの売ってるんだよ。お笑いだよね。
I gripped the axe with both hands, testing its dependable weight, then swing it like a baseball bat. The deadly steel blade sweeps through the air tight, right where a person's neck would be. Yo, who's sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound and curls herself into a ball.
切れ味とかどう？用で試してみたら？
いや、それはちょっと。
I definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest anything so brutal.
心配いらないよ。今のようの体だったら刃物とかの傷は。
Oh no.
いや、それにしたって痛いだろ。
そっか。うん、そうだね。
I must have slipped her mind completely. She smiles at the oblivious Yo as if to hide her embarrassment, then says,
でもさ、痛くされた時のようの声って、それはそれで可愛いよね。
いや、やっぱり人間に斧で切りかかるってのは気が引けるよ。
そうなの？じゃあ コウジさんは？
そりゃだって、
It should be obvious, but I guess that Saya still doesn't understand.
奴は僕には人間に見えないから、切ろうが潰そうが平気なもんさ。
そんなに違うんだ。
そうさ。人間には良心があるからね。どんなに憎い人間だろうと、人を殺すと思うとブレーキがかかるもんだ。
本当に？
Saya seems awfully subdued. I guess she's concerned about what will happen when I have it out with Koji.
体格じゃあいつが上だし、普通に喧嘩したんじゃ勝ち目は薄いかもしれないけどね。でも、僕にとっての化け物退治が、あいつにとっては人殺しなんだ。こいつは大きいよ。あいつはきっと、最後の瞬間で隙を見せる。
なんだか不安なんだよね。そういう心理戦っていうの、確実じゃないっていうか。
She raises her head and looks straight at me.
ねえ、やっぱり私が買った方が良くない？
You couldn't even defend yourself. I appreciate Saya's consideration. Even though it could be interpreted as a lack of faith in me, she's still putting my safety above hers. Nevertheless, I can't accept her heartfelt suggestion.
サヤの腕力だとさ、ヨウみたいな女の子なら楽にねじ伏せられるだろうけど、男を相手には厳しいと思うんだ。
Okay, alright. I guess. The bitter memory of Saya's pancakes is still fresh in my mind. Saya falls silent for a moment, seeming to understand what I'm thinking, but then comes right back to stubbornly press her gaze.
でもね、あのおじさんも最初の不意打ちはうまくいったの。大抵の人間はね、作用を見たら力が抜けて動けなくなっちゃうんだよ。病院だってそうだった。平気で話しかけてきたのって文則だけだよ。
Ah, I see. So she's not overpowered, I guess.
まあ、それも一理あるかもな。
I can't imagine it personally, but I suppose it's possible that Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make someone lose their nerve. Suzumi was able to regain advantage because he had the same condition as me, which let him see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weaker, however. Depending on the situation, you can even send someone into a berserk rage and make them harder to put down. In other words, such a tactic would be the same sort of gamble that Saya's worried about.
じゃあさ、サヤ、こういうのはどうだろうか。
When I tell Saya the new plan that just popped into my head, her gloomy frown turns into a bright smile.
それめや。文則って頭いい。
何もそこまで。
Nice job! It's not exactly a great plan, but I guess the fact that it lessens the risk to me is enough to excite her. She's so easy to please, but that's part of what makes her so cute.
で、いつ頃来るの？コウジさん。
わからない。いずれ奴の方から電話があるだろう。そしたらここに誘い出して仕留める。
Koji will come. I know he won't leave us alone. You could just keep running now that we've started, but I want to eliminate Koji as soon as possible. Therefore, when he contacts me, I intend to meet with him, unless it's an obvious trap.
せっかく人間一人分の肉が仕入れられるのに、ここだと腐らせちゃうね。冷蔵庫ないし。
他の動物を誘う餌にできないか？野良猫とかカラスをおびき寄せてさ。
それ危ないよ。万が一取り逃した時、よそに持っていかれて他人に見つかったら大騒ぎになるよ。
そっか。それもそうだ。
Humans are extremely dangerous and their filthy, stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge.
まあ、この辺だと森にもいろいろと住んでるから、そんなに食事には困らないんじゃないかな。
3人分だよ。大丈夫かい？
任せて。これでもさや、狩りは得意なんだから。頑張っていっぱい捕まえてくるよ。
そうか。じゃあ、今日からはさやが一家の大黒柱だな。
So cute! Oh god, now I'm just thinking that they're gonna feed Yo with disgusting stuff. Oh. Sai giggles happily at my praise. I find these childish qualities of her adorable.
今度はどのぐらいのんびりできるかな。
Because of the casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness to which her question leads.
どのぐらいかな。
Saya's right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe this hideout might seem, we'll have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our life together in jeopardy. Jeopardy? Just like when I failed to silence Koji. Some dumb kids might decide that this old ruin is a good place to test their courage, or this land might be target for new development. In order to be together with Saya, I have chosen to live apart from society. We'll never find lasting peace in this world teeming with humans, not unless we can somehow escape from it.
長い旅だと思えばいいさ。
I pull Saya into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders, then whisper.
どうせ人生なんて旅みたいなものなんだ。時の流れを見送るか、自分自身が流れていくか、それだけ。
そうだよね。
Saya smiles softly, perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there is peace and contentment in her expression.
それでも一人ぼっちじゃないし。だからさやは寂しくなんかないよ。ふみのりもそうだよね。
ああ。
I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay the price.
それにね。
She adds brightly, trying to cheer me up.
いつかは私たちが人目を忍んで暮らさなくてもよくなる日がきっと来るよ。それは約束してあげるから。
It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason, she seems absolutely certain.
それは明日かもしれないし、ずっと先のことかもしれない。いつ印が来るのか私にもわからないの。ほんのちょっぴり怖いんだけどね。
I have no idea what Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time that she's said or done something so mysterious. She's performed any number of miracles already.
僕らにも希望があるのかい。
She says with a cheerful nod.
きっとそれがさやがふみのりに送ってあげられる最後のプレゼント。さやの最初で最後の務め。
I'm gonna refill my water bottle again. I'll be right back. And I'm back. I feel like it's kind of weird for me to say, oh, I'll be right back, because it's for you guys, it's just a moment. Okay. The hands of his watch move with agonizing slowness, as though counting down the end of the world, to the end of the world. In the hours since contacting Ryoko, Koji went back to his apartment, showered, changed clothes, and even had his first full meal in days. He wanted to take a nap, knowing that he needed to rest. But no matter how hard he tried, sleep never came. Forcing himself to relax only made his nerves colder and sharper. With nothing else to do, he decides to wander the city until nightfall. Downtown Tokyo is bustling, surrounded by smiling pedestrians, bright lights, and windows decorated early for Christmas. He feels as if all of that happiness in the world has been gathered in this very place. Koji takes it all in, burning it into his memory like it's the last thing he'll ever see. Is the world so beautiful because of the horrors that lurk in the shadows? The glow of the city can no longer warm him. Perhaps that is why it seems so precious. Koji watches the city for hours. It feels unreachably distant, like reading the obituary of someone you loved long ago. His phone rings at 8 p.m. It's Ryoko. Their conversation is short. She hangs up as soon as they decide where to meet. And so ends Tono Koji's final night of peace. Ryoko arrives at the dinner at 1 a.m., 1 hour later than agreed upon. She has a heavy-looking duffel bag under her arm. Koji doesn't feel like asking what the bulges represent.
すまんね。いろいろと準備に手間取った。
Ryoko doesn't sound at all apologetic, but Koji decides to just nod expressionlessly. Only a few tables are filled at this hour, like lonely islands in the midst of the vast restaurant. After sending the bleary-eyed waitress away with an order for 2 coffees, Koji and Ryoko are left alone in a corner of the dining area.
で、調べ物は終わりましたか?
Koji asks bluntly while sipping dutifully from his 3rd cup of watery, tasteless coffee.
待たせただけの甲斐はあると思いたいね。 何分確証を得るまでには至ってないんだが。
文則も相当じれてると思います。こちらから連絡すると言ったきり丸一日放置してますからね。
そんなにも彼は君との接触を意識してるのか？
サヤっていう名前には露骨なほど反応してました。
In the silence that follows, Koji tries to soothe his parched throat with another mouthful of weak coffee.
そうか。やはりサヤなのか。
It's obvious that her grimace isn't for the coffee.
今なら田んぼ先生はもう答えを知ってるんですね。サヤというのが何なのか。
Ryoko tries to ignore Koji's question by nursing her coffee, but that only works until the cup is empty. Staring at the brown stain at the bottom of her cup, Ryoko says, her voice hard and flat.
君は私の忠告を無視した愚か者なわけだが、もう一度だけ証拠りもなく言わせてほしい。殿君、君は手を引いて全てを忘れるべきだ。
証拠りもないですね。
Smiling bitterly instead of glaring at her like he did before.
俺がまだ先生や文則とは境界線を挟んだ反対側にいるとでも？
君はまだ一番致命的なものまでは見ていない。君にとってこの事件は無二の親友がいきなり正気を失ってに目覚めたっていうただそれだけの内容なんだろう。
That's all? Things that Fuminori has done are so horrifying that Koji's only recourse, his only hope for coping, is to kill the man who was once his friend. Yet despite that, Ryoko makes this nightmare sound like just the beginning. Koji still doesn't understand where her morbid cynicism comes from, nor does he want to.
それだけじゃないとしたら残りは先生の妄想なんじゃないですか。
そう思えるならまだ君の傷は浅いってことさ。
Her brusque tone says that she doesn't care whether or not Koji is satisfied with her explanation.
今ならまだ時間が君の傷を癒してくれるだろう。君は最後の一線を踏み越えていない。
Koji considers Ryoko's words calmly, without letting himself get emotional like before. The final line, true Fuminori is somewhere beyond that. True, Fuminori is somewhere beyond that. Although Koji has gone far enough to be willing to kill Fuminori, he has no intention of eating his enemy's flesh once he's dead. That at least still separates the two. Then what about Ryoko, who has treated Koji like an ignorant fool ever since she saved him from the well? How close is she to Fuminori?
先生の傷は俺よりも深いと。
In response to Koji's biting question, Ryoko's mocking smile turns inwards.
この銃はね、実家の父のものなんだ。
Ryoko pats one of the duffel bag's bulges.
こいつがロッカーから消えたせいで、父は責任を問われて地元の猟友会から除名させられた。申し訳ないと思ってるよ。私は両親にとっては自慢の娘なんだ。
そうするだけの必要が先生にはあったと。
いいや、全然。
Her quick denial isn't what Koji was expecting.
その頃にはもう王外のことは一見落着していた。少なくとも私はそう思っていた。奴は姿を消したきり、もう二度と私の前には現れないだろうと安心してた。この銃で何かを撃とうとか殺そうとか、そういう必要があったわけじゃない。
じゃあなぜ？
眠れなかったんだよ。ただそれだけ。
Ryoko pauses, perhaps needing time to decide how best to explain.
それまではベッドサイドにナタを隠しておいたんだ。夜一人で部屋にいるのが耐えられなくてね。どんなに世界が底抜けにめちゃくちゃになっていこうと、悲鳴を上げて逃げ回る以外の選択肢が自分にはあるんだって、そう納得させるためにはね。
Koji doesn't know what to say. He's amazed, impressed even, that someone with such a serious case of delusional paranoia could function as one of T University's top doctors.
でもそれじゃ大した効き目はなかった。安眠するにはナタじゃまだ足りなかったんだ。それで父の銃を盗んできた。こんな風に重心を詰めるとね、散弾がもっと広範囲に飛び散るようになって殺傷力が増すんだそうだ。アメリカでも重罪になる改造なんだとさ。私はそれをクローゼットの奥に突っ込んで それでようやく眠れるようになったよ。3日に一晩ぐらいはね。
At this point, Ryoko seems to have gotten everything off her chest, smiling like someone who just finished a hard job, she adds.
銃はいいよ、本当に。相手に向かってぶっ放すもよし、それでダメなら自分の口に突っ込んで引き金を引くっていう選択肢もある。
先生は専門家の治療を受けるべきです。
端的な感想ありがとう。でもね、君だって他人事じゃなくなるよ。これ以上先に進むんならね。
Koji's already doubtful that meeting with Ryoko was the right thing to do. The one thing that he and Ryoko have in common is an unwillingness to leave Fuminori to the proper authorities. Fuminori not only killed Koji's lover and friend, but even went so far as to defile their corpses. Koji isn't about to give him a chance to get off on an insanity plea. No matter what crimes he must commit, Koji will end Fuminori with his own two hands. If he doesn't, he knows that he will never sleep again. It helps to have a partner in crime, but only when that partner doesn't cause trouble. Ryoko talks big about exposing Ogai's secrets, but she might just have a head full of delusions. If so, Koji needs to rethink this whole thing.
この先すべてを先生に任せるというのなら、先生のことを信用させてください。先生をそこまで追い詰めるほどのものが、オーガイっていう男にあったという証拠を、彼が何をしでかしたのか、すべて俺に見せてください。
そこまで言うかね、まったく。
Ryoko smirks and shakes her head ruefully, but puts up no further resistance. She pulls a stack of paper from her bag and hands it to Koji. The loose-leaf sheets are bound with a string.
一行読んだら続きは次のページの同じ行だ。まあ、触りだけでも読んでみるといい。
As directed, Koji looks through the handwritten pages and gives up after less than 3 minutes.
怪奇 SF の草稿か何かですか。罪のない悪ふざけですね。彼にはこんな子供っぽい趣味があったわけだ。
Koji deliberately scoffs at the document, doing everything he can to show contempt for what he just read. At the same time, he tries desperately not to remember the mountain of bones in Ogai's bathtub and the unidentifiable smell permeating Fuminori's house.
1年前、オーガイがうちの大学に持ってきた資料も、その文章と同じぐらい突拍子もないものだった。奴は大学の機材を無断で使ってこっそり検査をしようとしたらしい。
Oh.
だがドジを踏んで露見した。そこから先はもう大騒ぎでね。オーガイが使おうとした機材から察するに、奴はそいつを P3 レベルのバイオハザードとして取り扱うつもりだったらしい。その程度の用心で十分だったのかどうかも知れたもんじゃないんだが、近隣の住民を退去させるべきだったんだが、まあそこは偉い人たちが偉い人なりに頑張って、その代わり私たちはキャンバス中のネズミを一匹残らず駆除する羽目になった。ネズミと
Oh, yeah, she did something to
か
rats.
つてネズミだった何かをね。
At their first meeting, Ryoko brushed Koji off when he asked about Ogai Masahiko. Now, however, she's telling the whole story. Her voice is flat and emotionless as a machine's.
事の究明には結局皆がサジを投げた。オーガイが持ち込んだ資料がどういう起源のものなのか、誰にも突き止めることはできなかった。まあ結局みんな賢明だったわけだ。理性は理性、ざれ言はざれ言。でもあいにく当時の私はそこまで賢明じゃなかった。
Ryoko pauses for a moment and grins with self-disdain so maniacal that it strikes Koji like a blow.
あれこれ探って暴き出して、私はオーガイが何をしていたのか知った。彼が関わっていた連中や彼をそそのかした連中も突き止めた。ナタと添い寝するようになったのはその頃からだ。この世の理性ってものがどんなにタガの緩んだ穴だらけの頼りない代物なのか理解するよう。
As though fleeing from the quiet insanity that he keeps glimpsing in Ryoko, Koji finds himself paging through the loose leaf in his hands. He reads the line at random. The organism's flesh is not fibrous, but reticulated. But simply, it is an extremely tough substance that expands and contracts not in one direction, but in all directions. This means that slashing or piercing damage has very little effect. Since the flesh can contract in any direction freely, any wound would be sealed instantly. It's nonsense. What else can it be? If he lets himself believe it, then everything else, all the logical rules that define the world, will be rendered meaningless.
じゃあ先生は信じるんですね。
疑う理由なんてとっくの昔に見失ったからね。
Ryoko reaches into her duffel bag, this time removing a stainless steel thermos that looks able to hold about 500 cc's of liquid. cc's?
こいつが鞘を倒す切り札だ。
This is the secret weapon that
調
let
達
us...
するのに手間取った。多分こいつは敵面に効く。
ついていけません。
Koji snaps, no longer able to disguise his frustration.
鞘が何だろうともうどうでもいいです。俺は文則を終わらせることができれば
そうか。
Now that she's given up on persuading him, her ascent is swift and cold. At this moment, Koji's fate has likely ceased to matter to her.
いいだろう。君は先坂文則を仕留めるために全力を尽くすといい。君の邪魔はしないし、君が仕損じた時にはきっちりと私が帳尻を合わせてやる。
Despite the determination in her voice, Koji can bring himself to trust this paranoid doctor completely.
あなたの持ち合わせている理由で文則を殺せるんですか？
潔癖症なんだよ、私は。ああやって人の世界の拉致外に隠れ住んでいるような奴らが。奴らは寝室のゴキブリだ。枕元でカサコサ這い回る音を無視して眠れるか。見つけ次第殺して駆逐する。そうせずにはいられない。私の精神衛生上の問題だ。
Her reasons are similar to Koji's own. He doesn't want to bring a murder to justice, nor does he want to revenge for Omi and Yo. If he did, he could have left everything to the police. The reason he can't is that the villain is Fuminori, the man he believed was his best friend and has turned his whole world upside down. Everything and everyone with a part in this madness is to blame, and that includes himself for allowing the betrayal. His self-loathing, his desire to destroy, is what's keeping him on his feet.
さあ、それじゃあチェックメイトに駒を進めよう。先坂君を呼び出すといい。
Koji nods, pulling out his cell phone, and calls his friend for what will probably be the last time. The call goes through quickly. Fuminori must have been waiting for it.
待たせたな文則。こっちの準備は整った。
コージ、今どこにいる？
Fuminori must have been quite anxious to hear from Koji. His voice is hard and completely emotionless.
お前のすぐ背後とでも言っておこうか。
お前はもう死んでいる。Koji can't help but smile at Fuminori's disappointment. Perhaps Ryoko's maniacal sadism has rubbed off on him.
で、筑波を解放する決心はついたのか？
ああ、背に腹は変えられない。
He's lying, Koji thinks, remembering the contents of Fuminori's refrigerator. Just what part of Yo did you eat, huh? Did you carve that poor girl up like a pig?
コージ、お前は集めた資料のすべてを証拠ともども持ってこい。その内容を見て納得できたら、僕らはYoを引き渡す。
いいだろう。場所は？
まずは応戦の Y 駅まで来い。そこでお前が一人なのを確認してから詳しい場所を教える。
念の言った話だな。
妙な細工はなしだ。45分以内に来い。
Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response.
俺が単独なのを確認するまで居場所は教えないつもりみたいです。
ただの医大生にしちゃ心得てるな。感心だ。
Ryoko's praise sounds serious, drawing a glare from Koji.
私の車はここに置いていこう。殿君、君の車のトランクに人一人が入る隙間はあるかい？
大丈夫ですが。正気ですか？映画の見過ぎですよ。
そんじょそこいらの映画よりは危険な冒険なんだよ、これは。
With those bold words, Ryoko grabs her duffel bag and rises from her seat.
で、この店を待ち合わせに選んだのは君だったな。
そうですが。
コーヒーの責任を取れ。
Oh my god, hope you didn't hear that. She says and tosses him to check. Oh my god, she's making him pay. Rude. Even after Koji arrives at the Y station as directed, Fuminori calls him and makes him change locations 3 more times. Koji is beginning to doubt that Fuminori is watching. He might just be using the time to guess when Koji arrives at each designated location. Nevertheless, Koji can't let his guard down. Fuminori might choose any moment to make sure he's alone. If he makes a mistake and puts Fuminori on alert, Ryoko will lose her chance to take him by surprise. She'll just have to put up with the cramped trunk for a little while longer. After the nature preserve and the dry riverbed, the 4th location to which Fuminori sends Koji is in the thick forest at the top of the foothills, high above the developed area at their base. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. The park and river were empty this late at night, but during the day would likely have considerable traffic. This time, however, his instinct is telling him that it's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. It looks like this is the final stop. Koji drives up the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even though the hints of progress are right at his doorstep, the undeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret, or to kill someone and hide a body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gate post suddenly appears in Koji's headlights, like a ghost rising from the darkness. It looks like this is the final stop. He rolls up to the gate and turns off the engine, giving himself to the silence of the forest. His phone starts ringing almost immediately. He doesn't need to check who it is from.
着いたぞ。
聞こえてた。ようこそ我が新居へ。
Fuminori is nearby, close enough to hear the sounds of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's spine.
中に入ってこいよ。ようも待ってる。
Fuminori hangs up without another word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door, making sure to pop the trunk at exactly the same time. Ryoko shouldn't need any more explanation than that. Realizing that the interior roof light will stay on and broadcast that the trunk isn't closed... Wait, what? Realizing that the interior roof light will stay on and broadcast that the trunk isn't closed, Koji quickly unscrews the bulb, then gets out of the car and deliberately slams the driver's side door hard. Mountains of trash litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. Koji sees everything from small refrigerators and mopeds to huge trunks of concrete and plaster that must have been abandoned by construction workers. The fact that they could get away with leaving all this stuff behind shows just how remote this place is. Glancing sidelong at the rear of his car, Koji sees no movement inside the barely open trunk. Ryoko knows what she's doing. She'll probably wait until Fuminori's attention is focused on Koji before making her move. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping on debris. Staying alert, he heads for the building beyond the mountains of trash. Something must be buried underneath the piles of garbage, because the whole yard is filled with the sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless probably wouldn't come to this place if you need to get out of the wind and rain. There are plenty of shelters more suitable. When he reaches a gaping doorless entrance to the building, Koji glances back the way he came. His car, parked at the gate, is hidden behind the mountains of trash. Even if Fuminori is watching from inside the sanatorium, he shouldn't be able to see Ryoko crawl out of the trunk. It looks like she'll get her chance to take him by surprise. How many times now has he stood like this, alone in some ominously silent place far removed from everyday life? Sneaking into deathly quiet houses to find traces of unimaginable happenings has become as normal as going to class. The houses that he explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of the life they had sheltered. This place, however, is different. A perfect ruin. Its walls and pillars rising from the dark forest like an army of ghosts, with no sign at all that people once lived and worked here. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped it of its former shape, and now there's only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? Just as he is about to turn on his flashlight, Koji reconsiders. If he wanders around with the light on, he'll be broadcasting his exact location. That will give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably lying in wait for him right now. He holds the light before him in his left hand, with his finger poised on the switch. In his right hand, he raises the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now ready to fire when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark room. Remember at the beginning when I said it was going to be a short game? I think I'm just taking my sweet time to read. I'm pretty sure that this is gonna last for most of this night. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but even when they do, he has only moonlight streaming down the empty windows to guide him. Everything appears grey and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he is hiding here. This is a battle of nerves, exhausting and deadly, where the first to make a sound and give away his position will lose. The rooms on both sides of the hallway are all open. Some are even missing their doors. Koji creeps up to each entrance, checks to make sure no one is inside, and carefully proceeds on. The stink that he noticed in the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotting meat. It's the exact same smell that filled Fuminori's house. The organism's flesh freely expands in a manner that renders piercing damage meaningless. Koji grits his teeth and forces the madman's words out of his head. What good can come out of taking them seriously? This isn't the time for such useless. Squish. Koji freezes and stares down the hall. It was a wet sound that he heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through a swamp, and it came from the room at the end of the hall. Something is there. Something alive. Koji creeps towards the sound, his light and gun at the ready. Squish, squish. Now it sounds like someone squeezing mud right through their fingers. And as he gets closer, Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's impossible. He should be waiting for a chance to ambush Koji, not making a careless noise. As he proceeds, the strange sound coming through the cracks in the concrete walls grows clearer. Oh. Before he knows it, he's standing on the threshold. The room is filled with thick, viscous darkness, just like every other room he's passed. There's more than just darkness, however. Something is there. He can hear pained breathing, like that of a wounded animal. And what sounds like sobbing. Sobbing?
誰だ?
Koji whispers into the darkness. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn on his light. For some reason, however, Koji feels that to do so would have disastrous consequences. Hello? The last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing. The wheezing suddenly stops. And then...
Koji!
A whisper comes out of the darkness, though not a human voice. Not by any measure. It speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind.
Tsukuba?
It can't be. Yo doesn't sound like this. She doesn't smell like this.
Koji! Onegai! Kurashite!
But if it's not Yo, then how does it know its name? Why is it begging him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human, not some creature that slithers and slides in the shadows. The thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch the light on before it's too late, or to turn and run if he cannot. But Koji is unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the darkness.
つくばなのか直江まさか
しなさい。お願い。殺して。
Something soft and slimy slides over Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine it at his feet. The white beam reveals everything. The merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. Terror wipes his mind of all but two words, gun and trigger. His finger responds with instant obedience. There's an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than he anticipated, and then the destructive forces are swallowed up by the darkness. His ears are still ringing from the bang, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain that salvation can come only from the barrel of his gun. Light and darkness, explosion and silence, they dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, far too close to miss. Ryoko warned him how many bullets there were left in the gun, but that information has already been driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom warps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. His panic-stricken legs suddenly give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then, he keeps firing the empty gun. He knows no other way to erase his memory of the thing that he glimpsed in the beam of his flashlight. The light which fell from his hand during the attack is now pointing at a different direction, and though all 4 bullets must have hit their target, they were Koji's last card to play. Man, poor Yo. Though, will she really die? Cause Saya did say that she can regenerate really fast. Which leaves him alone in the darkness with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over him like a tidal wave. Oh my god. You know what? I'm glad I didn't figure out how to turn off this sound. He can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him to his back. With fear seizing his throat in an iron grip, Koji struggles desperately against the monster as it crawls up his body towards his face. Covering his face with his left hand, he scrabbles wildly along the floor with his right, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of everything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard at the last moment, he recognizes it instinctively as a weapon. Putting every ounce of his strength into his arm, Koji swings the heavy object at the creature on top of him. He hears the thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet, and then Koji's attacker rolls off him. As soon as he's able to move again, Koji leaps at his feet and grabs his next weapon with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize what he's holding is a rusty stillpipe. The monster is still sobbing. With a cry that is part scream, part roar, Koji raises at the stillpipe and brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of his thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. This combined to evoke an instinctive loathing that wipes his mind of all but the urge to destroy. Consumed by the same desperation with which he kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blow after blow on this enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. After the 20th blow, it stops moving. And after the 30th blow, it begins to feel and sound more and more like he's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until he recovers enough of his senses to realize that whatever it might have been before, it's now nothing but a corpse. The pipe in his hand, covered with an unidentifiable fluids and filth, suddenly feels unbearably heavy. Ryoko's voice plays back in his head, and at last he knows how merciful her warning was. Now that his eyes are as open as hers, he is able to laugh in contempt at his own foolishness. 20 years of memories in the light of sun. If they were indeed precious to him, then he should have never had come to this place. The black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear and revulsion and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Every cell in his body cries out for vengeance. For the blood of the men who poisoned him with the truth and tore him from the womb of innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji whirls, swinging his pipe with all the force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike. Surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard, twisted, shadows dance in a beam of light on the floor. Readying his pipe for his next blow, Koji faces off against his second attacker. Before this moment, Koji could never have imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred.
おいおい今の一振りまるっきり手
The urge
加
to
減
just
抜きか
read.
よ
Even now, Fuminori is smiling, as though the huge axe in his hands is just a sick joke.
参ったな正直なとこお前はもう少し迷うもんだと思ってたんだけど
Well, you were wrong.
迷うだと俺が貴様に
Koji sneers too, unable to contain his contempt for the notion.
貴様近江をどうした筑波に一体何をしたそれを考えてもまだ俺が貴様を殺すのに迷うだと
そいつは言いがかりのつけ方が逆だろコウジ
Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at Koji's feet.
コウジの分際で僕の世をひどい目に遭わせやがって世の10倍は痛めつけてから殺してやる覚悟しろ
The blade of Fuminori's axe carves a murderous arc through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming from the floor. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arms, but his large frame takes the blow without him giving ground. Fuminori presses the attack, delivering a second blow and a third. His axe, designed for chopping down trees, is deadlier and more durable than the piece of pipe Koji found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying from his makeshift weapon. He can't win, as long as he's on the defensive. He needs to create an opportunity to attack.
Come on!
Koji blocks a crushing downward swing, then pushes back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing him off balance. Fuminori stumbles backwards and plants his feet to unsteady himself. Taking advantage of his opponent's temporary mobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh. Good. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from following up with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands where he is, calmly spearing Fuminori with a stare.
お前喧嘩に慣れてねえな
Fuminori roars and comes in for another attack, but the damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing. Easily blocking the axe with his pipe, Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself. Fuminori delivers blow after heavy blow, howling savagely all the while. What he does not realize, however, is that the situation now favors composure, not brute force. When Fuminori raises his axe high for yet another attack, Koji sees that his movements have grown dull enough. Seizing the opportunity, Koji charges into Fuminori's range and grabs the half of the axe with his left hand. As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings his pipe hard at his enemy unprotected side. He feels the crunch of ribs breaking. The pain drives Fuminori to his knees. Staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head, Koji, surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises his pipe high enough to deliver the finishing blow. Which is when something wraps itself around his left ankle. The instant Koji panics at the unexpected sensation, something soft yet strong winds itself around his right leg and drags him to the floor before he can resist. He twists his body and tries to swing the pipe at the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand, too, is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants, but now his blood turns to ice at the cold, slimy sensation of the thing wrapped around its uncovered wrist. That monster's still alive? Fuminori says encouragingly. Even while kneeling on the floor, his face twisted in pain, he manages a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. This monster is Saya. Koji struggles desperately to free his limbs from the creature's slimy grip, but more tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement. The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off, as a slimy appendage seizes his throat. This most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe. It's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. Koji is certain that this is the end, but just as his vision begins to dim, an explosion brings him back to his senses. With a horrifyingly inhuman scream, the creature releases Koji and retreats its tentacles. The first thing he sees after regaining his mobility is Ryoko, running down the hallway with a smoking shotgun in one hand and a silver tube in the other. Ryoko responds by tossing him the tube. Though still lying on the floor, he manages to snatch it out of the air. It's the thermos she showed him at the restaurant, the one she called her secret weapon. Ryoko shouts to Koji. At the same time, she aims her gun at Fuminori, who's still on his knees 5 paces away. The double-barrel shotgun still has 1 shot loaded. The monster that attacked Koji is writhing in agony. It hasn't yet recovered from Ryoko's shot. But he's already seen that bullets aren't enough to kill his creatures. Now's his only chance. Fuminori growls, gritting his teeth against the pain of his broken ribs. Forcing himself to be calm, Koji stands and carefully unscrews the lid of the thermos. There's no question in his mind that something extremely potent is inside. As soon as it's unsealed, a thick white mist pours out of the thermos and the surrounding air turns freezing cold. Instantly guessing what's inside, Koji lobs the thermos at the pile of flesh convulsing on the floor. The thermos sails through the air, spewing white fog, and like a baptismal font, showers its liquid's contents upon the hellish creature. Its scream this time is incomparable to before. The monster thrashes in agony, wreathed in white smoke. Its screams are joined by Ryoko's cackling. Perhaps the joy of vanquishing her nightmare was worth the last remnants of her sanity. The manic glee blazing in her eyes can belong only to a shattered mind. Fuminori staggers to his feet, roaring black curses. His rage seems to have drowned out the pain of his broken bones. Ryoko is not one to underestimate the threat posed by his axe. Her mad laughter fades away, leaving only a cold smile as she pulls the trigger. With a short burst of dark flame, Ryoko's gun sputters and dies. Ryoko is not an expert of firearms. It never occurred to her that shotgun shells need proper storage. And besides, she always expected that any situation where her gun would be necessary would also be one she would not survive. Cursing in anger and dismay, Ryoko breaks the shotgun open and awkwardly pulls out the dud. Meanwhile, Fuminori stalks towards her like a vengeful demon, the head of his axe screeching as it drags along the floor. I have to stop him. Koji tries to charge Fuminori, but only succeeds at sending himself sprawling. One of his shoes is stuck on the floor, frozen by the liquid nitrogen. As Ryoko fumbles in her pocket for a new shell, Fuminori closes the distance and raises his axe in both hands. Koji curses and rips his shoe free from the frozen concrete, but he knows that he'll never make it in time. Ryoko thrusts a new shell into the chamber of her shotgun and snaps it closed, then looks up to find her target. Fuminori is right before her, too close to evade, and his axe is already crushing down with the wind howling in its wake. The sound of bones shattering, tendons snapping, and flesh tearing blend together in foul harmony. The thick blade enters through Ryoko's left shoulder, plowing through her collarbone and shoulder blade, smashing several ribs and popping her lung like a balloon before stopping in the center of her chest. Her expression frozen in shock by the impact, she sprays a geyser of blood from her mouth. She should have died instantly, but through some unimaginable force of will, Ryoko clings to life for a few seconds more. Grinning through the blood-stained lips, she raises a shotgun. Not to the front, but to the side. Beyond the barrel of her gun, wearing 77-degree Kelvin mist like a white cloak of death, is the weakly wriggling Saya. Fuminori's scream vanishes into the roar of the shotgun. The destruction is absolute. The impact of the shotgun pellets obliterates half of the Saya's body that fell prey to the liquid nitrogen. The frozen particles of Saya's shattered flesh drift onto the floor like snow. Even the creature's special biology is insufficient to seal a wound of the size. From the opening pores, internal organs, a tide of liquid, slime, and fat, whose color is far too foul to belong to any living creature. The monster convulses, wailing in a weak, pitiful voice.
Saya.
With his axe still buried in Ryoko's body, Fuminori stares at the dying creature, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Koji grabs his pipe and prepares to attack Fuminori from behind, but freezes when he sees the emptiness on the face of the man he hated. Fuminori pulls his axe out of Ryoko's corpse, then looks at Koji with glazed eyes. There is no recognition in them, nor hate, nor rage. When Koji meets Fuminori's blank stare, he knows. There's nothing left in him to kill. Fuminori grips the axe closer to his head and raises it high, the blade towards his face. Koji doesn't know whether he should interfere, but even if he wanted to, what could he say to stop Fuminori? Fuminori pulls his head back slowly, then drives his face into the blade of the axe like a spring-loaded toy. Crunch. His skull caves in with a dull, wet sound, and a spray of blood catches Koji in the face. Despite Fuminori's utter lack of hesitation, his first attempt at suicide succeeds only in transforming his face into a hash of crimson. Fuminori pulls his head back one more time, even slower than before. Then with every ounce of strength still left in his body, he slams into the blood-stained axe. The sound is louder than before. Fuminori's body goes limp. He tumbles face first onto the floor. Koji stares at the two mangled corpses for a while. He feels completely left behind, like he can't remember why he's standing in this place with a steel pipe in his hand. The stale air, filling the ruined building, becomes choked with the stench of blood, and the crimson puddles gradually spread across the snow-covered floor. Yet the tranquility of the scene makes it seem like a painting. A soft, slimy sound breaks the silence. Koji looks at the mortally wounded monster. The creature is on death's door. But even so it moves. Slowly, feebly, it drags its broken body through the sea of blood. It's coming for Fuminori. Koji has forgotten his anger, but now it comes surging back at full force. He growls and stabs the monster with the end of his pipe. It convulses in agony, but keeps crawling towards Fuminori. Koji explodes into a frenzy of rage. Again and again he smashes the helpless flesh beast with his pipe. Something tells him that if he does not stop here, he will truly have lost. Frick. Wait, frick, damn it. The monster, however, never succumbs. It struggles on beneath his blows until finally it reaches Fuminori's corpse. What the frick? Koji keeps swinging his fury unabated, even as tears start to pull in his eyes. The monster's slime flies through the air, joining with blood already covering his face. The creature extends one thin, trembling tentacle to touch Fuminori's shoulder, then lovingly caresses his blood-stained cheek. And then, it stops moving. Even in its final moments, the monster would not let Fuminori go. It died, joined with him. At last, Koji knows that the world he loved is gone forever. Omi says enthusiastically, the exposed bones of her face clattering. Chunks of her body are missing, as though something's been nibbling on her. It makes her look a lot thinner. She's been worried about her weight recently, but now she shouldn't need to diet. Fuminori laughs at Omi's crazy suggestion. He sounds amused, but it is hard to tell from his expression since his face has been cleaved in by an axe.
20歳になって初体験ってのは興味そうそういないんじゃないかな。
子供の頃はなんとなく怖かったのよ。あの靴、なんだか刃物みたいでさ。
うん、わかる。あの靴で顔を蹴られたらきっと僕みたいになっちゃうよね。
Omi and Yo laugh at Fuminori's dumb joke. Yo never used to laugh with such exuberance. She seems truly happy now that she and Fuminori are officially together.
でも、いきなり蹴って殺せたの？オミちゃん、すごくない？
容量はバットとそう変わるもんじゃないからな。思い切り振り回して斧頭の重さに任せて叩きつける感覚とか。
海のりにそう言われたもんだからさ、騙されたと思ってやってみたわけよ。そうしたらもう楽しくって。
What is this feeling? Something is wrong, though Koji can't put his finger on what.
私も見てみたいな。 近江ちゃんが食べられるとこ
He's
ろ。
probably having a nightmare of sorts. Ah, that's it. When he sees Ya's envious smile, Koji finally realizes what's bothering him.
なあつくば、
どうしたのコウジ。
お前だけなんで普通なんだ。
Ya tilts her head quizzically, like she doesn't understand what he means.
普通って私はいつも普通だけど。
でもお前確かあの時。
ああ、うんうん。なんだ、私がコウジ君と違う姿になってた頃のこと？ずいぶん昔の話じゃない。
昔なのか。
そうだよ。だってコウジ君も今じゃ私たちの仲間じゃない。
ああ。
Oh, of course. Koji looks down and is satisfied to see wriggling tentacles where his arms and legs should be. When he opens his eyes, his mattress and pillow are soaked in sweat. It's always the same nightmare. He does not know how many times he's had it, but at least he's not leaping out of bed screaming anymore. He sits up, clutching his throbbing head. I need to go to the bathroom. Hold on. Dude, I just had the longest pee of my life. I've been glued to my screen. Okay, alright. Let's continue. He sits up, clutching his throbbing head. It's 4 in the morning. He hasn't had nearly enough rest, but he probably won't be able to get back to sleep tonight. Time for a smoke. A full pack will last him until dawn. And where did he put the pack he brought yesterday? Koji wanders sheepishly into the den, where yet another old friend is waiting for him.
ひどいありさまだね。
ああ、先生。
Oh, she's alive!
いたんですか。
Ryoko's chopped up corpse is sitting at his dining table, looking as deathly pale as ever as she sips the coffee from a mug. God damn. I don't know how to feel right now, man. I feel feelings. Oh, man. It's been a while since I've been managing to give me feelings from beginning to end. An actually story-heavy text game. Man. Okay.
毎晩ずいぶんと辛そうじゃないか。ろくに眠れてないんだろ？
そうでもないですよ。薬を飲めば割となんとかなります。まだ。
Hallucinations like these are easier to deal with than elaborate nightmares like the ones he just had. They should probably worry him more though. Oh, he's imagining her.
あの時私の忠告を聞き入れてれば、ここまで追い詰められることなんてな。
もうやめましょうよ、それは。過ぎたことじゃないですか。
Ryoko chuckles, smiling the same cruel manic smile that she used when she was alive. Her left arm hangs from her half-severed shoulder, dangling like a forgotten wind chime.
そう。結構折り合いをつけてるんだ。
先生だってそうだったんでしょう。普段は優秀な脳外科医で通用してたんだから。
上辺だけ取り繕うだけなら、そんなに難しいことじゃないからね。
The corpse shrugs her intact right shoulder and grimaces in disgust as she takes another sip of her coffee.
でもね、多分この先はもっと悪くなるよ。心の傷は時間が癒してくれるけど。君はまあ、言ってみれば、毒に感染したようなものだから。
She's probably right. Everyone dreams at night, no matter how dim the memories may get. The nightmares will always be there to tear into Koji with fresh fangs. The insanity that has taken root in his heart will grow, eventually consuming everything that's left inside of him.
俺の場合、先生っていう前例を見て学んでますからね。抜かりはありませんよ。
へえ、そうなの。
Koji nods, smiling confidently, then stands and walks to the bathroom, where he retrieves the weapon that he keeps hidden behind the mirror. Ogai's revolver, the one souvenir that Koji brought back from the other world that night.
ものすごい苦労したんですけど、結局ようやくその筋の人と渡りをつけましてね。弾も買ってあります。驚きましたよ。銃そのものより高いなんて。
おやおや。
In the mirror, Koji sees Ryoko with her axe-inflicted gash reversed. She raises her mug in a toast to Koji's resourcefulness.
で、 何発買ったわけ？
一発だけです。
Oh. This time, it's Koji who shrugs his shoulders. He uses both, exercising his privilege as a survivor.
それ以上必要になるような状況は俺は願い下げなんで。
ふん。
The corpse in the mirror nods saggily, her smile approving.
ほんとわきまえてるんだね、殿くん。
There's a brief silence. Koji doesn't really feel like getting all melancholy with the dead woman.
ねえ先生、いい加減ファミレスのコーヒーはやめましょうよ。なんなら新しいの入れますから。
When Koji turns around halfway through a sentence, he realizes that the room is empty, but for the silence of the night. And so, Koji returns to the world of the sane. He lights his first cigarette of the night and takes a deep drag. While sitting alone in his den, puffing on his smoke, he stares at the gun on his hand. He knows just how precarious a cliff he's standing on. The final line of which Ryoko spoke is now one step behind him. Koji no longer has anything to protect his soul. Now that Ogai Masahiko's fantasies and Tambo Ryoko's delusions have all become tangible horrors, he knows what insanity and despair truly are. Back in the real world, Sakisaka Fuminori is wanted for several gruesome murders. It didn't take long for someone to discover the stockpiles of human meat in the empty Sakisaka and Suzumi homes. In the two refrigerators were found the remains of Suzumi Yosuke, his wife and daughter, and Takahata Omi. They found the clothes and other effects of Tsukuba Yo, but were unable to locate any traces of her amongst the various body parts, a fact that made Koji's nightmares all the more vivid. Dr. Tembo Ryoko of the T University Hospital vanished mysteriously around the same time. Because she was Suminori's chief physician, the police have been investigating her connection to the crimes. To his crimes. As for the two corpses secretly buried in the backyard of a certain ruin, well, they'll probably never be found, and this incident will become just another cold case. Koji alone knows what really happened, and he has no intention of revealing it. Not now, and not ever. Ogai's writings were not nonsense, which means that everything else was. What a fool was it, who said that men are the lords of the creation. Those who can believe in paltry things like human wisdom and valor are those lucky innocents who have not looked into the abyss. Koji can no longer share their blessed ignorance. He knows he's been defiled by the insanity called truth, and he will never believe again. If he has been poisoned, as Ryoko's ghost said, then that poison is none other than the truth itself. Just as pure oxygen is harmful to the body, the naked truth has the power to destroy men's minds. Only by diluting it with lies and taking it in small doses can humans maintain a healthy soul.
どんなに世界が底抜けにめちゃくちゃになっていこうと
Words once spoken by the living Tambo Ryoko passed through Koji's mind.
悲鳴を上げて逃げ回る以外の選択肢が自分にはある
That, without a doubt, was the comfort that she kept hidden in her bosom, the only thing that allowed her to face the dreams each night. Koji has taken his predecessor's lessons to heart. He's prepared for anything. One bullet is always behind the bathroom mirror, promising him salvation. That's the end? Oh man. Oh dude. Well, there's more endings for sure, but damn. I've been hit. Help. I don't even know what to say. I enjoyed it a lot. And I really want to keep playing it and get the other endings, but I'm hella tired. It's like 6 in the morning and my voice is kind of dead. I don't even know how I'm gonna do the freaking karaoke for the stream. I don't know. It's actually over. Oh god. Okay. Someday I want to replay this game again and get the other endings. I might still have time to record tomorrow other endings, but if I don't, I'm gonna be a bit sad. I wanna see the other endings. So everybody, I hope you enjoyed Sayano Uta. Going into it, I didn't exactly know what ending I was gonna get. I'm not even sure I knew there were multiple endings. Because personally, I think I've only heard of one of the endings. And I do want to try getting that one at some point. But, jeez, I'm just speechless right now. It might just be because I'm tired. But the game somehow really ended up resonating with me. Sorry, just drinking water. I need water. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. These are the credits, everybody. Whoa, credits. What else can I say? Yeah, I definitely will play through the game again. I highly recommend you play it as well. I think I'm gonna grab an uncensored version of the game and play it myself at some point and try to get other endings, but we're gonna have to do that off stream because, you know, obvious reasons. But I did not expect the game to hit me so hard like this. Part of me was expecting this to be one of those games that's a little bit, how do I say it, overhyped? Yeah, it's definitely happened. It's happened with like Iron Lung, I think. People were praising it and I was like, oh, okay. But, this one I guess would be more niche unless you count the whole e-girls getting on the bandwagon of kinning Saya. But it was very, very enjoyable. I really, really liked it. This game was totally up my alley. I want that uncensored goodness, please. Let's see, what can I say about it before I go and rest? I think it was just very well written. The characters' inner conflicts were very easy to sort of empathize, I suppose. That is the right word to say it. I guess this is Spooky Game Marathon, so I should probably do the whole... Yeah, actually. Do I have my spooky... I'm just gonna do it verbally, maybe? Unless I can find it real... You know what? I have the power to just pause. Okay, give me a second. Okay, there we go. That didn't take that long at all. So, I'm just gonna go through this really quickly. I'm not even, like, gonna write a number down. I'm just gonna say it out loud. I'm just too tired to function. So, quick game review of Saya no Uta. Obviously it's one of those games that I've heard a lot about. I've been recommended Saya no Uta millions of times. And as I said at the beginning, if you didn't catch it, I have actually been spoiled for the game before playing it with you guys. And this is the reason why I have not played it up until today. I simply, well, is it okay if I sort of spoil the ending that I know? I do want to play through it though. Man, okay, cover your eyes if you don't want spoilers for the good ending for like 5 seconds, okay? Wait, okay, I'm gonna like, red light. I'm gonna red light, green light you. Okay. Red light, so until this red dot disappears, you can mute me and like, you know, you won't be spoiled for the ending that I'm talking about, okay? Okay, so I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Okay, are you muted? Good. So the ending that I've been spoiled for is the ending where Saya sort of like reproduces, I guess. I don't know if she dies or not. I don't remember. I really wanna play through it again and try to get other endings. I don't know any other endings besides that one. And I'm really eager to, you know, look it up or play it myself. In either case, I'm gonna get rid of the red dot. Because that's enough for spoilers. Okay, are you back? Good. So, now that I've spoiled that one ending, I have to say, I didn't know of the existence of the ending that I just played through. It was a complete surprise for me. And it felt very bittersweet because, you know, as much as you know it's sort of the right thing, the right way to end it, because it sort of gets rid of the quote-unquote bad guys who could, you know, do some very bad things. You've grown to empathize with every single character and you understand their struggles. And I guess by the end, Fuminori has kind of become a fully fleshed out villain. You know, like, he's irredeemable by the end. He's just blinded by everything else. But you see how that slow build-up changes him as a person, I suppose. And I thought that was very, very well executed. I said this at the beginning, but I don't, by the way, not related to atmosphere whatsoever yet. I said at the beginning that I don't usually play visual novels. I get bored very easily. And I don't know if it's because I was playing it on stream, or well, recording or whatever. Or if it's just the mood that I'm in, but I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would enjoy a visual novel. It might have been the writing. Somehow, the game is originally in Japanese, which yeah, I'm gonna guess that, you know, this is like a translation that was done from Japanese. And for a translation done from Japanese, this was just incredible for me. I don't know, I enjoyed it a lot. I wish my voice didn't die halfway through, and you guys can probably tell the point at which I stopped reading with as much with as much theatricalness as the beginning, but that's just my voice dying. It's normal. I've been recording this for like 6 hours straight. This is probably gonna be the only thing I'm gonna do for the whole night. Oh, dude. I might just put one single other recording during this night, but I was expecting the game to be like 4 hours long, and then I would have to record a couple of other things to fill up the gaps. But yeah, I don't usually play VNs, visual novels, because I get bored easily. I like more. Also, it's not very often that a story can sort of grab me like this. And besides, I barely have time to play games on my own, and visual novels are, you know, they require quite some of your attention. And usually for me, if it's a slightly longer visual novel, if I don't play a game in one sitting, I will forget it exists. I will literally play it once, get like halfway through, and then never pick it up again. This is why streaming is great for me. But so this is just a random ramble stream of thoughts on the game, by the way. I'll give it to you because I think this game sort of deserves it. Let's see. Yeah, so I really found it interesting to read through Saya and the guy's relationship. I don't know why. Maybe it just hits a specific spot for me. I don't even know how to begin to explain it. Maybe it's just because I'm, you know, a hopeless romantic and I love weird messed up stuff, and the whole idea of like an alien or whatever Saya is, having her own issues as well, and then Fuminori, I don't know. The way it was written was very, very well constructed. There's literally no other way I can describe it, and I don't have the brain capacity to put it into words. But I'm sure that if you guys watched it or played the game and are, you know, sort of like me, you can sort of understand what I'm trying to get at. If you don't, and if you're just, you know, weirded out and don't really see that, that's fine. But it's just, this is the way my brain works, I suppose. I'm obviously aware of like the whole controversy. There's been so much controversy about games like this. It's like, oh, it's an eroge, it's fan service, she's a child. Okay, my Lucky Charms know sort of my feelings on that, and if you're listening to this right now, I really enjoyed the game, and I think that the people saying these sorts of things are just silly, and I liked the game a lot for what it was. And I've seen some other things that I've seen people say about the game. I've seen some people say that it's a lot of shock value. I don't really see that. I think it's a very well executed psychological horror if you manage to really immerse yourself into the story. It's not easy to get people so immersed in a story that, you know, it creates this bond between the reader and the actual story, you know? So I feel good that I had that connection to the game. It's much better than like being bored for 7 hours straight, bored out of my mind, waiting for the game to end. But I honestly I didn't know who to root for. I obviously wanted wanted to see what would happen. If like, you know, the not main protagonist when, well, I guess everybody's a protagonist in this game, but I wanted to see what would happen if you know, Saya and Fuminori didn't get their way. And I didn't know I was gonna get that today. I honestly thought I think I thought there was only another different ending. But I'm not disappointed with this ending at all. I think it was a nice conclusion, even if it wasn't what I was expecting. And I think it's a good ending to have. Let's see, what else can I say? Okay, so I'm just gonna go through the graph. So atmosphere, what am I rating these on? It's like 1 to 5, right? So I'm gonna actually give it a 5. Obviously, I'm probably gonna give it 5 on all of these. I'm very tired and I really enjoyed it. So what else can you expect from me? I really enjoyed the music and the audio design. I thought it was very nice. And on the topic of the atmosphere relating to the music itself, there's this specific sound that is played in the game, the freaking synth, you know, the one? That at points it made you sort of think, is stuff gonna go down, or is this just the chill version of the BGM? And it kept you on your toes. I don't think the atmosphere ever let down. It did what it tried to do really, really well. I also think, usually with these sorts of games, obviously it's, you know, scary and psychologically scary as well during the beginning, but usually with these types of games, they sort of slowly lose steam as it goes on. But with this game, it did a shift to action for a while, and near the end, with like the whole fight thing and whatnot. I'm obviously just talking about the ending I got. I haven't gotten a different ending yet. But the shift from just straight up psychological horror to action felt natural, and it didn't feel like it dragged on for too long, which I've seen happen to some horror games, but this one went well. It felt nice. I thought the atmosphere carried over from beginning to end. So it's a 5 out of 5. Original, I don't like, actually I need to remove this from rating on games. Because I feel like I've seen so many games by now that it's really hard to rate originality. Like, how do you even rate originality? What is original anymore even? Well, I'm just gonna skip it, because I don't think it really matters. I would give it a 5 out of 5 just out of the fact that I like the themes. I think that's all it just boils down to. Originality is if I like the themes or not. Because if I don't like it, I just go like, oh, I've seen this over and over again, I'm tired of it. But if it's a thing that I've seen over and over again and I like it, I'm just gonna go like, oh, this is a very original way to tackle this thing. I'm just calling out the daytime Fuyo that is spent today just playing and reviewing games. So, let's see, replayability. Yes, of course it has replayability. Aesthetics. Yeah. I mean, it's a visual novel, but it's more focused on the actual text. I've seen a lot of, well, I don't really play visual novels, so I'm speaking out of my ass, but this is quite an old one, isn't it? And newer visual novels have like a frick ton of CGs, they have character sprites that move all the time. I'm not just talking about Doki Doki, I swear. But most more modern have more of an appeal, a visual appeal. This one is a bit more conservative about it. As you saw, there was some repeating CGs with the monsters. But I think the writing is so good that the aesthetics don't exactly need to be insanely crafted, you know? I think the meat sort of environment did its job really well. The CGs that I saw were very, you know, very well drawn, very beautiful. I like them. I am just thinking back to the boobies. Those boobies were so nice. And let's see. What else can I say? You know, it just did its job. Another reason why I was so hesitant on playing this game, besides being spoiled and thinking that I would get bored of it, another reason why is because I'm a very visually stimulated person. I'm an artist and it comes with the job. And if anything, as much as I wish Sayo no Uta had more to offer in the realm of like images, there's only so much you can ask of it, because I feel like a lot of the appeal of Sayo no Uta is that you never get to see the actual monster. You never get to see what Sayo looks like, I think. Neither do you get to see Yo. So there's a lot of things that you don't see, and it functions off of just writing alone and just suggestion with sound effects and whatnot. So I don't know if this was a limitation, but if it was a limitation, it was a very well-used limitation, if that makes sense. I think the aesthetics that it had, you know, were enough. Obviously, since I'm an artist, I could pinpoint and I could go like, oh, maybe like a small CG here. Obviously not showing Sayo or anything like that, but maybe a slightly different, you know, image of all of the monsters or something like that, or a couple more CGs, or always having CGs on screen. I don't know. But also, I feel like that wasn't that necessary. That's just me nitpicking and trying to grasp at straws. I thought it was very good as its own standalone thing. There's no use to comparing it to different visual novels. In fact, something that I need to stop doing when I do these marathons and these reviews is just stop comparing games and just seeing them for what they are. And I feel like sometimes I don't exactly do that, you know? I feel like I'm being very honest and very roundabout tonight. I just went through almost 6-7 hours of mind break, okay? But it was good mind break. It was good mind break. It was right up my alley. Sound design, I already talked a bit about it. I'm gonna give it like a 5 out of 5. I thought it was very effective. I don't really have anything to say about it. There was silence when there was needed to be silence, and there was sound when there needed to be sound. Yeah. Also, I really want to just say I liked the voice acting too. I'm always a bit unsure about voice acting when I'm streaming games like this, and it's one of the primary reasons why I don't play visual novels. But I feel like at some point I started to feel thankful that there was voice acting, because my voice was dying, and also the voice acting is really good, and I really like the effects on the voice of the monsters. Yeah, It's good. This is good. This is good. I like it. So I'm gonna move on. Game feel. Well, it's a visual novel. Okay, there's no. It was nice to press the enter key. Yes, I enjoyed it a lot. The plot is obviously a 5 out of 5 for me. I can't really tell you why I resonated with the plot. Even though I've been spoiled for it, I feel like if it wasn't a good game, being spoiled for it would have ruined the experience for me. But the fact that the game still managed to be enjoyable for me, even despite this being spoiled, it just speaks a lot about how well written it is. And maybe it's just because I'm sleepy. Maybe somebody out there is gonna be like, Fuyo, it's not that well written. There's probably a typo or two that you missed. Fine, whatever. It's what I think right now. So let me have it. It's relative, and relatively, I think it was relatively good. Let me put it this way. I wish I could write like that. I really liked how it changed POVs. I really liked how the story jumped around a little bit, allowed you to get acquainted with the setting and the characters, and little by little. And it didn't feel like... Okay, something else that I've seen in some games, when it starts changing POVs to show you different perspectives, you start to just feel bored of a certain POV, right? You're just like, oh, okay, I just want to skip to the main event. And I was afraid that I was gonna be... Well, I wasn't afraid, but when I saw the game start jumping things, the thought crossed my mind where like, oh, I'm gonna get bored of this and I'm just gonna want to see Saya's and Fuminori's POV. I'm not gonna give a crap about these other characters, which couldn't be more far from the truth. Everything's sort of interlaced in a very nice way, and I don't have any complaints on that. I didn't get bored of it. And yeah, I feel like I'm just singing praises to this game, but I really don't have anything else to say. I don't really have much to compare it to either, because I don't really play visual novels that much. I mean, let's see. What other visual novels have I played? I've played Hatoful Boyfriend. I've played My Candy Love. I've played some really bad itch.io visual novels for like 5 minutes and then gave up. Oh wait, I've played Paranormal Sight. That one was okay, but it kind of lost me near the end a bit. It got a bit too complicated, I think, if I remember correctly. What else? I don't know, man. I'm out of it. I'm so sleepy. Let's see. For your enjoyment, I'm gonna give it a maximum 5 out of 5. And for the lucky charms that watch this from beginning to end, feel free to just put in chat how much you enjoyed it. And at some point in the future, I know I'm gonna be reviewing my VODs, and especially the VODs for this Marathons Night section. I feel like I'm definitely gonna come back and kind of scan what you guys were saying throughout it, if you guys weren't asleep. Which is very likely. It's very likely that the lucky charms are asleep. But to the single lucky charm, to the single lucky charm that decided to stay awake to watch the playthrough of Saya no Uta, I hope you enjoyed it as well. As much as I want to play through the game again myself on my own spare time, I also feel like I want to share with you guys the experience of playing through the other endings, but I don't think that's going to be possible anytime soon. Maybe in a couple of years when I've forgotten about the game. When I have actual dementia. Oh god, don't even joke about that. I shall play it again. But I do want to see the uncensored patch, and I do want to see the other endings too. Man. I could make this 10 hours long. Right, anyways, I do know the game has like a speed forward setting, but my voice is just dead. It's gone. Dead and gone. And now if we're gonna go and do a quick spookometer. Can we do a spookometer? Woohoo! Let's see. I'm gonna put it as wait. It's it was actually really effective for me, okay? I had to actually stop a couple of times. I'm gonna put it like maybe over here, because it's not often that I see psychological horror being done well. And it didn't scare me with like jump scares, but it did make me, I don't want to say uncomfortable in the sense of like the way Twitter people get uncomfortable about it. I think the way the game made me uncomfortable is just by certain things resonated with me too much. And I had to take a moment at some point because I just sort of I just needed a moment, okay? And just certain themes and certain lines just hit me for no reason whatsoever. You guys know I'm a very, I don't want to say emotional person. I'm very, it might be tied to being, okay, I can't believe I'm gonna, it might be tied to me being maybe a bit of a hopeless romantic in a way, I guess, but it's such a doomed story from the beginning. You just know there's no way it's gonna go well for the characters that you like, for any characters whatsoever. That you just can't help but feel for them, and it's just, I don't know, I might just be weak to when very well developed characters make promises to each other like that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just, it's not something that I expected. Or well, maybe it is. It's something that I expected, but it's not something that I didn't expect to be executed well. And it hit hard. It hit where it needed to hit. I felt feelings in my cold, dead, rotten leprechaun heart. Man, I feel like I'm just gushing more about this game than I've ever gushed in a spooky game marathon. It might also just be the whole graduating soon thing that's been putting me on a weird mood. Maybe I'm just ovulating, who knows? But I liked it, but it also hurt. As a game, it also hurt. That's what I'm trying to sort of get at. So I usually give this games like a funny, silly little review thing. So I'm just gonna say, this is okay. This is gonna be peak, and it's gonna come from my sleep-deprived brain. I'm gonna give it sayonara. Sayonara. Muchachos. That's so stupid. My parents are gonna get worried for me saying I'm so late. I'm gonna cross paths with my dad when I get out. He's gonna be going out to eat breakfast like 6 in the morning. And I'm gonna look at him with my eyes red, deep freaking eye bags. And my dad's gonna look at me and is gonna go like, what happened to you? And I'm just gonna look at him in silence, unable to say that I've just been mind broken by a game I was already aware of what was gonna happen in. Like, how do you even explain that? Sometimes I'm such a tough person. Lucky Charms. Everything me anymore. I'm jaded by the ways of the internet. But then, like, the weirdest things managed to hit me at just the right time. And I guess this was a good timing. Good timing to be hit by the game. It was, if you can tell, it was a very emotional experience for me. I miss the Lucky Charms. I think it's also because I didn't have you guys to bounce off of in that sense. I couldn't look over a chat and just be like, haha, funny, haha, thing, oh, hey, no, I'm just logged in. Logged in, feeling the dread and feeling the pain of these characters. I need to play more games like this. I feel like it was... it could have been a bit more liberating if I guess I had gotten a different ending maybe. But also I didn't think this ending was not liberating. This is actually the worst ending I could have gotten. Given the fact that I felt really bad for Saya and Fuminori. Fuminori? Yeah, Fuminori. But at the same time, I don't know, I just have these mixed feelings, you know? But I think I would have had those mixed feelings anyways because they did some pretty messed up stuff. But you understand the meaning behind it, you know? Right, okay, I'm just rambling on and I'm gonna have to edit this VOD. I'm gonna have to edit it and I'm gonna have to go and censor the godforsaken 2 boobies that I saw. And it's gonna take me the whole night to freaking render. I'm gonna have to do that before bed and have that rendering while I'm in bed. Oh man, oh. I wasn't expecting this to be this long, and I'm just making it longer by yapping. Almost 7 hours yapping here. Wow. It's almost the whole night of sleep. I don't even know if I'm gonna put any more recordings after this. I might, or I might just save them for tomorrow's recordings instead. Just put them all tomorrow, and have this one today. I don't know. I'll figure something out. You'll find out in just a second if I'm still asleep or if there's more. Who knows? And I just want to keep gushing about it, and I'm only gonna be able to gush about it in the morning when you guys have been spoiled for the game. Oh, I feel like such a nerd right now. And I feel like a stupid e-girl right now as well, because of the whole kinning thing. By the way, I've seen it happen with needy streamer overload. I've seen it happen with Sayano Uta. I've seen it happen from Lane. Serial Experiments Lane, is it? That is another anime that I need to watch at some point. I've seen it happen with Poon Poon. I've seen it happen with... There's a lot of like... And honestly, I'm gonna be honest, it's put me off from playing some of these games. I mean, I think Needy Streamer Overload is a bit of an exception because I actually did play it sort of before it got out there. And I straight up disliked the game. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I disliked Needy Streamer Overload even before... and then I saw the internet go crazy over it, and I was like, why? I mean, I sort of get why. But I think the reason I dislike Needy Streamer Overload is just because it's too real. It feels like a too real of a parody. It's also a weird feeling. So, yeah. Anyways. Thank you for enduring my yapping. The sun has come out, and I'm tired. I'm so tired. But I really want to keep playing Sayano Uta. Oh no, I'm broken beyond repair. It's over. Why did I like it so much? Why? I think it's just the circumstances, honestly, Lucky Charms. Anyways, I think I'll wrap it up here. I don't want to end this recording either. Oh man. I'm just gonna rip off the bandage. You'll have more Fuyo when I wake up, which won't be much longer. I promise. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This ended up a bit more serious than I meant it to. I tried to obviously do some jokes at the beginning, but I sort of stopped. Cause it just genuinely started to like, I genuinely started getting into the story that much where I just couldn't make jokes anymore. I was just engrossed in it. But I think it's okay to sometimes just be serious, especially when there's an experience that really resonates with you guys. And I'm glad that I got to share it with you, even though it's recorded. Yeah. There's these funny things. And then you just start thinking, man, these games and these experiences that resonate with you, they were made by other people. And it's just baffling. A person created this game, and now I feel inspired, and I feel all of these things from just experiencing it. And I just can't wait for my #1 Twitter hater, which doesn't exist. It's a completely made up thing that I just made up. For them to go, oh, Fuyo just played a game and resonated with a problematic character. Yeah, well, I don't know where that point was going. I'm just creating strawmans in my brain. Strawman? The fallacy of the strawman. When you make up something, when you make up a I'm not working properly. Oh my god. I remember that from my freaking philosophy class. If there's something that stuck with me from philosophy class was fallacies and the teacher yelling at me and my friends for getting late. And then me wanting to walk out and her going like, no, come back here, like a freaking... I'm just rambling. Somebody get me out of here. Somebody get me out of here. I wanna end this recording. I'm happy that I got to feel something. You know, for the past couple of weeks, I have been feeling nothing but just panic and despair from finishing all of these projects, and these 7 hours were just a disconnect from that. And such, like, I got to be so immersed in this story that I just completely disconnected from everything else worrying me in the outside world. The only thing I had to worry about was the complicated feelings of the characters and my feelings towards the feelings of the characters and my feelings towards the story, and that's all that I could think of. And that's as much of an escape as I could have asked for right now, honestly. Anyways, I'm gonna wrap it up here now. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a good rest of night and good morning, and I'll see you guys in the morning. Don't make fun of me when I wake up for this specific recording, okay, please? Please, I'm in a fragile state right now. I might cry. I will cry. I will cry very easily. Lucky charms. Okay, I'm gonna go. If I remember anything else I want to say, I'm gonna say it in the morning. Press me for it. Talk to me. I need to talk. Okay. Alright. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Lucky charms. See you in the morning. And, yeah. I'm just gonna, like, hide this. And, I'll go to the center, because I'm the center of this stream. I don't even know if my stream is gonna have this layout. It's probably gonna be completely different. Right, anyway, bye! Bye-bye! Imagine somebody just sort of drops in when I'm done playing the game and they're just hearing me babble on about nonsense. I'm gonna be so embarrassed a year from now. Hell, I'm gonna be embarrassed tomorrow. Okay, bye. Bye, Lucky Charms. See you in the morning. Bye-bye. Hello. I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. In the beginning, In the beginning. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in. Don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean. So I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it pee.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame, my new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind together with courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. In the beginning, it all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that, indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, My sanity and my seat were still serene and clean. So I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine, flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that, indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be, if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay, no one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit. Just a few drops I could get away with. But no. It just kept going and going and going. And I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay, no one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial, It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter. I beg of you. Hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it pee.
Hey, Fuyo. Check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that, indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. In the beginning, it all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, So it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity. And after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean. So I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it pee.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay, no one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that, indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error, However, my mom's reassuring words told me, if you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know. What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. In the beginning, it all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay, no one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay, no one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you. hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy. Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo. Check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy. unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pea-soaked, a now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside and tearfully confided that indeed I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo. Check this out.
Huh? It's It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that, indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind to gather what courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that, indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay, no one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. I did this by booting up Animal Crossing on my Switch. This proved pretty much useless, as the game is set on an island and never lets you forget. To make things worse, the vibration of the friggin' bus kept reminding me of the yellow liquid inside of me, continuously splish-splashing from side to side. The Animal Crossing's clock was not changing no matter how hard I looked at it. The snot from my nose kept flowing down like a faucet. I noticed all the water bottles and the people speaking and spatting. It felt like everything was mocking me. And so, I held onto my Switch very tight as I spiraled down the 5 stages of grief. Denial. It'll be fine. I don't need to pee that badly. We're only 2 hours away anyway. Anger. Go faster, you decrepit, wrinkly old turtle man! I have places to pee! Bargaining. Please, Mrs. Blatter, I beg of you, hold it in. I'll do anything. Please, have mercy! Maybe I could just let out the little drop. Nobody will notice. Well, at least if I pee, it'll feel nice and warm. Right, Dad? Huh? The bus is stopping? And so, a lady left the bus before the doors closed shut again. She gained the freedom I so desperately craved, yet I could not obtain. And as I saw the doors closing, I realized that there was no escape. Depression. It's so Clover. What even is the point anymore? My body has betrayed me. Why even fight it? This is all I'll ever be. The girl who peed on the bus. Everyone's gonna laugh when they find out. Lowest point in my life. I'll never tell anyone about this. And finally, acceptance. It's okay, Fuyo. Let it be.
Hey, Fuyo, check this out.
Huh? It's over. 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 I approached my dad, tears streaming down my face, and I whispered to him, "Dad, I don't think I can hold it in anymore." And then, pee. Pee streamed endlessly down my legs, down my seat, down the entire bus. A waterfall of urine flowing like a river, washing over everything and everyone in front of it. I thought maybe it would only be a little bit, just a few drops I could get away with. But no, it just kept going and going and going, and I was drowning in embarrassment. A sea of shame. At least, the heat provided a little comfort. My dad's smile faded, and we didn't talk for the rest of the ride. My eyes were almost as wet as my seat, which, by the way, did not absorb any of it. But at last, I was relieved. I tried to clean myself up with a toilet paper roll I brought because of my cold, but it was in vain. And so, I spent the last hour and a half sitting, sulking, in my pee. My dad? Traumatized. Me? Temporarily disowned. Shame? My new best friend. Finally, the bus arrived at our stop, and my dad bolted out of the bus, leaving me behind together with courage wasn't leaked. But of course, luck wasn't on my side, and the moment I got up, I locked eyes with this old lady, which prompted me to just pause for what felt like an eternity, as the crushing reality of what I had just experienced dawned on me. When I snapped out of this intense staring, my instincts kicked in, and with my bag on my butt, I waddled away, out of the cramped, pee-soaked, and now very stinky vehicle. Each step squeaking on the bus that I now marked and owned. I greeted my mom outside, and tearfully confided that indeed, I peed. To which my mom caringly reassured me that a nice shower was waiting at home. I left a trail of pee from the bus station to my house, but at least the most embarrassing moment of my life was finally over. Or so it would be if I didn't have to make this video. Anyways, thanks for enduring the retelling of this traumatic memory with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and make sure not to drink large drinks before going on long trips. Let's never speak of this again. Please, and goodbye. The drips long ended, heat long gone. I wish I hadn't attended, that I'd not gotten on. The shame is still with me, and the guilt in Dad's eyes. Tea large enough for 3 before a ride isn't wise. Hello, I'm Fuyo. This is me. You may be wondering how I got into this situation. It all started when I was moving back to my parents' house. I was actually very sick, and my dad had come to pick me up and take me back home. On the way to the bus, I brought a massive boba tea drink that I completely devoured right before the ride started. We have no boba tea at home, so it was my last one, and I wanted to make it count, so I didn't let any of it go to waste. I did not forget to go to the bathroom right before the ride, so I thought I was safe. I was not. It was a 4-hour-long trip. I sat down by the window next to my dad, and I got cozy, unaware of the fear-soaked terror that would soon come flooding over me. Around an hour into the journey, I started to feel a troubling tinkle deep within me. I turned to my dad, and I proceeded to quietly inform him, "Dad, I gotta pee." Fearing for his life and my dignity, and after asking if I'd gone before the ride, my dad told me to just hold it in, don't pee. Amazing advice. At the time, my sanity and my seat were still serene and clean, so I took the chance to call my mom and let her know of my predicament too. I was certain that I possessed the resolve to contain the golden deluge within my vessel. All too soon, I would realize my error. However, my mom's reassuring words told me, "If you really need to pee, my love, just do it. It's okay. No one will know." What followed next was a 1-hour attempt at distracting myself from the growing need to relieve the pressure from the floodgates of my body. Hello. How many times has this played yet? Good morning. Can I wait? Hello. I literally just got up. Okay. If I do this... Oh. No longer pre-recorded. Hi. Hello. Can I... Is there different music? Is it different? Okay, what kind of... Ah, yes. Animal Crossing Morning. No, wait, I'm not feeling any high energy yet to play that song. Good morning. Play any music yet? Hi. Hello. Did you guys sleep well? Did you have a good night? Did you? So I literally just woke up. First thing I do in the morning when I wake up is, as sad as it sounds, look on Twitter, make a tweet. I look at my timeline and the Vatican Middle. What happened? What happened while I've been streaming and sleeping? What the heck? I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it, but good morning. You haven't slept? What the frick? Okay, hold on. What kind of music do you play in the morning that is not too high energy yet? You know what? That's good enough. Yeah. So, did you guys enjoy Sayano Uta? I struggled a bit to go to bed because I was worried that the video wasn't gonna play properly. Did the video play properly without issues? Did the whole premiere thing work out? You slept through it? Your PC was struggling too. How was it struggling? Did it work? Did it crash? It didn't seem to crash because it was playing the... Did it censor properly? Did anybody stay awake and see if it censored it properly? It got a bit laggy, but it was otherwise good. Okay, so oh my god. It got down to 1 FPS at some points, but it didn't really matter much for a VN. Oh god. Oh no. I'm gonna drink some water. I still haven't eaten any breakfast either. Have you guys had breakfast yet? No longer be recorded. Several of us stayed up. You did? Did you catch the fabled pee? The longest pee in the history of Fuyo Cloverfield? Did you? You had lunch? Okay, fair. I get it. It's 12. I ended up sleeping a little bit more. But it's okay. I'm not feeling refreshed yet. I need still to wake up. Also, I'm debating whether to get breakfast or whether to get sushi leftovers. If I get breakfast, I'm gonna get maybe like some toast and chalky milk. But I likely will just go for sushi leftovers. God, I feel like I spend life eating. Everybody does. All that life is eat, sleep, eat again, sleep, eat again. That's all we do. But I'm not feeling hungry yet, so I just want to talk to you guys for a bit. Then I'll grab the sushi, move on to the next waiting room. Eat, sleep, goon. Such is the life. I can't believe it. I cut it out? Yeah, of course I cut it out. I wouldn't... If you get toast now, you could have sushi leftovers for lunch and dinner. Honestly, you know... My mom got me so much sushi that will probably still be leftovers for dinner still. By the way, sayonara muchachos. Why does it sound cringier than when I said it? Oh god! Oh, what the frick? Oh, that's bad. I forgot I said that. It was really cringy. Oh. Anyways, now I can nerd out about you guys, about it to you guys, about Sai no Uta. I enjoyed the game so much, I actually felt like crying at points, I remember. We're never gonna drop that. Oh, no you are. Yes you are. Don't make that a thing, please. Anyways, so about Sai no Uta. I don't think there's much of a need for me to ramble on about the game since, well, at the end when I finished it, I spent a whole ass hours talking about it. I liked it. Yeah, I spent an hour rambling about it already. And I would do it again. I would do it again. It was a great game. I want to play it again on stream someday. Hopefully without the censor patch. It's a good VN. It is. And I'm not one to play visual novels. It's probably the type of game that takes the least attention from me. I always feel like such a zoomer when I try to play visual novels. It's like, okay, I'm bored. You really let it all out? Oh, stop. I was sleepy. I spent 7 hours playing the game. It hit like a truck. I told you guys it broke me. Waking up to a guy being hunted from eating people was wild. You really do need that Subway Surfers gameplay on the side. No, because if I do have the Subway Surfers gameplay, I'm not gonna pay attention to the story. But yeah, honestly, before playing the game, I thought it would be a way less interesting visual novel. I thought it wouldn't have any visuals whatsoever. I thought it was, well, I knew there was visuals, but I thought there were gonna be very little and scarce in between, and it was mostly gonna be text. Hence why at the beginning, I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of, oh, I'm not sure if this is a visual novel, I think it's just a novel. Because from screenshots that I'd seen, it just, you know, it looked like it had very little, especially with the fact that it had a massive text box in the middle. I'm used to visual novels having just a small text box at the bottom and more visuals. And the character sprites are always on screen and stuff like that. So it caught me a bit off guard that it actually had some more stuff. Finally, you can click the book. Yeah, it was nice. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. And to anybody who missed it, I don't even know if I'm. You said how laggy was it? Let me just. Can I look back on it? Hold on. Oh wait, I muted the wrong thing. Can I just quickly look back on it? How laggy did it get? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. I'm watching it. Oh. Oh, that's so laggy. But hey, the timer held up till the end. That's good. Was the audio okay? Was the audio okay? Of course, it's sitting at this dining. Yes, the audio is fine at least. I might look at Charms. You know what I'm gonna do? I I'm still gonna try to render it, but I'm gonna render by parts. I should have done that to begin with, but there was not enough time, and or well, there was enough time, honestly, if I really wanted to, but it just seemed like a hassle more than anything at the time. But I'll just render it in parts, and I'll post it as unlisted videos and make a playlist of it. So if you guys wanna rewatch it, you don't have to watch it at like 3 frames per second. Oh, that's really choppy and scuffed. What matters is the audio. Yeah, that's true. Ah. But hey, I bet I can say I'm the first VTuber to play a pre-recorded video straight from Premiere. I don't know. Maybe there's people who've done it before, but we had a good time. We did. You like Saya no Uta? Could probably find some instructions for that. Okay, yeah. I'm not ready to tackle the day yet. I don't want to wake up like a child. I just want to go back to sleep. My peaches are not too big for me. Shut up. They're a perfect fit. Just stay in bed. Okay, I guess I will. So today we've got a ton of stuff to do. But first we're gonna sort of plan. We're gonna plan what we have to do, and we are in the next waiting room. So I don't even know how to. I don't know. My brain capacity isn't quite there yet. You guys lead the conversation. I got the bad ending in Saya no Uta. I mean, I wouldn't say if it's the bad ending, but I got the ending bad where sad Saya dies and they die. They all die. I suppose it's the good ending for, like, you know, non Saya haters. But I felt sad. I felt so sad. But other aspects of the game already had broken me, so I guess it wasn't that bad. Everyone died. Well, except for the guy. The friend guy. Don't spoil too much, I haven't seen it. Oh no, freak! Oh no! I didn't say anything. Pretend you didn't hear me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. It's actually over. Frick, I completely left my mind. I don't know what I was gonna say. Hold on, I'm trying to remember it. I was gonna say. No, it's gone. It's completely gone. I don't know. Help. Was it Otsupi? No, it wasn't. It was something about the game too. I forgot. Also, Hormus, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you. This is good music for waiting for your brain to load. It is. Wait, what was I gonna say? Oh, I remember now. So while I was playing the game, I didn't say it, but I thought it. There's points where like I was playing through the game and I wanted to say certain things, but then my brain went, okay, don't forget this is gonna go on YouTube. So I don't know if you noticed, but I held back from obviously making some more edgy jokes, but at points I was so immersed in the story I straight up didn't want to make the jokes I was thinking of. Like, for example, there's this part where Yo is getting assaulted by tentacles, right? And while I was playing through the game, right, I felt really bad for her because, you know, the writing is really good, so but part of me was just thinking, man, whatever suffering you're going through right now, I'm so sorry, but I could take it away. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it if the tentacle thing was on me instead of you. For some reason, that was the only thing going through my mind, and I held myself back from saying it. I was just like, but then it got worse and worse and worse, and I just forgot about saying it. And when as it kept going, I was like, you know what? No, I don't want to take away the tentacles from you anymore. This is getting weird and worse. It should have been me. Yeah, that was exactly what was going through my brain at the time. It's a good mix of God, I feel bad for these characters, and God, I wish I was in her shoes right now. But yeah, such is the duality of playing Saya no Uta. You feel the pain, you feel the love, you feel the more pain. You downloaded my desktop pit and made her barefoot. What? What do you mean you made her barefoot? You did an edit? If you did a barefoot edit, please share. I would see it. There's Saya, whoa, and there's Saya sad. Yeah. No, but I didn't expect to feel feelings, you know? In the beginning, I was actually afraid I wasn't gonna be able to connect with the game. I was afraid that I was gonna read through it and I'd be like, oh wow, a story. But somehow, at some point, I got into it. And I managed to actually connect. Which also made it hard to make certain jokes that I would otherwise do. So edgy teenager of you. From now on, I will kin Saya. I'll become one of those e-girls that just post pictures of Saya and go, she's so me. Me when I cannibalize. I guess it wouldn't be cannibalism for her, right? Me when I mind break a human into becoming a cannibal, but he's already mind broken. Because he's got an unrealistic form of agnosia. I'm already disqualified from eating. Wait, what? From actually. You're already disqualified for actually reading Saya no Uta. Yeah, up until now, when I saw that it actually became a internet culture thing for e-girls, my brain instantly went, oh frick, okay, I gotta play the game because I'm not about to be bundled together with this. I said at the beginning, middle, and end. I had already been spoiled. That's why I've never really played the game up until now. After hearing the P story so many times, I kept hearing beginning intro whenever you said beginning. I have to stop myself before saying the word beginning from now on because it also happens to me. I feel like I'm gonna say beginning. Beginning. When your mind break a Lucky Charm into drinking pee, but he's already drinking your pee. Ew. 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 You can be an e-girl, you actually do things, you don't just stand them. I stand Sayano Uta. I kin her. So wait, does that mean I can actually kin? By the way, next thing that I'm gonna aim to watch is gonna be Lane. I need to watch Lane. Because the amount of aesthetic stuff I've seen of it has been enough to make me want to watch it. Virtual Experiments Lane, is it? Yeah. Besides, I've seen some cool websites and projects. So yeah, Serial Experiments Lane, yes. I get the name wrong all the time. Don't even. Cereal. You're making me want to go get cereals. What did I say? What did I say instead of cereal? I said something else. Cereal. Cereal, yeah, cereal. Virtual. Okay, I'm having a brain fart. Virtual project like. Okay, I get it wrong all the time. I think it's because I know of a website that's called Project Lane. And so I get it confused with with the Serial Experiments Lane or whatever. Yeah, I actually brain fried. Maybe after I do actually watch it, I won't get it wrong anymore. But I think you guys are already used to hearing me say it wrong because it's not the first time I do it. I'm gonna need to get more water too. Are you sleepy? Yeah. Yeah. Also, I just saw I got some updates to see. I'm gonna check them after I finish this waiting room. Actually, I'm gonna set up the waiting room right now. And then we're gonna raid into it and we'll get on with things. Let me just hide the timer because I'm gonna close this. Oh yeah, wait! I was gonna say this as well. I woke up from a nightmare. My alarm woke me up from a nightmare. I was dreaming before I woke up. I was dreaming that I woke up before the stream, like, while I was playing the recording of Sayano Uta. And in my dream, the recording was going so poorly, like even worse than it actually was. And then Premiere crashed. And it showed somehow, I don't know how, somehow it showed my name, my location, it doxed pictures of like Leprechaun Land. It showed the Leprechaun City, it showed everything. Ah yes, the docs button. No, Premiere crashed. It crashed and somehow went blue screen and the blue screen said everything. It was just like, so hello user of this computer? You want to see pictures of your look? I don't know. The tax documents, everything. Everything was there. Bank account, Mrs. Stinker. Everything. Out in the open for you to see. Credit card number as well. So I woke up startled. My heart was beating super fast. I had to take a moment. What tax document? I thought to just swing it. Well, Lucky Charms. I'll make the waiting room. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna eat breakfast. When we move into the other waiting room, we're gonna eat, or well, in my case it's gonna be lunch. I'm gonna eat my sushi leftovers. I'll probably still not gonna be able to finish them. Okay, reuse settings. Halloween marathon. Full day of spooks. Alright. Okay, that's perfect. And there we go. I've made the next waiting room. You dreamt the opposite? You dreamt that you doxed yourself in chat? Okay, the waiting room is set up, so now I just have to read into it. So frick, my brain really is going at half speed. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next waiting room. I'm gonna get my breakfast and I'm gonna eat it on stream. Before that, I'm actually gonna reply to some updates here on the project. And then after we're done eating, we're gonna get dressed up. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. Actually, no, before we actually get dressed up, we're gonna plan the day. And then we're gonna get dressed up. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So I'll see you guys in just a second. I'm gonna get out of bed and yeah. I'll see you guys in a second, okay? Oh yeah, I have to set up the raid. Okay. Set up the raid. Okay. Sayonara. Muchachos. It's cringe. It's very cringe. Let the quest pop, baby.